times.
Hallo meine Freunde, ich grüße euch recht herzlich zu einem Schachvideo. Wir sind schon ziemlich am Ende und ich mach mal eben das Gequatsche ein bisschen leiser, wie gesagt. Ja, die Jungs sind schon wieder lange dabei und wie gesagt, der Magnus Carlsen hat auch nicht mehr so viel Zeit, wie ich das sehe. Und von daher ist das aber bis jetzt, wie gesagt, die interessanteste Partie, die ich bis jetzt verfolgt habe. Und ich dachte mir, jetzt am Ende hin bekommt ihr jetzt noch mal ein bisschen was mit von dem Spiel. Das ist Spiel 6 ist das jetzt. Ich hoffe ja immer noch, dass es halt diesmal kein Draw gibt, also kein Remis, sondern halt, dass es jetzt einen vernünftigen Ausgang gibt hier.
Yeah, and as Simon says, black's H-ball push, especially that one. It doesn't improve the position at all. It just looks lazy.
Maybe it even makes it worse because pawns on pre, as you said, so it's actually one of those moves which is, you know, maybe weakening your position even. So it's, but
type of move we make in blitz when we don't have time to calculate or don't want to calculate.
It reminds me of something that Fabiano Caruana said in an interview where he said that the biggest danger in the World Championship match is actually making those lazy moves. You know, not being 100% on every single time. Because, you know, Magnus is the toughest opponent you can have, and he's tough in terms of defense,
Ja, die reden halt auch gerade darüber. Wie gesagt, der Magnus Carlsen ist halt auch, was schnell Schach angeht,
he finds it, but it's not a good move at the minute.
Der Beste.
And Magnus moves instantaneously. Rook C5.
Hat auch sofort gekontert jetzt.
Magnus saw this idea all along.
Wow, that is incredible.
Okay, will we see the evaluation bar swing to white side?
Who's better here? I mean,
suddenly black has only one move to survive, right? If you move the black queen to the wrong square, the black bishop just drops off the board.
Let's get up Stockfish in this situation.
Okay, let's see what the computer suggests.
Psychologically, how
nicht schlecht. Ich mach die
Jan's going to be thinking, okay, why didn't I play this
Moderatoren hier ein bisschen lauter
and that is going through your brain. He's thinking, hang on a minute, if I had played this
und lass einfach mal laufen.
I may be winning here. That's going to play in your mind a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, let's check out the move. So Stockfish says just retreating the black queen up the board one square is the only move.
Is it an easy move to find?
I think he'll find it just because every other move fails. I mean, there is some temptation. The second best move there we see queen d7, so this to go up two squares. That one is equally tempting, but for some reason it just feels more natural somehow to put it on a dark square, the black queen. The other squares will get attacked by knights or rooks later on. So I think he'll find this move. But he's given Magnus time to think
sehr
now.
Spannend,
as Simon
Freunde,
says,
sehr spannend.
Right plan, wrong moment, and now Magnus.
Also mir macht das richtig Spaß, sowas zu verfolgen. Hätte ich nicht gedacht.
He's got the dream scenario. He's got the same position, but he's gained 2 or 3 moves in the process.
Außerdem, wie gesagt, bin ich noch nicht so fit.
Head right now. Is he aware that this was looking
Hab nichts
amazing?
anderes vor.
Somehow it's slipping away from his fingers.
Yeah, I think he's just going to be really annoyed because he's found the right idea, but he's played it at the wrong moment, and he realises, I'm sure, had he played this on one of the previous couple of moves, he may have won this game. And now, you know, he could make a mistake. He could realise he's worse. So it's now dangerous for Jan, I think, this position.
It's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, and the big thing is actually that once the white rook that attacks the queen steps back to the second row, and then the knight can mobilize itself. And 3 is the magic number in terms of attackers.
Okay, we have to show why this is the only move pretty much. If the black queen goes back to another square, as you mentioned, 3 pieces, the white rook will drop back, and now we see the reason the black queen had to stay on this square, because now the white rook slides across, this bishop is trapped. You need the black queen on this square in order to kind of gang up against this pawn. But even if the black queen just drops back to the right square, the correct square, Jovanka, you mentioned there was trouble ahead.
There's trouble ahead. I mean, the
rook drops back, defending its rook,
bishop
and
takes
attacking the bishop.
Kämpft
and
mit
now,
sich.
get this, the knight can go to the f4 square.
Der Herausforderer.
And once the queen moves, the rooks will line up on the 8th row.
Yeah, the problem is, where does the queen go as well? There's no safe square anymore. And why did Nepomniachtchi put his pawn on this square where it's just going to get taken by a white knight with tempo, with check?
And it also, you know, that pawn on h7 was providing cover for the king if it needed to hide on the h6 square. And now the king is out there, is in the open, and it's in a mating net.
You mentioned the 8th rank, Jovanka. We have to say this as well. Look, it's just going to end in checkmate. We talked about games ending in checkmate. This game might well end in a checkmate because the 2 rooks now, they were doing nothing. They were passive the whole game, uncoordinated. Suddenly, 3 is the magic number, as Jovanka mentioned. These 3 pieces are going to just trap. They're just going to ensnare the black king.
All right. Or it's turned around. I mean, Magnus was in trouble. Now Jan's in trouble. It really is a dramatic game, this one. We need a win, don't we?
According to our control room here in Oslo, they're saying that Sese is saying that this is 3.6 advantage for white.
Okay. That's just decisive. Anything over +1, +2 at this level should be decisive. So maybe Jan has just completely blown it. Just delaying this strong idea, 2 moves, has gone from maybe winning to maybe losing.
I'm just looking at that. I'm just looking at that tweet. Better beard, better chest, Ginger Jim. I don't know if
Is he saying he's got the better chest?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. But no, I think you're right. I mean, this is, you know, it's just incredible how you miss your chances a couple of moves. You see it. The timing is just all wrong. And but the one thing is, okay, Magnus is the best blitz player in the world, but he hasn't got much time. Queen d6 played.
He doesn't find the best move, Magnus.
He
doesn't retreat his other rook to defend his rook on the 2nd rank. He retreats this piece.
Why? What's this? I don't understand this.
Okay, now he's at least attacking the black bishop. So White's knight wants to go back, take the black bishop, and it would defend its own rook. But
now you
that's not an attacking move.
No, you can just play bishop takes pawn.
Why is the bar also jumping up to saying more than 1 advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Black, I think, can just take a pawn, and now will have some serious threats with his own pawns on this left side.
Habe ich jetzt auch nicht so ganz verstanden, aber okay.
I mean, this is why you can't. I mean, I do it all the time, but that's why I'm not world champion. Magnus can't drop this low on the clock because he's missed a winning opportunity. And
I don't like the way he's playing this now because, yeah, I mean, this A pawn. If you can just get that A pawn moving 1 square, it's trouble. But okay, I mean, at least the bishop's trapped. I'm just amazed the evaluation has changed on time. Obviously, we do have the benefit of the computer bar. We're sitting here, we're more relaxed, so we see that as well as all the viewers do. But it's a very tough game to play, and it's very easy to commentate on. Oh, that's not the best move. But the tension these guys are facing is incredible. But it is changing every move.
Exactly, yeah. And really even you know, every second the bar is changing. Very indecisive in this position, so it must be extremely hard with few minutes on the clock to reach move 40 to play this position.
Yeah, we saw Nepomniachtchi's face a moment ago. Panic is setting in, even though he has more time than Carlsen. And
what about bishop c1? Sorry, I just want to play another stupid move.
I was thinking that too, but then I thought the white rook could kind of calmly sidestep and...
Yeah, we can't play something.
I was thinking maybe of doing a move that David suggested a long time ago, is actually pushing the e-pawn, just to control the knight.
The most natural move in the position, I think, right now as well. So the evaluation bar, it's been swinging, but I think before move 40, we'll see it swing again. I'm not sure which direction or in whose favour, but yeah, with such low time, when both sides have so many options, with queens, with this type of material imbalance on the board.
And they got 6 moves to make. Magnus has 3 minutes to make 6 moves.
Ja, ich habe auch schon ein paar deutsche Streamer gerade gesucht, aber tut mir leid, Freunde, wie gesagt, die gefallen mir vom Quatschen überhaupt nicht. Die labern zu viel Müll dazwischen. Und wie gesagt, also ich finde ich verstehe zwar auch nicht alles, aber ich verstehe das Spiel und ich finde das Ganze in Ordnung, auch wenn die jetzt Englisch reden. Ist das so schon in Ordnung.
I don't really see what White's next move is simply as well.
Aber ich bleibe jetzt auf jeden Fall dabei.
Pieces, we talked about coordination so many times now.
Here he comes.
Okay, he's dropped his queen back 1 square.
That's fine.
Okay.
Very sensible.
Okay.
He's attacking that white rook now on the 5th rank. That white rook has to make a decision where it wants to go, but
yeah, isn't there a...
no safe squares.
Exactly, and also there's bishop takes pawn in the air. If the white rook abandons the protection of the pawn sitting on the b4 square.
Magnus is realising he's in trouble now. You see him looking at the clock, panicking slightly. He moves across.
trying to get some coordination with those pieces, but
Bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very simple move, right? I mean, you can.
White knight is pinned, so it cannot go and recapture. If the black bishop does go and take the pawn next to it right now, white's knight is stuck, and black is just going to be left with that valuable a4 pawn. It's going to start running down the board, sprinting down the board soon.
Harry is going to become a queen, I feel.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the time situation, 2.5 minutes as well. So I think this is looking very bad for Magnus right now.
5 moves, 2.5 minutes left for the world champion. The bar is saying a big advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi in this game. Oh, the drama of the game 6, you guys.
Yeah, it's game 6, there's something in the air, right? But I think Magnus's last hope is something he doesn't usually believe in. It might be a fortress later on. He might have to give up one of his pieces for that black pawn on the a4 square, that black pawn that's going to start running, and he's going to have to hope that he can somehow huddle everything together and stop the black queen from invading.
Yeah, well, he did use the fortress yesterday, didn't I mean, the last game, he managed to get this quite ugly structure which held things together. So, I mean, obviously, there's still chances here.
Fortresses, when you're down on material, those are the most difficult to kind of set up.
And I mean, the other thing is now, I mean, a while back, Jan's moves are quite hard to find. He had to find bishop b2. When he played bishop b2, it was a mistake. But now his moves are quite easy to play. So all he has to do is take a pawn, push his passed pawn, try to get another queen. Very easy to play, which means his chances have increased quite a lot, I think.
Wow. Has Magnus basically blundered, or is that too harsh?
It's too harsh to say blunder because it's such a complicated position and he had no time, but I think he just missed an opportunity, and the problem is it's one of those things. Either you see it and you get a good position, or you don't see it and you're struggling. So chess is like that sometimes. There's fine margins. We talk about that all the time. It's just one slip or one moment of blindness where you just kind of forget something, that kind of things turn 360. And we shouldn't write him off yet, maybe. I was just thinking after the black bishop takes this pawn, white's rooks can both sit on the first rank and just... He's going to have to go passive. It's going to be just, I mean, unpleasant to play, but he's not completely busted yet.
Yeah.
He still has some hope for survival.
But are you quite sure that this is the move we'll see from Jan now, taking this pawn?
If you can take a pawn for free.
I mean, he's also thinking of e5 probably, but I mean, taking a pawn is just a pawn, isn't it? I mean,
e5 is a great practical try.
True.
With the time situation,
exactly.
It could be very clever, but I mean, it's maybe a little risky. You don't want to push your pawns until you're sure, and you can win a pawn, take the pawn.
Yeah.
Take the pawn and queen the pawn.
Yep.
So,
I mean, we make it sound simple, but I think this next move may be simple. Jan is looking into the future, however. He knows he's got about 4 minutes, but he wants to work out what he's doing over the next 3 or 4 moves. It's not because he doesn't see bishop takes pawn, or it's not because necessarily he's weighing up pawn to e5 or bishop takes pawn, but I think he's just trying to get his next few moves ready, and Magnus, meanwhile, looking off to the side. He knows he's on the defensive. He maybe doesn't think he's lost yet, but there we go. He's not even looking at the board, despite having 2.5 minutes.
Wow. But do you think Jan is definitely sensing, because you have said previously in the match, maybe he hasn't sensed the critical positions. Is he sensing it now, you think?
I think he is.
I think he knows he's got a great chance, right? And,
okay, here it comes.
Has he taken the pawn?
He's gone for your move, Simon.
He's gone for e5, yeah. Well, as Jovanka said, great practical try, because Magnus has only a couple of minutes left, and he's probably expecting to take the pawn, and he's gone for a little bit more complications, not making it simple for Magnus. So in some ways, maybe even a better move, threatening ideas of e4 in certain situations.
Yeah. It's a big threat right now, just to push the pawn to e4.
I guess you got knight b2, but it looks ugly, yeah? So.
Yeah.
And, that's I mean, definitely a wise decision. Magnus, with 2.5 minutes, he would have been calculating just bishop takes pawn, I think, on the last go.
And it seems we've lost the clocks. I'll update you. Magnus is now under 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
And Jan, meanwhile, with 3.5. So, okay.
Magnus has moved, though, and I mean, he's literally got about 1.5 minutes now. And this move may have just shocked him.
He's got 5 moves to make in 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. And no time added on.
Oh, and guess this, you know, he only has 1 move to survive.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And he has to find the pawn moving to e4.
He has to block the advance of that black central pawn.
That's such a hard move to find.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's committal as well. That's the type of move you don't want to make with 1 minute on your clock.
Exactly. You don't want to ruin the integrity of your pawn
really
structure.
Find it. He hasn't found it.
He hasn't found it.
Is this losing for Magnus Carlsen?
It looks like it is losing.
The world champion about to lose the first game in the match.
Okay.
It's very likely. Yeah, I mean, it's still game on. I mean, this. I'm not using the computer as much, but Jan still has a lot of work to do to win this, though. But it should be losing, I guess.
Yeah. And maybe losing is too harsh. I regret using that word, but it's bad.
Yeah.
And now I guess Black can decide whether to take that pawn or not. The offer won't be on forever, I guess. So I want to take that pawn soon with the Black bishop, just while the pin exists on the d-file, while White's knight can't move. Yeah, we should also mention, if Black's pawn does come down, attack the White knight, White's knight will retreat to that b2 square you mentioned, Simon, protecting its rook at the bottom of the board. We'll show some of these lines a bit later, but we have to stay on the players while they're so low on the clock.
Yeah.
We could see a blunder, we could see some big reactions.
So, am I right in thinking Jan's now only got like 2.5 minutes as well? So this is, I mean, they've got to play 4 moves. So, and then they're not keeping up with pace at the moment, because it's like you've got to play at least every 30 seconds a move, otherwise you will lose the game on time. Black's move's much easier to play. He can just take this pawn, put the bishop all the way back, and play simply. Magnus's move's tougher to find, and he's in a bad position.
Yeah, White has 1 minute. 1 minute 10 for 4 moves, and Black has 2 minutes 10 for 5 moves.
Wow. And apparently the bar is a little bit overexcited. I promise it's not me. But it's closer to 0 than what it says right here. What's happening?
Well, this is another move which I don't think anyone could expect. I mean,
Jan was playing, I think he's playing on the clock. He's just trying to make surprising moves to make sure that Magnus burns the time.
Crazy. Wow. I mean, why don't you just you've got to take this pawn at some point, and now, I mean...
The rooks are going to defend each other. Magnus has to coordinate those pieces.
And now he can't take the pawn easily anymore.
Yeah.
No.
Why didn't he take that pawn? You take the pawn at some point.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Well, is Magnus out of trouble?
Not yet. It will all depend on the position at move 40 when they're both given an extra hour. If White is surviving there, Magnus will survive the game. Maybe Nepomniachtchi, I think he's going for all these weird, wonderful moves, trying to be a bit too clever, because he wants to win before move 40. He's banking on the clock time. He's banking on a blunder. He's gambling slightly, Nepomniachtchi. But Magnus, I mentioned it earlier, he's the best bullet player in the world when he has 1 minute on the clock. Okay, Nepomniachtchi, he's moved his queen. He's defending his bishop. Bit of a weird construction over there with the black queen and bishop. Magnus now about to play.
Rook A2, a great move, brilliant move there. And the point being, you can't take on B4 because you lose a piece. I guess it's not that clear, actually. But
it's not that clear yet. But if the black bishop does take that white pawn now, then the white rook that did just move, it will slide back across in front of the black queen, and it will hit the bishop behind it as well. Yeah. So Nepomniachtchi a bit frozen with his pieces.
Yeah, I mean, what's to prevent Magnus from just running down the board with his B pawn?
Nothing. Yeah. Now White's, that pawn still exists.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Shouldn't be on the board anymore.
Exactly. And then, you know, once the rook gets behind it, then I think Nepomniachtchi is the one who is in serious trouble.
Okay, 30 seconds for Magnus for 2 moves. Black, Nepomniachtchi has 45 seconds for 3 moves. Yeah. 15 seconds on average.
50 seconds a move. And, I mean, this is what we want to see when we're watching the World Championships. The evaluation bar going a bit up and down like a roller coaster. Both sides having chances, and I still don't know what the result of this game's going to be. Okay, he's moved quickly. Okay. They're banging out the moves.
He didn't know what else to do. He pushed a pawn, attacking the white knight. White's knight
jetzt geht's los hier.
That white pawn has finally dropped to the black queen. But now Magnus...
Could Magnus win this?
He could well win this.
This is incredible.
Yes. We have reached move 40, you guys.
For Magnus.
For Magnus. Yep. Jan's still got to make 1 move.
10 seconds. Just over 10 seconds for Nepomniachtchi. He has to decide.
Wo rennt er denn jetzt noch hin?
Black bishop for the white knight. Still a critical moment.
9 seconds. 6.
4, 3. He made that move with just over 3 seconds left.
And there's a wise decision, I think, to keep the minor pieces on the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Both players now with 1 hour on the clock to make the next 20 moves. David. What do you think about the situation?
Ja, okay, ich habe das mit der Zeit noch nicht so ganz verstanden. Vielleicht kann mir das mal einer erklären. Da muss ich noch mal ein bisschen goggeln. Zumindest sind sie jetzt irgendwie über so eine Hürde gekommen und haben jetzt hier Zeit.
He should be able to hold. It's roughly in the balance, but anything can still happen. And meanwhile, we see the arbiter there just showing Nepomniachtchi the moves because the players, they were so low on time.
Also muss man so und so viele Moves machen innerhalb von einer Stunde, sonst war es das. Keine Ahnung. Und dann kriegt man wieder Zeit. Aha, glaube ich. Wenn ich jetzt keinen Blödsinn erzähle.
Both players are winning probably about 4 times there, and they managed to get the draw.
Aber geil.
That's what I'm thinking. So
what a dramatic game leading up to move 40. Jan Nepomniachtchi is still sitting by the board looking at this, maybe analyzing what has just happened. Magnus Carlsen ran into his lounge as soon as they hit move 40. Do you think he's just going, whew?
You got to calm down that heart rate. It must have been through the roof. I would have loved to see the players wearing heart rate monitors just during that kind of scramble, that frenzy. But yeah, Magnus will be calming himself down, going to the bathroom, having some snacks, fueling up, and maybe splashing some water in his face as well. That was the most tense moment we've seen in a World Championship for years, I think.
Yeah, the bar is back to the middle. I'll do a poll with you guys. What do you think will happen in this game now?
I'm going to go draw. I mean, I've had a lot of fun already. I mean, but I think now lots of things are
exchanged
off. I mean, I don't think Magnus is in any danger of losing because the Black's only chance to win, I feel, is this pass pawn. But that pass pawn can never really go anywhere. I mean, if anyone's going to win, I would say that it maybe could be Magnus even now, but a draw most likely. But it's hard to say.
Yeah, Ivanka?
I have to agree with Simon. You know, I've had a few moments to catch my breath because things got intense, and I can see everyone on social media is feeling the exact same way. Everyone is like feeling the suspense. But I do think that if someone is better here, it's going to be Magnus. He's changed the pawn structure. He's also got full control over the pass pawn that Black has, the A pawn there. And I think if the minor pieces are swapped off, it will be an easy win for Magnus.
Yeah, if he can trade off that bishop for the white knight, it's just game over, I think, because the 2 rooks will combine. They'll just target all of Black's pawns, and Black only has 1 piece, the queen. White has 2 pieces, the rooks, and the rooks will overpower the queen in this occasion. But that being said, with the bishop on, I think the Nepomniachtchi still has some chances. White still has to be energetic, I think, to save this one.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is in the move. They have both left the board to have a little bit of a breath. We're going to head down to Dubai. Tanya, how is everyone reacting to the drama that has been going up leading up to move 40?
So dramatic. The atmosphere is absolutely eclectic here. Everybody was glued to the screens. What a time scramble we just witnessed. Anything could have happened in those final moments. There's no increment here. Super stressful situation. I've got Grandmaster Alejandro with me. Alejandro, you were mentioning that the players are playing with our emotions.
It was a roller coaster for our hearts. If you were a Magnus fan and at some point you saw that the evaluation shot up, it spiked up to +3 in my super engine, I was like, oh my God, is he going to find it? But he had no time. He had to believe in that attack and give up his queen side. He just couldn't do it in the amount of time he left himself. And then Jan, he had his own chances, but again, no time on the clock. And despite how fast he is, he wasn't able to find it either. It's been amazing. It's been crazy. And it just seems like the evaluation that we have now, it's not what we wanted.
Großes Tennis,
and everyone's finally catching up with their breath. What do you think now? What's the situation like, the current position on the board, Alejandro?
It seems that with proper play, Black should keep a draw. But at the same time, I feel that he still has to be precise. If somebody would come up to me and like choose one of the positions, definitely White. It's easier to play with the rooks. You can see long-term ideas for White. If that A-pawn falls, that's game over.
And the 2 players, we saw them in that time scramble. Magnus was down to second, but still they looked calm and composed. How were they doing that?
I don't know. They're just robots in there. I mean, Jan played the last move with 5 seconds left. That's just insane. He played it like he had an hour left.
That was amazing stuff. All right, but now we've made it to time control. Do you think the position that we have, a draw, would be the most probable outcome now?
I think it's the most probable, but I'm not guaranteeing it's not a dead draw. And as I said, I'd rather be white.
And if you had to point out one moment where you really felt one of the side had a big chance, which one would it be?
It was missing this rook c2 that Magnus had against the move queen d6. Rook c2, bishop takes a3, rook a2, and actually knight f4 in that position, and then the rooks enter on the 7th rank, which is crazy because you're sacrificing your entire queen side. But I think that was the clearest chance anybody has had in this match.
Now, you were here watching the FIDE commentary. What was the vibe like here? We can see the audience, the spectators still here, glued to the screens. What was going on here?
It's electric. It's like the fans are feeling it, right? Everybody wants to figure out why is the computer suddenly spiking up and what is going to happen. And who better than the wonderful commentators around the world doing it right now to explain to the audience. And honestly, it was so crazy and it happened so quickly.
So quickly. Thank you so much, Alejandro, for joining us. Wow, guys, that was an intense time scramble. And now we can all take a breather and see how the two players continue the position.
Ooh, yeah, thank you to Tanya and Alejandro. Wow, that was a chaotic few minutes leading up to move 40. None of the players are at the board right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to analyze the chaos that we had in the last few minutes here in the game. And of course, looking forward, will we see a winner in Game 6? We'll be back in a few minutes.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together
Ja, Freunde,
to create a better
das
tomorrow.
ist auf jeden Fall bis jetzt das geilste Spiel in dieser WM. Und ich muss schon sagen, also absolut klasse von Magnus Carlsen. Dieser Zeitdruck und wie gesagt, was er jetzt da noch rausgeholt hat, affengeil. Ich bin gespannt jetzt, wie das Match zu Ende geht und bin mega gehypt und finde das richtig klasse, was sie da zaubern. Deswegen, ja. Mehr kann ich dazu eigentlich auch nicht sagen und kommentieren. Ist einfach toll, es anzugucken, zu verfolgen. Und mir macht das auf jeden Fall Spaß. Und wie gesagt, man musste jetzt auch nicht das ganze Spiel sehen. Ich habe das laufen lassen, habe mich halt gerade erst dafür entschieden, es aufzunehmen. Zumindest den Schluss jetzt halt. Vielleicht guckt sich der eine oder andere das ja von euch auch an. Und, ja, ist schon cool. Ist schon cool. Ich bin auch mal überlegen, ob ich mir ein schönes Schachbrett mal kaufe. Ich habe mir da schon das eine oder andere ausgesucht. Mit ganz tollen Figuren und schön Edelholz, Wurzelholz und richtig geile Figuren habe ich eins gefunden. Sieht richtig toll aus.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world.
Ich bleibe auf jeden Fall jetzt mit dran.
Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps. Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
Guck, sie mir mal runterladen. Dann wäre ich auch noch Weltmeister mit der Magnus-App.
Dramatic minutes leading up to move 40. Magnus Carlsen has been in his lounge for more than 10 minutes now, actually. Now he's back at the board, and he is the one to make the next move. Is the drama over now, David?
The drama is far from over. Despite the evaluation bar being in the middle, I still think both sides need to be quite accurate in order to guide this game to safety. And yeah, I think Magnus, he needed that 10-minute break. We all did, just to recover, because it was so dramatic, so many twists and turns over the last few moves. There are kind of highs and lows of emotion. And I'm sure Nepomniachtchi as well. He's glad it's not his move right now.
Yeah.
He's glad he's made move 40 and the onus is on white to now make a decision.
And of course, the time trouble, it could not be over, because Magnus now has 49 minutes to reach move 60. And after that, he only gains 15 minutes, right? Plus 30 seconds increment for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so it's basically the same amount of time that they had earlier. They previously had 120 minutes for 40 moves. Now they have 1 hour for 20. So it's basically the same, and this is the type of position we could well see a 20-minute thing for Magnus, or a 30-minute thing for Magnus, and then back to time trouble again, and back to more nerves, back to more drama. So
should we take a look? I mean, we're wondering what is Magnus looking at now, because it's still dramatic, but also, you know, all the drama that did happen leading up to move 40.
Yeah, I think just while Magnus is pondering here, maybe we can rewind just to show what happened, and then we'll catch up with the current position and explain what is going on. And I just want to join at this moment where Nepomniachtchi finally found this idea that we'd been screaming for the previous 2 moves. Third time lucky for him, he found it. But actually, it was a big blunder at this moment, and Magnus found the correct first move. He attacked the black queen. The black queen slid back to the correct square. This was the only square that would have avoided defeat for Nepomniachtchi. He found the best move, but it was at this moment Magnus missed a golden opportunity. This is incredibly difficult, so we can't blame him for missing this one, but it was actually to slide the white rook here, which has just moved back again the whole way to defend its counterpart, to defend its other rook, and now white can go on the counterattack. This is the reason Magnus missed this, is because I think he was in defensive mode. He didn't think he could go for the black king, which looks safe, but actually he would have had maybe a winning attack, a mating attack against the black king, using all his pieces, bringing the knight forward, and when the black queen moves out of the attack of the white rook, then suddenly pouncing by coming up to the 8th rank, bringing all the pieces up and behind and going for this black king. And I think this would actually have been winning for Magnus. He only had 3 minutes, however, and if we rewind, he found a different move instead. He didn't retreat this rook. Instead, he retreated another rook. This allowed Nepomniachtchi to take a pawn. This was expected. We saw another capture, and Nepomniachtchi now dropped his queen back. And this was the moment we were a bit surprised. We thought, just take this pawn. It's a free pawn, and this bishop cannot be captured because the white rook would hang at the end of this line. Black would have a queen and a dangerous pawn for the white rook and knight. This would have been winning for black. Instead, he pushed in the center, and the white rook dropped back, and this was the moment we were saying, again, just take this pawn, keep things simple. He could have taken this pawn, and we would actually see basically the same scenario as in the game, but black would maintain his central pawn. For example, white's rooks would swing across, the black bishop could just drop back, as Simon mentioned, and then next move, he can plant this pawn on this square, supported by a bishop, long range, and it's 4 versus 4 on the king side as well in terms of pawns. Black simply has this guy, which is going to paralyze the white rooks. But Jan, he went for something a bit too clever. He brought his queen to the center. Makes sense, queens are great in the center of the board, but this allowed Magnus time to combine the 2 rooks, to coordinate the 2 rooks, defending each other, and now the bishop is actually trapped. It cannot take this pawn anymore because the white knight simply recaptures and the white rooks defend. This meant that Jan jumped forward with his queen. We saw the white rook slide across. Again, taking this pawn would have backfired after the white rook slides to attack the queen and the bishop behind it. So instead, Jan had to push his pawn forward, and this is where we saw the transition towards the situation we have in the game right now. The white knight leapt forward, queen takes pawn, and knight takes pawn. And maybe this is what Jan missed from afar, because now the white knight can be captured, but black would lose protection of his bishop. And as mentioned, in the current position, or any time over the next 5 or 10 moves, if the knight and bishop get traded off, Magnus will likely win, because now the white rooks will team up together. They'll pick off this pawn, and then on the king side, on the right side, there's 4 versus 3. the two rooks will definitely overpower the black queen. And that is why on move 40, black didn't get tempted to take this knight. Jan, with 5 seconds left on his clock, just put his queen back where it came from. And this is the current position. And right now, you guys said you slightly prefer white, but you thought maybe a draw. I'm less sure, I'm less certain, because if black gets 2 moves, for example, if white is just slow, then if black is given time to retreat the bishop and push this pawn, I think this pawn is very, very powerful. And Magnus now has to decide, does he just play it slow? I'm not sure how you play it slow, to be honest, how you wait. Or does Magnus go active? Does he bring his rook back across and go back to this plan that he didn't spot earlier of going for the black king? All 3 results still possible. And I'll say a black win just to be difficult, but I do think a draw is the most likely if the players are accurate.
Wow.
No guarantees, though, after what we've just seen.
Yeah. And of course, psychologically, emotionally as well, it must be hard to get yourself together after the drama there.
Yeah, they do say, right, that there's a curse on move 41, that players either play move 41 too quickly, carelessly, or they can't adapt to the new situation. Or like me, they spend too much time and then make a move. But okay, Magnus, okay, he does go for the move I mentioned there, just activating the white rook.
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it, to untangle that rook?
There weren't many options, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe white has quite a simple plan here, though. I mean, the knight is very loose. You find a good square for the knight, maybe f4. Try to maneuver it around, like c5. You can maybe show the route there to get to that square. d3, f4. You can also think d6, f5. But if you can get the white knight to a good square attacking some of black's king side, you either win the pawn on h5 or you swap the knight off for the bishop, and you get that similar, potentially similar position you mentioned, where I mean, I think if anything, white's got great chances. Probably.
These rooks overpower the queen, and as you mentioned, just to show the circuit, the white knight might drop back and then start going after the weaknesses, the isolated pawns.
Yeah.
Ivanka, you were...
Yeah, no, I was going to say exactly the same thing, you know, just I think that also the passed pawn that black has is very easy to keep under lock and key. You know, it can also be controlled from behind, you know. Just imagine a situation where a white rook is on a7, maybe the other one can come and join it on a6, and you have counter-attacking opportunities against the f7. So, yeah. It's super risky for both sides, actually. I mean, I can also see your point where if given the right time and black and white isn't able to untangle, then black, of course, will have a very dangerous passed pawn.
Okay, very quick reply by Napoleon. Actually, that's not normally recommended. Normally on move 41, you want to sit on your hands just for 5-10 minutes, just get used to the new position. But Napoleon, actually, we've seen him rush before, and he retreats his bishop back. It makes some sense. He wants to start pushing this pawn. The bishop was in the way, and from afar, it will guard this pawn. But then again, for me, it wasn't 100% clear this was the best square for the bishop.
I mean, we could try a very straightforward plan here, which is probably, again, if we're looking at the right moves, the critical moves, you look at the most easiest plan first, and the idea of going knight c5, to me, seems a simple plan. Trying to reroute this knight to that very nice safe square in f4, and once your knight is on this square, you don't have to worry about that piece, so you can start using your rooks. And this ending, if the knight is taken, seems horrible for black, I would imagine. Can you win the a-pawn? If you win black's pawn there, you win the game, as we discussed. Not so easy to win it, but it looks like a very difficult defensive job here. But if you don't capture the knight as well, you allow this maneuver to happen. So I'm kind of wondering, like, you know, how you can defend this even.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, I mean, it's ugly and I don't want to take this knight, but if I do take the knight, can you get coordinated to attack this pawn?
Yeah.
If you can't, then maybe black is okay. White is never, ever losing this, even if you give up a rook for this pawn, probably, because black lacks pawn breaks on one side of the board. Maybe one rook is enough to create a fortress against the black queen. But I don't know if you can coordinate against this pawn.
But right now, with all these pieces left on the board, I guess all results are still possible.
Definitely.
Who would sort of favor trades here, do you think?
It's... Well, that's I mean, usually we would say Magnus, but it has to be in the right scenario where white's pieces are still coordinated. That's the key.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if knight c5 works, it works. I mean, it's just one of those things you have to calculate. So in a game of chess, you can play a lot of moves quite quickly, and you maybe have 3 or 4 critical moments in general. And when you get those critical moments, which I believe this is, because moving that knight is a key moment. And Magnus is now working out if he can play that move. If it works, he will play it, and he'll be big favourite to win. So he should take a bit of time here. If he doesn't go for this knight move, I'm not sure how he'll get coordinated, but it's a Magnus position, right? I mean, Magnus can take his time here. He's in no danger anymore, which is a nice position to be in. He won't lose this game now. And I don't think, unless he does something very strange.
Yeah, actually, I said a black queen just to be difficult, but the more I look at it, the more I think Magnus is the one who can just play this risk-free now, especially if he gets the knight and bishop off the board. Especially if he gets his rooks coordinated, maybe. Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw another plan. I was thinking maybe you go knight c3 to e2, you know, because bring that knight maybe to even d4 is enough. You've got if that knight can get stabilised on a lovely square like d4, f5, f4.
Wait, that's too fast, Simon.
Yeah, sure, yeah. So we can maybe highlight those squares where the white knight has maybe time to get to.
White knight can sit where it's supported by a pawn, basically. If it can sit on this square or this square, then it would be glorious. I don't think you can come around this way, unfortunately, because the black bishop will come and pin you.
Yeah.
But if you can find a route round, for example, if the knight does step forward, we mentioned the knight coming around to this square, where it's on an eternal outpost. It can never get evicted by a black pawn. It also has targets. Or just hypothetically, if the knight comes round, even if it doesn't make any headway, if you come round to this square now, and anywhere that's anchored by a pawn, essentially, anywhere that's supported by a pawn.
And
looking promising. Especially if you can kind of line up your rook, line up the knight, and then start dancing around.
Yeah, that does look very promising.
Jovanka.
I was, but this is in the realm of concrete ideas. Could you even go greedy and try to line up one of the rooks onto the 6th row? Just put the rook on c3, c6, and then the whole idea is, I mean, white shouldn't really be too fussed if the black queen is forced backwards, because the 2 rooks will coordinate very nicely. Even if the black pawn gets to the a2 square, the rook can just like dash behind it and it's not advancing any further.
Yeah, I guess the only concern is that this piece is loose now, this piece is loose.
Yeah.
You've got to be 100% sure that you won't fall victim to a double attack. For example, some queen sliding back and attacking your knight, attacking your rook at the same time.
Oh, already am I falling foul of something? Okay, yeah.
I mean, in an ideal world, you're right. I mean, you'd pick off this pawn, you'd maybe go for some attack against the black king, you'd slide your rook behind, but you do have to be slightly careful.
Yeah, this is quite interesting because you go a2, you want to play like rook d5, but even queen takes d5 is
trap the black king.
Going for checkmate with the rooks, but obviously queen takes d5 is a killer.
But maybe
taking that one.
Maybe you can just bring the rook across.
This is what I was thinking about.
This pawn.
A lot to think about.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to calculate what happens if black brings the bishop out, blocking the rook's connection with this pawn, and the line would go on. And I mean, it's still super complicated. Anything can happen. Now, I was just wondering in a situation like this, if white can give up a rook and even the knight for the bishop and pawn, it should still just be a draw. If those pieces all disappear, I think quite a simple draw. So Magnus feels like he is the one playing with less risk right now.
All right. He is thinking again, though, and 38 minutes left. It's not going to be that much time that you gain for the rest of the game. Should he play a little bit quicker?
He would love to, although right now he's still adapting. He's still maybe looking for winning chances. And, I mean, for the last 15, 20 moves, he's been on the back foot. So I don't blame him for having this long think now. For example, when I played at the Grand Swiss last month, nearly every time I reached a time control at move 40, I would sit there for 15, 20 minutes, barely even thinking of anything, just not necessarily calculating variations, even just acclimatizing. And I think he's doing the same. But as you say, the time disappears very, very quickly, and he's already used more than 20 minutes of the additional time he was granted.
Yeah. And I suspect, though, once he's worked out where his pieces are going to go, the moves will be coming pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so the big issue is where to put the knight and where to put the rooks and how you're going to stop that runner there on the A-line. Here it comes.
Oh, he's gone for knight c5.
Wow.
So he's played this is the most forcing variation, and there's another big decision for Jan, right? We talked about, does black now take that knight, Or do you allow Magnus to improve his position even more?
Well,
I mean, taking the knight is
super risky.
It's super risky, but can you get away with it just because the rooks haven't found their placement?
So how difficult is the decision Jan Nepomniachtchi now has to take?
Tough.
Yeah.
Very tough decision.
I mean, you have two big options. You move the queen or you take the knight, and you have to look at both of them in detail. I mean, knowing Jan, he'll probably just move it within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
He'll move his queen or something, but yeah, I would be sitting on my hands now for the next 5-10 minutes, just comparing the two different avenues.
His bishop takes knight entails a lot of risk, because if that does not hold, it's strategically lost.
Yeah.
If you swap off the bishop for knight as well as black, you can never ever win. That's another thing.
Yeah.
It's not just whether you can save the draw, but you can never win.
Yeah,
that's right.
And it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi will take a little bit of a pause. He has a huge decision to make in Game 6. We are going to take a look at some more of your selfies.
Ja, schöne Bilder immer drin, Selfies von anderen Schachfans, Schachspielern, die sich das jetzt auch angucken. Ja, stehe ich momentan total drauf, wie ihr seht. Morgen werde ich mal gucken, ob ich ein bisschen zocke. Und ja, wie gesagt, bei den Tieren müsste ich eigentlich auch mal wieder ein bisschen schauen, wenn ich wieder fitter bin. Jo. Eins nach dem anderen. Erstmal wieder richtig fit werden. Du hast aber einen hübschen Balken, ey. Ja, aus den 70ern. Ist klar. Ja, so jung muss man anfangen, sich für Schach zu interessieren. Dann passt das. Dann passt das.
Thanks for sharing all your selfies. Jan Nepomniachtchi just made his move. He moved the queen.
He did move the queen, and just while we were enjoying your selfies, we were doing a bit of analysis, and actually taking that white knight would have lost the game. And okay, some quick moves now, starting to flow finally. The black queen running away from the threat of the white knight, attacking the white knight, so the white knight has indeed stepped back, and it's going for that square that Simon's been itching for the last few minutes. White's knight now on a flexible square. Actually, it was sitting here for most of the game, right?
Yeah.
Now it's heading off towards that side, towards one of White's, one of the black isolated pawns.
Okay.
Yeah, it was interesting. Maybe we can show why bishop takes knight actually lost, because that did look like something black needed to calculate. And David, you showed the line there, and it was a very nice idea that Magnus actually had.
Yeah. And actually, it looks like this black pawn is just going to push forward and maybe cost White one of the rooks. White's rooks can't really combine to attack this pawn from different angles. For example, if the white rook steps across, suddenly there would be a double attack against the white rooks, and White would have to lose more time trying to re-coordinate. But the easiest win here for White would not be to get tempted to take a pawn. Instead, it's simply to step the whole way back. And here it's inevitable. These two rooks are going to slide across, and they're going to pick up this lone pawn black's queen would not be able to sufficiently defend it. For example, the pawn steps forward and it will soon drop. And white's pawns defend each other on the king side, therefore white should be able to win this game. So actually in this position, before Nepomniachtchi actually dropped his queen back, he only had 3 moves to save the game.
Wow.
Yeah, not easy, but he did find one of them. So he had to keep his queen, move it out of the attack, and also protect this pawn. So he's moved his queen back 2 squares. He could also have gone to this square or this square, but those were less obvious, maybe less tempting. He's moved back to a light square, combining with his bishop on dark squares, and now white's knight steps back.
So does it mean he's out of danger now?
Nepomniachtchi, nope. I think the danger continues, which is good for the viewers. But Magnus, probably out of the danger, or at least mostly. Because if the black pawn steps forward, it's always controlled by these white rooks, and white's knight, on the other hand, will start to create some other threats. It will remind Nepomniachtchi he can't be complacent now.
Maybe it comes down to the fact in a position like this, which seems very likely, if white can win that h5 pawn. So I feel if white can win that h5 pawn, he should be able to actually make a lot of progress on the king side, but maybe it's just not possible to do that.
Is that because his h pawn can then move forwards, or because this black pawn looks very unimportant where it's standing right now?
Yeah, I mean, it will free up white's h pawn, white's Harry, to make some problems. I mean, it might not be completely simple, but it just gives white's many more options on the king side. But it's unclear whether Magnus will ever be able to win that pawn. Because his rooks are tied down to stopping black's pawn at the same time. So we're kind of getting to a fortress-like situation, because if white tries to move the rooks up, you lose control of black's pawn. But if you don't move the rooks up, how do you actually win this position? So I'm not sure. Can he play e4 and knight f some other moves? I don't know.
Yeah, for example, just to show your point, if the white rook ever comes up to try and kind of gang up against this pawn, then the black queen will just move, and you don't want to get too distracted, too fixated on this pawn, because suddenly your rook is attacked and black's pawn is about to run. So yeah, it's maybe a bit of just kind of a kind of a standoff right now. Yeah, in the current position, Nepomniachtchi has pushed this pawn forward, and if the white rooks are stuck blocking this pawn, then they won't be able to get active.
Yeah.
I still think Magnus should plant his knight on this square and then try and probe around and try and remaneuver, and as you mentioned, Simon, maybe just eventually push this pawn, eventually try something.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things white can do. I mean, I guess white can put this knight on the other square we mentioned, on d4 in the centre, and then try to play his pawn up in the middle, and then move his knight again. He can mess around a lot.
But, for example,
is he actually achieving anything from doing these manoeuvres? I'm
That's
not
a big
sure.
question, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it helps him at all, this kind of stuff.
Will Nepomniachtchi be able to cut across the plans?
Yeah.
I do quite like this idea of planting a knight on f5, because, as we saw in earlier variations, the king is vulnerable to a checkmate.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So, I mean, if there is a possibility of one of the rooks lining up on the 8th rank, then maybe a chance. Yeah. It's something that Magnus can use.
Yeah. Later on, yeah.
Try,
definitely.
Is it an important fact when you play with 2 rooks against the queen that the rooks always have to work together to combine? They can never go off on different adventures?
No, because they might get double attacked by a queen. A queen can attack both rooks at the same time. They have to be able to defend each other. Even if they're not defending each other like they are now, they have to be within touching distance, or they should be able to defend each other within one move, just in case.
Well, here Magnus goes with the knight to the square you've been talking about.
Yeah. This is the definition of an outpost, right? Where it's it can never get attacked by a black pawn. It's always supported by a white pawn, and also it eyes up some of black's weaknesses. It's also flexible, like Simon says. You can reroute it later, but right now it stands pretty well.
Yeah. Still very hard to win. I don't know if white can win this one. I mean, but the thing is, it seems like white has more ideas. Black just has to sit here and wait.
So black cannot win this game now?
No. I mean, if white doesn't move here at all and just moves his king backwards and forwards, there's no way black can do anything. I would have thought. But
I'm waving my finger at you.
I'm
thinking, okay, it takes a lot, but if the black bishop can manoeuvre itself to the B2 square.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's
that's
block
right.
the connection of the white rooks to that black pawn.
Exactly.
Probably still a draw. But maybe.
That's true, actually. You can just go rook takes bishop.
Ich höre nur Draw. Nein.
In fact,
haben wir genug gehabt jetzt.
Actually, even if you were to
5 Games, alles unentschieden, also alles Remis, Draws, reicht. Jetzt will ich was anderes hier sehen.
Even if Black gets his dream world, it's probably a draw.
Probably still a draw. Yeah. But on the other hand, White has these pawn pushes. He's got e4, maybe g4, and a rook takes g4. If you maybe at some point you think about these ideas somehow, you got lots of little tries you can play, and knowing Magnus, he's not going to give up quite yet. He's going to try every single idea that he can. Why not? I mean, he can't lose. He's got to. Can he even bring his king over to the queen side? I doubt it. But you can think about it. You can put your king on a2. Who knows?
You've been talking about the pawns on the flanks, the black pawns on the flanks. So is that now Jan Nepomniachtchi's main job to keep both of them on the board?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. He can't drop either of those pawns really, otherwise big risks for black. So now he just puts his queen behind his passed pawn. So now the white rooks are really paralysed. If the white rooks lift up the board, then the black pawn might start marching. So, yeah, sensible play from Nepomniachtchi. But we did see on Magnus's body language a moment ago how determined he is to push this position. Yeah. I mean, we've so much drama already that we might be forgetting that the squeeze starts now.
Yeah, but definitely.
But this move has some consequences, and the first one is that the white rook can come and attack the queen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And maybe, knight takes pawn check, and then maybe, okay, it requires calculation, so I need to, before suggesting moves, I need to think whether this is actually possible, because the thing that I'm dreaming about is getting those rooks onto the 8th row and checkmate city, but...
I mean, you'd love to play rook to d5 here. If it works, definitely. If it works, it might just win. But you just lose that coordination, I think, and it's probably not quite working, right?
Are you surprised, though, that Nepomniachtchi played instantly, allowing this rook move? Attacking the queen, attacking the pawn? Because now, okay, his plan surely is to move his queen forward, attacking this rook, but as Jovanka mentions, maybe knight takes pawn check.
Yeah.
I guess the idea is to put the king within touching distance of the white knight, so now the white rook doesn't have time to step back and guard against this pawn because the knight would fall. So right now, maybe white's just a bit too loose. This is where we talked about harmony and coordination. I mean, you see these pieces, they're not protecting each other, and the rooks are overworked. This rook has to guard this pawn, this rook has to guard this knight, and it's just too much to handle for them.
And what does Magnus do?
He's just
Ich habe auch gedacht, dass jetzt den Turm drunter setzt.
From ever advancing.
Yep.
And, good move.
It's a good move, yeah, because now he is threatening that rook to that last move we saw from white. Certainly a threat now to win the pawn on h5. Probably black would avoid that by, I don't know, moving the king or playing queen a4 at the right time, I guess. But.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he looks ready to start thinking a little bit about this next move. We're going to head back down to Dubai. Rune hanging around the Expo 2020. What was your thoughts, and how did you feel when the big drama leading up to move 40 happened, Rune?
Right, guys. I just wanted to give you like an overview of this crazy place. If you look out here, you can see all the lights. And what in particular I would like to share with you is the path that Jan and Magnus will have to travel when the game finishes, and they will go to the press conference, because that is actually a bit of a ride. So if you look out here, first of all, you can see the huge dome that has like a new light show every single day. And just to the left of the dome is the DEC. So if the camera will just stay with us for a little sec, you can see the DEC. That is the exhibition center where they are playing right now. When the game ends, they will drive in a buggy. It will take about 10 minutes. Wow. They will go over here to the media center, which is right over here. I hope that you will be able to see it. It's a 10-minute ride, so if the players look a bit drained when they get there, it's because they have to even do the post-game interview with Tanya and with the chess.com, and then they have to go all this way over there and then do the press conference. So this is what we are experiencing every night. This just super magical city of lights and amazing chess and crazy experiences. I hope I can see you have a good time back in the studio in Norway, but I doubt it's as colorful as this one, even though you are, of course, having a good time with the chess. Thank you very much, and back to you guys.
Oh, that sure looks beautiful in Dubai. Big distances and a lot of light shows. Very, very cool atmosphere in Dubai around the World Chess Championship match. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he did make his move with the bishop.
He did, and he's asking a serious question of Magnus Carlsen now. What does White do with this rook that's attacked by that black bishop? Does he move it up the board, the most tempting move? Does he move it to the 5th rank, attacking the black queen, also attacking one of the black pawns, but breaking coordination between the white rooks once again? Or does he just keep his rook on the 2nd rank, where nothing much will happen? The rooks will be a bit stuck, but at least they will coordinate. What do we think, guys?
I think he has to home his David Howe in this position. This is what he needs to do. He needs to focus, think, what would David do here? David would play at least 200 moves. He would try everything. He would tire Jan out, you know, take it to the next day, the game, and I think he needs to try everything. I mean, I assumed rook d5 would be a good move, but I think, and I thought this h-pawn was very important, but maybe it's not, you know, if you lose that coordination. But if you don't play rook d5, how else do you win? You've got to make a pawn push at some moment. I'm not convinced White moving any of these pawns will actually help White's chances to win. So I don't know.
Should we see what happens?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I guess the black queen will move. I'm not sure which direction.
I thought she could step forward just to come to
sneak in.
Yep.
Yeah, and then now if White does take this pawn, maybe, I guess Jan's idea is to just put the king on the side of the board once again, and even if the white knight starts snacking on all these pawns, then suddenly there might be disaster with this rook no longer able to hold the fort against the pawn in front of it. So it feels again as if White's breaking coordination. It feels like it might not be working quite at the moment. I guess that's Jan's argument as well. Yep. Otherwise he wouldn't allow this rook move, and he's barely paused for thought. He wouldn't allow it unless he was 100% confident that the black queen would sneak in one of these directions and then creep towards this white rook. And just to show one other thing we were discussing in the break, we talked about, well, Simon mentioned 200 moves. Okay, what has Magnus done there? Okay, he's moved his rook just 1 square forward. So in this position, instead of going active, he's gone this way. And yeah, already we could see a scenario where the black queen, if it sidesteps, we could see White give up. Actually, maybe not in this exact position, but let's find a way. If the black queen sidesteps somewhere, then we will see a situation where knight and rook against a queen, but actually we prefer the knight and rook here, and we could even see black eventually lose this isolated pawn. It's probably doomed. And we could see this type of situation where, yeah, I mean, I think we would be in for 150 moves here, because black can never win this one. It's only a queen, and these 2 pawns can never march forward. But then again, it's hard for White to get past the queen, even with this passed pawn.
So is this basically the typical Magnus Carlsen position where you can squeeze and squeeze and squeeze?
I know I would. I'm not sure how much energy Magnus wants to burn, though. But if we get a situation like this, I think there's no risk playing. I mean, you could play 40 moves, just remaneuver, and then push a pawn before the 50-move rule, where the game is declared as well.
You're so sadistic. It's just like evil chess player. I mean, I hate playing you. I mean, I've had this before against you, and it's just like, oh, my words. I need a pint at this stage, you know. It's just like, really, really. Yeah, I mean, why not, though? You know, it gives you a chance. It's a World Championship match. I think Magnus will hone all his energy to do everything he can. Yeah.
Because it's also just about as much as tiring your opponent out, as well as you yourself playing a long game. You know, every single thing will count. And I agree. Why not drag it out? And you have to learn from the best.
I know.
And of course, if we do have any viewers that are new to chess, this rule, this 50-move rule with the pawns, David, what is that?
So if 50 moves elapse and there are no pawn pushes or captures, then the game is declared a draw. It shows that neither side is trying to make progress. So,
and is it immediately clear the draw, or can they say, no, I want to keep playing?
No, one of the players, it's a bit like when the position repeats itself 3 times, one of the players has to claim it.
Yeah.
So they write their move down on the score sheet, they stop the clock, they say to the arbiter, look, it's been 50 moves, my opponent hasn't made progress, they haven't done anything to change the position, and the game is a draw. I've been there many times when I've played for 50 moves and my opponent blunders on move 50, but you're not quite in time to win the piece.
No.
There was an amazing situation recently, I can't remember what it was, but it was basically someone had checkmate on move 51, forced checkmate. European teams.
Women's team champion.
Yeah, but there's nothing that the other side could do, so it's checkmate next move. But the player who was about to get checkmated claimed the draw because it's on move 50, which is just one move away. So that was, just an incredible thing that can happen.
That is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, rumour has it that Magnus Carlsen trained for this match with David Howe they spent a week just playing 200+ move games. They just sat there all night long getting themselves ready. All right, 200 moves, right, we'll start now. But you have to be tough in these situations, and this is maybe why Jan's done so much physical activity, because he must have been expecting to be in this position, and it's not just for today, it's for the next day. You can tire them out for the next day just by playing on.
Now so there's 3 days before a rest day.
That's right, so just tire them out if you think you're in better physical shape than them.
And Magnus in this 3-game portion will have 2 whites.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
And
to take away valuable preparation time from his opponent. Jan tomorrow with white probably wants to press, so why not take away some time where he can be studying openings?
Yeah.
I have to say something about the 50-move rule. Okay, so when it comes to 50 moves, it's your obligation to make the claim. But if it passes 50 and you have 75 moves where the opponent hasn't made progress, it's the arbiter's duty to actually just kill the game. Just cut the game short and say, nope, that's it.
All right.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. So,
you should know that.
I don't know. I never get to endings. I don't know
Komm sofort wieder.
I've already, sacrificed my piece and I lost by this stage.
I think that rule is extra relevant in rapid chess and blitz chess, where the players, they don't write down the moves, so they don't know exactly how many moves have gone by. So sometimes they might think it's 50, but they're not sure, so they don't claim, and the arbiter steps in at 75.
Well, David definitely knows these rules. He is the world record setter.
David wrote the book.
You come close, right, to setting the world record in the longest game?
Yes, not close enough, unfortunately.
But you do have what is your world records again? Youngest player to ever beat a grandmaster?
Yes.
At, was it 8 or 11?
8.
8 years old.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's quite incredible.
11, I scored against a world champion. It was a draw against Vladimir Kremnik.
Is that also a world record then?
It was at the time. I'm not sure if these kids are so good nowadays, but it was at the time in 2002.
And against Kremnik as well?
Against Kremnik, but I think he was kind to me. I'm not sure.
No,
he was.
No.
Yeah. And then the other one at the time, again, this is years ago, but it was the youngest player to qualify for a national championship.
Wow. So 3 world records.
Yeah.
Incredible. And one day you're going to set the world record for longest game. I have a feeling.
It's a matter of time.
Yeah.
Did you?
He came close at one time.
Maybe you were second, because David, how many moves? Like 260 moves?
It was only 236.
Pathetic.
But the thing is, I could have played on at least another 50, maybe even more.
Haut rein.
But my team manager, who was looking at me kind of for dinner, and I'm sure the players, they were also thinking of dinner. So
yeah. And the world record is 269?
269, yeah. But that was played in the days where the 50 move rule was a 100 move rule.
Right. So you kind of have the world record. You kind of in modern era.
The modern world record.
These are such sad world records.
Imagine, guys, if these guys go for another 6 hours.
I just love that David knows everything about the
longer games
in history.
He
knows how to break it.
If I got in this position as black against David, I'd just resign. I would just give up.
No.
I'd be like,
you have to order a packed lunch, dinner, everything. Yeah.
I mean,
get settled in.
Exactly. Get your blanket out. You're in for the long haul.
Lots of coffee. So.
Well, how long could this game be going on? What do you think?
I would be surprised if it ended in the next 10 or 15 moves. I think they might well get to move 60.
I thought you were going to say hours then.
I mean,
I was like, yeah, okay. Woof.
Let's dig deep, guys. Let's get those waffles back and let's go for another few hours. But on a serious note, I think that Magnus will try to get them to move 60 and then reassess.
Okay.
I think that Magnus is the one playing for the win here, and And Nepomniachtchi, he'll be trying to kill this game as quickly as possible. But there's no way to do that yet.
And I think this is now the longest game so far in the match, am I right?
Possibly.
Mir fällt gerade auf, dass meine Software noch nicht abgeschmiert ist. Ich habe gestern eigentlich neue Treiber drauf gemacht, Grafikkarte und Audio. Und die OBS-Software nochmal auch neu installiert. Ist jetzt scheint zu laufen. Drücken wir mal auf Holz. Klopfen wir auf Holz. Ja, läuft noch alles.
All three results still possible. And this one, the Black King is now just making it more difficult for the White Knight to pick off that isolated pawn over there on the H file. So White could still go after that pawn with the rook, but it would lose some coordination. Simon?
I was thinking Black's bishop is such a good piece, actually, because you'd love to get this rook on d3 in the middle of the board back, but you can't. So the bishop's very well placed there. I don't think Black can really improve his pieces.
I was wondering if the White Knight can go to the centre of the board now to start attacking that Black bishop.
Relocate itself to the c2 square, are you thinking?
Eventually, maybe. I'm not sure where that White Knight wants to go, but I was just thinking attack the Black bishop, attack a pawn. And Nepomniachtchi moves, he runs off maybe just to that chill-out room. But yeah, the move that comes to mind first for me was this knight coming to the centre, because as we mentioned, if the knight eliminates itself off of the bishop, White just wins. All of the Black pawns will drop later on. So the Black bishop has to move. And if it goes the whole way back, I don't think you can take this pawn, unfortunately. I was hoping you could capture this pawn with the White Knight, but now the Black Queen would swing across. And now we talk about coordination all the time, but it's that lack of coordination which costs White these two pieces hanging at the same time. Black's Queen, the reason Queens are so good is because they're just so adept at double attacks. And here, attacking this White Rook and attacking the Knight. So I have a feeling Magnus might try this Knight move at some point, but the thing is, what next once the bishop retreats? As Jovanka mentioned, it would be great to use this knight to attack this black pawn, but it's hard to find a path.
How deep are they calculating at this point? Is it many moves or is it just one move at a time?
Maybe not deep, maybe 3 or 4 moves at a time. 2 or 3 moves.
I mean, you could even try some stupid ideas like put the knight on a2 and then try to use the rooks, but again...
move the rook.
But I'm just thinking about that computer plan, you know, of putting... it sounds ridiculous, but putting those 2 white rooks behind the pawn and then using the knight to work its way towards...
behind the pawn, so this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
And then... well, you maybe move the rook down there first, and then just leave that idea in reserve, and then when you've done that, you kind of then get on with the process of going knight back down, and it looks totally passive, but it's got one goal in mind, which is to win the pawn.
It's a nice idea. I like it. Maybe start by putting the knight on d4 because it's a very nice square, and then move the rook behind.
The problem with putting the knight going immediately is that the queen could. Oh yeah, okay. In this particular position, it's fine.
Maybe something like this, but that's a nice idea. At least, and put the knight on c2 and then take on a. I like that idea.
And that's one reason we might see a long game, right? Because all the manoeuvring, White will take 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves to prepare this, and then go after the pawn. Then he might take another 10 moves to go and actually round it up. And,
very nice idea. Yeah.
Interesting. So right now we're expecting Magnus maybe to move this rook first. But it's unclear where he wants to put it.
I've seen his hand at least twice now, reaching for the board, and the piece is going to move. Again, the decisiveness and following his intuition. Oh, there it kind of comes again.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these top players. Once they win one game, then they trust their intuition. Then they're in the... Magnus talks about the word flow all the time. They get in the flow, the moves come easily, the calculation happens, the opponents fall into all the traps, and they just win game after game after game. But sometimes if you haven't won for a long time...
Wow, Jovanka has found the winning ID.
Wow.
Can I just call you Jovanka Carlson? You know? Can you just home in all those Carlson skills there?
I'm not quite sure that works.
Well, I don't know. Nice find, though.
Imagine if we'd done Guess the Move there. You would have won all of them, all the prizes.
Get a 3 years membership to G-Chess.
Oh, come on, Simon, give it.
I'll think about it. So, yeah.
All right, well, what do you think about it? Jovanka likes it.
Yeah, I like the idea. I mean, I like the fact that it's also very obvious what White wants to do. You know, just to round up that weak pawn on a3. And White will take their sweet, merry time to do it as well. You know, consolidate the position as much as possible. So I'm even thinking maybe in moments he can drop the king back to the g1 square and then...
Just to protect all the pawns.
Just to protect all the pawns, and then the knight will drop back, just so it can cover the c3 square for the bishop, and then...
I think it's a great plan. I think it's a great plan. I mean, it's also, we were struggling to find a concrete plan. It's nice when you got a concrete plan. So it's just like, you put the rook there, you know exactly your next 5 moves, and black has to do something to stop it. So, yeah, very, very clever, I think. Because I think even you put, I mean, interesting, you put the knight on d4, and I don't know if the bishop can take the knight and black wins that pawn. Is that still a draw, or is that white's got great winning chances, I guess, there? But
any situation, I think, that the knight and bishop disappear, I think white has great winning chances, even at the cost of a pawn for white.
I mean, we could look at that. I mean, because this is very likely. To stop this plan, I don't know. Let's say you go bishop c5 just to do this, and then maybe I don't know, like knight e2 maybe. Well, yeah, you could show
something like this. And if the white knight steps into the middle, if black ever gets tempted to take, and we'll see a situation like this one where white next move will take this pawn.
Is this winning? This is
winning.
To me, is this winning?
Well.
Yeah,
because you just take the h5 pawn and
you can do that, or you can also. I mean, even if the pawns were intact, I actually want an endgame like this because I just piled up on the seventh row and just swap off.
It's
2 rooks for a queen.
Easily winning, isn't it? You can just take on f6 as well.
Exactly.
Get winning king and pawn ending. But these are the kind of long-term things that you know you have to see. I mean, do computers find these ideas? I guess they do nowadays easily, but they didn't used to find these kind of long ideas. But
sometimes they still struggle. Sometimes they underestimate fortresses. They say +5 for white, but every move is +5 and it never changes. It's always +5. But in this type of scenario, maybe we can show this. Just the rooks will overpower the queen, and they can always give themselves up for the queen, even as long as they win a pawn in the process. And eventually, we've hoovered everything off here, but white will be left with 3 versus 2. And this is a winning endgame with just kings on the board.
So what does black do then to stop this very clever plan?
I mean, Nepomniachtchi, he's trying to stop it just by interfering with the white coordination. He's brought his queen to attack the white rook.
So rook a1, we continue.
But you don't need to go rook a1. You can go rook b1, right, and stop the queen coming to b3.
But am I worried about this? I mean, what if I just do the plan? Rook a1, knight e2, knight d4.
Okay, he's done it.
I mean, I don't see any way to stop it. Your plan, stick to your plan. Because bishop c3, I always take the pawn, and I got a very straightforward idea.
Actually, white's. We talked about coordination. They're defended.
And
now white's knight is just coming over, and it's going to slowly.
Well, I have to say, this would be amazing if this is a winning plan, because I don't think the computers, I haven't been checking on the supercomputers, have picked up on this idea. I mean, they were saying it's equal. I don't know what the most powerful computers are saying now, but I don't see how black stops this.
I mean, maybe there's a way for black to somehow allow white to take this pawn, but then paralyze the white pieces. So, for example, if black waits, then, no, I shouldn't wait in that way. I should maybe just drop back this way. Or it's hard to... I mean, here, white can eventually take this pawn, but there might be ideas like the bishop coming to attack the rook. It's going to be clumsy for white to ever take this pawn because of that cliche, knight's on the rim of dim, and as soon as the knight gets to the side of the board, maybe then black can pounce and try and target these kind of clumsy pieces. So maybe it's holding for black, but already it's that type of position where one slip and Magnus wins. Especially if he grabs this pawn at some point, if the knight can't take this pawn safely.
Wow. How is social media feeling about the drama in this game, Yamanka? I bet they're loving it.
They are absolutely enthralled to this whole action. You know, everyone is over the moon that it hasn't been full of opening preparation with quite a dry technical position. We've seen emotions, we've seen roller coaster, blunders, everything. Okay, so we have some moves, and Magnus waiting in a very good way. He's consolidating all his pawns. The king is now protecting everything. And he's just waiting for the right time to relocate the knight so that he can attack.
I think there's a mini trick there. If you went knight e2, queen h4 was a little cheapo. But as you say, you don't need to rush as white. No. You just take your time here.
Yeah, we have to show that because even in these positions, tricks exist. And Simon, that's well spotted. I was wondering why the knight didn't just retreat, go for that plan. But if it did, then whoops, queen takes pawn. It swings the whole way across with a check. And because of this pin, the white pawn cannot capture the queen. So it's illegal, unfortunately, to take this queen. and black would win a pawn with check, and you don't want this. So that's why Magnus, of course, he's aware of the tricks. He just drops the king away from this diagonal, as Simon says.
And
nice.
I don't know if the time situation is relevant, but we can see they are halfway to the next time control.
5 Stunden
and they're both
freuen sie
kind
sich
of on
schon am
track
Spielen.
to,
5 Stunden.
I think, get there without any trouble. But you know, this plan's ongoing. But David,
Das
you did
ist
find
schon
that way to stop
Porno.
this plan.
Das ist schon,
putting the bishop in the
schon
centre
ganz
of the
geil,
board
echt.
at the right time. Maybe it's just about okay.
Yeah, the bishop can never go to the centre now because this pawn drops, but in some situations, if white isn't ready, then the bishop will land in the centre and destabilise this rook. It's definitely Nepomniachtchi who's having to find these defensive resources, though. Yeah. And I think the one thing is for sure, no matter what the result is, we'll learn a lot about the player's stamina and endurance in this game. Because we might well see mistakes creep in once we enter the 6th hour. Yeah, it's. They've already been going 5 hours now.
So this game is far from over.
Still, yeah,
far from over.
Yeah. How would you guys feel if you were sitting by the board right now after?
I can tell you how David would be feeling.
I'd be in heaven.
He'd be having the time of his life.
Just warming up.
Forget about Christmas. This is my Christmas. So,
you know me too well, Simon.
I think I'd be enjoying it if I had the white pieces, but I would not be enjoying it if I was black here at all. Just no fun at all.
So it's sort of up to Magnus with the white pieces here to initiate if they're going to head into a draw or if he just wants to keep squeezing.
He will definitely keep squeezing, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Actually, here, if Magnus wanted to draw, he could just move his king back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't think black can improve the position. Black's queen and bishop are tied down defending their pawn. So, yeah, Magnus can take a draw anytime he wants, but Nepomniachtchi fighting.
Do you think he's looking back in time, Jan Nepomniachtchi, to the situation where he had many times he had close to winning positions? Will he be aware?
I was just looking at the camera and he's looking as though he's saying to Magnus, you knew I had you on the ropes. And now I find myself in this not so good position where I'm grovelling for a draw. Yeah, he's irritated.
I think the winning plan of that last line David said is like, oh no, maybe not. You've changed your mind. Yeah, okay.
We'll come to that then when.
We'll see it anyway. Knight e2 to d4.
White's knight will drop back. That's one thing we should as well mention to the viewers. You should never look back during the games. Don't regret things. Just live in the moment. That's why Magnus is known as kind of the bounce back king. Anytime he loses a game, he bounces back next. And even he blunders. I remember a famous incident where he played our friend, the English Grandmaster Gawain Jones. He just blundered a piece in one move. He was a whole knight down, Magnus. But he still turned it around and won.
Wow.
So the top players, they blunder. We're all human. We all make mistakes. You can't look back and regret. You have to look forward.
Is that another one of those chess lessons that also work in life? Don't look back and regret anything. Just live your life and...
I'm the worst to ask about life. Chess, I can maybe give some advice, but not life. Sorry.
Apparently, was it Eric,
Simon can.
Eric von Winkle brought out this amazing book. You can Google it, but you probably won't find it because it's such a rare book. If anyone can find a link to this book, it's Chess and Life. Chess and Life, actually.
Chess and Life.
2nd edition. And it was things you can learn from playing chess. And that's quite a good question. What can you actually learn in life from chess? Like you say, patience is a virtue. You know, grind your opponent down for hours and hours. I don't know. There's loads of things.
So that is the follow-up from Chess and Fishing, then?
Chess and Fishing was number 1.
Yeah.
But Eric von Winkle's bestseller was definitely Chess and Life.
Gary Kasparov wrote a book, right? How chess imitates life.
It's true.
How
life imitates chess.
That way around. Yeah. So that was
even Jonathan Browson as well had this Moves That Matter. Chess and Life.
Famous grandmaster and philosopher.
Yep.
Successful philosopher as well.
Yeah.
All right.
I do have a rather cool question that we were asked a lot earlier on, but I still would like to put it to both David and Simon. And it's from Ben Bradmore, who says, if the three of us had to play as a team against Magnus Carlsen, with one of you playing the opening, another the middle game, and another the ending, who would you assign to each phase? Now, it's very clear who we're going to have as our endgame.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd rather get David to play all 3 parts, but I mean, if we can't do that, you're at the end, Dave. You're going to come into, that's easy.
Move 100, I'll take over.
Yeah. I don't know, really. I mean, what do you reckon? Would you take the opening or the middle game? My openings can be a bit dodgy, so
they can also be genius.
They can also be pretty genius.
They're a bit up and down. So depends if you want to gamble too much. Who's our opponent? If you want to gamble,
Magnus is your opponent.
Magnus.
Oh, you're playing Magnus.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh,
and remember, we have our ace up our sleeve.
We've got our ace up our sleeve.
So we just have to head into the end game.
We're not going to get there, are we? That's the problem.
I can get you halfway there, but you have to promise to
outplay or be on par with Magnus in the middle game. Yeah, easy. Yeah.
We have to take some risks if we want to beat him.
Yeah. So the answer is Yvonne can do the opening.
I'll do the opening.
Simon will
game. Middle game.
And then end game genius.
And Dave's tagged in at the end. So yeah.
Or solidly hold a fortress or something.
That would
be claim the 50 move rule.
That would be a cool game. Oh, look, Ian. He is about to make his move.
Okay. And just his face, like having played him many times, it looks like he's slightly annoyed that it's not as easy as he thought it would be. Maybe it should still be a draw, but he knows it's not straightforward. It's not simple. And he's just waiting with the Black Queen. He's not necessarily threatening anything. He's just kind of, biding his time.
Yeah. And it is Magnus again in the move. I think we're going to head down to Tanya in Dubai. I bet it's still very tense there. Okay, very soon. Tanya is going to show us something very cool, I heard, in Dubai. But for now, it's Magnus in the move.
Sorry, has she found Eric von Winkle's book?
Maybe that is it.
Really? I'm waiting to get a copy of that. If anyone finds it, I'll pay you £1 million. I don't have £1 million, but, just in case you do find it somewhere.
This is just an incentive for someone out there.
To go book searching.
Or to write
the book. No, it has to be the original copy. I'm not going to have any fake copy. It's got to be the 1802 book written in Vienna.
Okay, and a really interesting moment, actually. I'm just trying to do some calculation. At first, for half a second, I thought maybe Magnus had blundered, but it's not a blunder. He has a trick up his sleeve.
Aha.
Okay,
yes. Nice.
We're gonna go through that trick in a second, but we have to head down to Tanya. Oh, it starts. Where are you right now, Tanya?
Auf C.
I'm inside the playing hall one more time. We managed to sneak right in. Come on, let's take a look at what's going on here. I've got a whisper again, guys. I've got a security guard right behind me, and he's probably going to ask me to leave any moment, but let's see how far we can get. And on my left, you can see the fish tank, the glass box. The players are inside. And if you just move in a bit more to the left, that little door that you see is where the players go and rest. The black door is actually Magnus Carlsen's resting space. Just a little ahead of that is where Jan Nepomniachtchi heads when he takes it. When he gets out and takes a little walk up on the screen, we can see the live board. That's where the spectators get a look at what's happening. And guys, I think we have to get out of here really soon. And that's... the spectators are right there. We have to leave this space. We're not allowed to be in here too long. Complete silence. Very exciting stuff. And even though the time scramble and the mess and the chaos is over, the two players are still fighting it out. What a game this has been. I've got to get out of here.
I love it, Tanya. Sneaky. And I can almost feel the tension all the way up here to Oslo. The tension that must be inside that playing hall, looking at these two players. Think, again, after that dramatic, those dramatic minutes leading up to move 40, Magnus Carlsen is in the move. Can he still push for a win in this one?
Magnus will try. He would love to get to move 60 right now, get a little bit more time, and then reassess. But it's looking difficult, to be honest. That plan that we were so keen on, I think Nepomniachtchi's found a good antidote. If we dive into the position, just at this moment, Magnus has just placed his knight in the centre and Nepomniachtchi reacted by retreating his king. I just want to show viewers as well, you always got to be alert to these tactics. At first, it looks like Black can give up his bishop for a pawn to explode open the structure around White's king. And now, if the pawn captures this bishop, then we would see a check and a double attack. The queen could next take the white knight. But Magnus here, he wouldn't have captured this bishop. He would have flicked in an Zwischenzug, an intermediate move, just attacking the black queen first. And next move, no matter where the black queen goes, he'll take this bishop, and even if the king is forced out into the open, two rooks and a knight together will beat the black queen. So, OK, Nepomniachtchi knew he couldn't go for that trick, so he stepped back with the Black King, just waiting. And talking of waiting, Magnus does the same. If Magnus goes for this pawn, this is the plan we wanted to enact, right? Just ganging up against this pawn with 3 pieces, then the issue is the black bishop can park itself in the middle of the board. And it would hit this white rook in the corner, meaning there's no time to take this black pawn. And at the very least, black could even put his bishop on this square in some situations. So that was avoided by Magnus. Instead, he moved his king to the side. And now Jan Nepomniachtchi going for this trap again, trying to take this pawn because of the pin that the bishop has created towards the white king. Maybe Magnus can't improve the position. Will we see him retreat his king, the queen go back where it came from, and we might see a repetition of the position.
Can you take on a3 here, Dave? I mean, if you
current position,
maybe this is the position you were thinking. If you can't break through, if Magnus maybe realised here, okay, he's tried everything, I've got to now transform the position somewhat, and by taking on a3, we get this ending that you mentioned earlier, potentially.
Okay, how would this look like? So Magnus with a rook and a knight against a queen, a mighty queen.
Yeah, so white has an extra pawn as well. So a rook, knight and pawn together is 9 points, a queen worth 9 points. So actually level material, but white is the only one who can win here because white has stabilized everything. This knight especially just glorious. It can never get kicked away. White's rook as well, it's got freedom to roam. It would love to come up and across, maybe take this pawn, or maybe it will come up and swing across, defended by its knight, and just park itself on another outpost. Everything defended. I mean, I would love to see Magnus play this personally, just for another 50 moves. But it is a bit of a commitment. Maybe he'll try a few things first and then go for this type of thing later. If he gets another chance. Actually, Simon, I like it. I hope Magnus takes this pawn.
I think so. I mean, he probably realises now that if he tries this great plan that Ivanka found, it's not actually working. It looked like a brilliant try, but if this plan doesn't work, you have to transform things, and otherwise you agree a draw at some point. So, OK, you got an opportunity to do it now, take it.
And what about if rook takes pawn? Can black take this guy first?
Yeah, I was hoping just king g1, I guess, or king g1's best, because the stop the check. Yeah. And at least I got rid of the a pawn now. This gives me great chances, I feel.
Yeah, and black doesn't have time to take because now the queen is attacked. The pin has been broken. And when the queen moves, maybe white has got some chances.
It was quite funny watching Tanya in the stadium there, because you could see it was a packed out football stadium there. But no, everyone's obviously watching our commentary instead, which is far better. But it reminds me of one of the only World Championships I went to was in 1993, and it was Nigel Short versus Garry Kasparov, and it's pre-computer days, so you couldn't watch the streams online. You had a major stadium, I think it was at the Savoy in London.
Oh, that sounds fancy.
It was really special. I was quite young, and these kind of events, inspire you to want to play chess. And the great thing was that everyone, it was totally packed out inside, maybe 200, 300, whatever seats, and everyone had headphones in, and they had commentary in the headphones. So you had, I think, Danny King, brilliant commentator, and whoever else, maybe Peter Wells, doing commentary. But it was really funny because you didn't have this place where you stop, the little, what's it called, glass shell place.
Yeah.
So whenever they did a joke, the whole stadium would start laughing. So the players are playing, and then you have 200 people like laugh, and the players would be like, what are they laughing at? Have I played a bad move? And it's like obviously someone in the headsets telling a joke. So they actually, I think, had to tell them, you got to do the commentary, but no joking. No joking. You can't make people laugh. Laughing is banned. So that was that. But it was great to watch one of these things in the flesh, because you could walk around outside, lots of grandmasters, the feeling, the whole environment was incredibly special. And I'd say to anyone, if you get a chance to, watch something live, it's amazing. I mean, I don't know if you guys had any inspiring events in your careers which made you think, I really want to become a top chess player. I mean, that was one for me anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen many inspiring games, but it's more actually meeting the players and learning about their personalities, talking to them, that inspired me. And I wish I was there in '93. Actually, one of my first memories of chess was when I was about 6 years old, watching all these old videotapes, the VCR tapes of that match and the commentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was I think they had dozens and dozens of live TV shows in England on the main channels of that match. And that's something we can only dream of nowadays. I know it happens in Norway, live TV of chess, but in England, not anymore, unfortunately.
It was on Channel 4 with Carol Borderman.
It was.
And we used to tune in every evening and just watch their recap. So, I mean, it was really, really nice. And your story really reminded me of something, incidentally, that happened in Game 6 between the Tal and Botvinnik. So, Tal was like this young 24-year-old, firebrand, fireworks on the board, and Botvinnik, of course, was the current world champion. And Botvinnik, they didn't have computers then, hadn't really played against Tal, so couldn't train for him, so he lost really badly in one game. And in Game 6,
of course,
Tal,
Game 6.
There was, Tal made a sacrifice. And the whole audience went nuts. They were like, oh my God, this is amazing. And they went so crazy that the audience had to be evicted from the hall. They had to be shipped into some, that's right, into a back room. And they were told, no, don't get excited.
I like it that the audience they've been told to be quiet, and you're too loud, just get out, you know. So,
but you know, back then when they didn't have computers, because obviously now in a crowd someone could have a phone or someone in there saying that, oh, this was a great move. So obviously they cannot give the players any hints. But back then, when there weren't computers, if you wanted to cheer for a move, can that be kind of cool?
Well, you could be like, knight F4, knight F4. No, you could. I mean,
but you wouldn't have any machines or anything you could bring in there, and you would think that the best players are sitting up there.
It's kind of more romantic in a way, because you don't know the real evaluation of position. Nowadays, anyone watching, even if they're a complete beginner, of course, can look at a computer and say, oh, it's a draw, easy. But without the computer telling you, even the top players would get the assessment wrong, and it's very hard. So it's kind of like more mysterious, maybe, in a way, I feel. It's like, but yeah.
What do you think? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
hätte ich selber nicht gedacht, dass sie echt noch so lange spielen, ey. Wahnsinn.
The audience suggesting moves, and it hasn't really happened in a World Championship match, but it certainly has happened in tournaments. Like, there's been critical moments, and the audience, someone's been watching, and they haven't realised that there's two players playing a game, and they just make a move. And there was one time where someone came and said, I think this one wins.
Yeah, I've heard that. Well, they thought they were analysing. This happened at Lloyd's Bank. So, it was crazy.
I think it wins, and then the players got really upset.
But they thought the two players were actually analysing their game, but they weren't. They were playing their proper game. So the top grandmaster came over and said, you're just playing, queen takes thing, checkmate in 20 or something. Yeah. And then like, oh, OK. We have him. He's gone for it. Has he gone for it?
Yeah, he has gone for it.
Well, I think your idea, Dave, just to last another 100 moves. So
we're in.
Funny you found such an idea. So,
strap yourselves in, everyone. We are in for a long grind here. So Magnus now has just taken that pawn with his rook, and the pawn actually has to decide. Does he go and take that rook with his bishop? And we would see that situation of the black queen against the white rook and knight, or does black resist that temptation and just go and grab a pawn with the black queen? To be honest, I'm not sure which one I would go for. If we see black take that white rook, then I think we're guaranteed another 50 moves, minimum. But if black's queen takes the white pawn, giving that check, utilising that pin that we mentioned of the black bishop against the white king, then Nepomniachtchi would be going for a more direct way to solve his problems. And personally, he's got 28 minutes here to make 8 moves, 7-8 moves. I would spend at least 10-15 minutes now just trying to work out whether he can force a draw with queen takes pawn, check or not. Because the other alternative would be suffering for black.
But Magnus only has 14 minutes to make those moves. Is that worrying?
I think if the black bishop does take that rook, then the position will stabilise, and Magnus has an easy 10 moves if he wants. He can just put them on the board instantly because there's no risk at all for white. However, if the black queen goes and takes this pawn, then maybe some calculation to be done.
All right. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi is now thinking, and we think maybe he's gonna. Okay. No, no, he's not. Very quickly.
Obviously. So he doesn't get tempted with that long game. I'm gutted there. I thought we would be in for another 2-3 hours, but he's taken a pawn with the black queen. This is the more direct approach. So now black's queen is attacked. The white pawn couldn't take it last move, but after the white king has moved, it can capture that black queen. The black queen has to sidestep. I expect it to just step 1 square to the side. And the White King might be a target now.
Yeah. I was going to say that. I mean, because now the play is pretty concrete, because Black Queen is going to move. I'm thinking the G4 square. And after that, maybe Black will be playing H4. Maybe Black can even think about playing Bishop takes pawn. So, for instance, if the Rook decides to go on a merry adventure and attack the Bishop, for instance, then Bishop takes pawn is a serious idea.
Yeah, Bishop takes pawn, and now the White King is really forced out into the open. I'm not 100% sure what's happening here, but I think Black should be safe. For example, after just Queen takes pawn, eliminating all the White pawns, and this King, it's too open to hope for many winning chances for White. At the very least, Black will give checks for the next 50 moves and should be able to force a draw. So, yeah.
So could it be a draw shortly, you think?
Could be. If Magnus isn't able to find a way to keep the game going before move 60, and he doesn't have much time, then we might well see a draw. So I'm expecting this move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe he's just contemplating whether he can play Bishop takes pawn now, but it's less tempting while the White Rook guards this pawn. If Black can't remove all the pawns, then he can't really go for this.
Okay.
Or a lot of risk would be involved. I mean, he could still try and gamble and hope that this pawn runs. Harry the H-pawn, trying to become Harriet by becoming a queen. But yeah, I think that Bishop takes pawn move would be a bit risky. So Queen G4 looks like the key. And then this move, as Ivanka mentioned, also on the cards. The White King not as safe as it used to be.
Okay. Well, they have played now for 5.5 hours, spent 5.5 hours inside the fish tank, inside this room. Obviously, it's very important with great air quality, and Tanya has met up with some experts on air quality.
I've got a very special guest with us. Joining us is Lauren Peterson from Airthings. Lauren, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
How's it going? How's your experience at the World Championship in Dubai?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, we at Airthings are super proud to be part of the chess world these days and empowering the world to breathe better and educating people about the importance of good air quality.
Airthings has been massive. They played a massive role in online chess. And I see we've got a very cool device with us here. Lauren, tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, this is Airthings' new device, the View Plus. This will tell you if the air quality in the room that you're in is good or not. And if you're at home, it'll give you tips through an app on how to improve the air quality to make it better for you so that you take care of your health and well-being, but also cognitive abilities, which we know is really important when it comes to chess.
And especially with this boom in online chess, we see chess players sitting in their room, they're indoors for long hours playing, so it's super important to have a good environment so their brains work to optimum capacity.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's the same if you're at an office or at school or at home. I mean, air quality has a massive role to play when it comes to both health and well-being and how much you can concentrate. So we see that this is really, really important, and the chess world is starting to catch on.
Absolutely. Any tips for chess players, how they can work on this?
Well, the first thing to know if your air quality is good enough, you really have to monitor it, and the View Plus from Airthings is a great option for that. So to get one at home or at school, you can find out more at airthings.com.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And there we have it. If you got to put in that mind of yours at best use, make sure you know that it's a good environment. Get it with Airthings.
Great tips from the experts on air quality. Jan Nepomniachtchi made his move. It was the move that our experts here, one of the moves they were expecting, and now it's Magnus thinking. David is saying that probably they're gonna, head into move 60, and then let's see what happens. But Tanya is standing also now with Vladimir Potkin. How is he feeling about what's going on, Tanya?
Kaya, that's exactly what we want to find out as the fight continues. The mess of the time control's over. We've got Grandmaster Vladimir Potkin with us. Vladimir, time control, they've made the control, but still the position remains a big fight for Jan.
Yeah, well, no, I'm pretty confident that Jan will make draw here. Yeah, he is very active with his queen, and he likes to play with queen. And yeah, of course, it was like a big thriller in time trouble. I mean, maybe mostly because of no increment, and Jan was looking how to win this game, but it was over a fortress for Magnus, and he already made not precise move, let's say, but I think Magnus already missed huge chances for him, so I don't know how he'll sleep tonight, after all.
The bar was going up and down. It felt like both players missed chances, and as you mentioned, could be very difficult getting sleep. The current position that we've got on the board, and right now H4 has been traded for A3. How are you evaluating this? Is this closer to a draw or still difficult for Black?
No, as far as I see, Jan is going ahead by time, and Queen is very active, so I believe he will cover this. Yeah, of course, need to be precise, but I think he will, be able to make this draw in the end. Yeah.
Vladimir, you mentioned when the time scramble was on, you were not at the venue. The team was watching the match from elsewhere. What was the feeling like? What was the emotion at that point?
Well, I just think how it goes, because we should prepare for next games. So I always believe in Jan. Everything happened, but things were developing pretty fast in time trouble. So it was like a big run, just.
Big run, and Jan is known to be as one of the fastest players on the planet. His speed is definitely one of his fortes. But over here, it's a different format. It's when he made the last move, the 40th move, with just 5 seconds on the clock. What were you thinking at that moment?
Yeah, well, of course, players used to play with increment, and here, but I believe that 5 seconds is like a whole life, So it was still enough for Jan to make this move, and he was not nervous at all.
And was there any one specific moment where you were really worried about Jan's position?
No, I saw that Magnus also has a lack on the clock, and it will be extremely difficult for him to find out this very precise moves that engine shows, but for human it's not that easy at all. And I mean, because if two, let's say, best players now in the world are lacking finding this winning possibilities, it shows that it was not so easy at all, in the circumstances.
And Vladimir, getting out of that time control when you enter this new stage of the game, how does a player reset themselves? How do they forget about what has just happened?
Well, it's not that easy, but they are used to it. So, of course, it's a big fight, and we just will prepare for the next game and calmly.
Thank you so much, Vladimir, for joining us. Wow, the tremendous fight of Game 6 continues. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you. It's so interesting to hear from a team member of Jan and how they were feeling during that dramatic time leading up to move 40.
Yeah, I think Vladimir Potkin, he was just playing it cool. I'm sure they were nervous as anything. And yeah, I think both camps would have been sweating during that time scramble. I know both players clearly were sweating as well. And he said this position should be a draw. I agree it should be, but I'm not so certain it's going to be as painless for Jan as Potkin thinks. White's last move, the knight retreat, attacks the black queen with one of the white rooks. And that white knight is heading back towards maybe fresher pastures, towards some outposts. If white can stabilize with the knight and stop any black pawn breaks, stop the black pawns marching forward, then definite winning chances for Magnus.
Okay.
So still some key moments ahead. Still far, far from a result right now.
And they still have to make 5 moves to reach move 60 to gain 15 more minutes for the rest of the game. And from move 61, they also gain then 30 seconds increment for each move they make. It just looks to me, 11 minutes on the clock for Magnus, only 15 more minutes to gain for the rest of the game. It just sounds like it's a little, but maybe it is in this situation. The moves won't be that hard to find.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about the moves. It's also he can bail out with a draw, I think, at any moment.
Okay.
Probably if Magnus offered a draw, Jan would just immediately accept and they'd run out together and Jan would be relieved.
So is it very important for Jan then to not spend too much time here, to be up on the clock, because he does not have that possibility to bail out?
Yeah, I think if the shoe was on the other foot, then maybe he would be uncomfortable. How about you guys? If you were low on time here, I mean, if you're low on time in general in this type of position, would you be worrying?
If it's Magnus that's low on time, and Magnus has many moves that he can make that would simply just pass, doesn't change the kind of nature of the position. If it were Nepomniachtchi who was in time trouble with his position, I would be seriously concerned, because his position is not very easy. He has to play very accurately and find some good plans to maintain the balance, and it's not clear at all here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ignore that evaluation bar basically, because it's going to say 0.0 for a long time, but 1 or 2 slips by Jan and it might change. So the black queen needs to move. she can attack the white knight, for example. Also, black's bishop in the center is attacking the white rook in the corner, but the white rook's just going to step up 1 square, I think, guaranteed next move, as long as the black queen attacks the white knight. And then white will have some time to just reassemble the pieces.
If you think who's made the most progress since time control, interesting question, because at time control we were clearly saying that I think it was probably should be a draw, but Magnus could push. The situation has changed a lot, and I would have thought that Magnus has made more progress because he's got rid of Jan's very dangerous pawn. He can play lots of different ideas still here, but he's got a clear target. The black's Harry pawn can be ganged up on, and I would have thought he'd be quite happy with the transformation since the time control, probably, you know. So
I mean, this black structure is ruined, right? If you could kind of shift this black pawn across 1 square so they all protect each other, probably it's just a simple draw. But
I mean,
this pawn is a big target.
And I know Potkin was saying, Jan's very good with the queen, but Magnus is pretty good in these positions as well. You know, he knows how to put loads of pressure on for a long period of time. So I'm actually, I'm going to go for a white win here just to stick my neck out. Actually, I think this is looking more like a white win than it was before. But
how will you deal with the immediate threat against this rook, but also against this knight?
I'll probably just go rook a2. I guess it's something simple.
Okay. So you're not worried about any checks? White king.
Not yet. I'll move it up and
move it up.
And
maybe you could even move it this way. Just if you go 1 square forward, maybe you get checked again. Maybe that's a bit annoying. So has Magnus gone for that? He has indeed. He's gone for your move, and maybe in this position he can even go this direction, because yes, this is a pin, but anytime the pawn steps forward, it's just going to get taken by the white rook.
Seems a very nice position for him, I think. I don't know if you guys had to. If your life depended on putting this on a result, what would you?
This is like my ultimate fantasy. This position for white, you can press, no stress, no risk.
White win, Simon.
No.
Sorry?
White win.
You go for a white.
Yeah, this rook, I mean, if Magnus gets the time, for example, if the black king just takes a time out, if black doesn't do anything, if white gets time to just put his rook on this square, you're never getting rid of this piece.
And I think you can get your knight to a better square, obviously. There's loads of good squares for the knight. I mean, you come to f3, you can come to f4. There's so many good... So, I mean, it looks...
reroute around,
Yeah, I mean, f3 looks quite good too. Even just threaten the exchange of the bishop and lots of ways. I mean,
actually, I really like this idea. Put the knight on h3, just guarding this pawn, and then the 2 rooks are both free to roam.
Yeah,
they're both
very tricky.
Excellent idea there, David. Because I was just pondering. I was just pondering how to do that, because there is the issue, right, in this current position that we have on the analysis board, that the black queen will start harassing the knight, then they'll harass the rook, and then harass the pawn, all on the second row. So. Yeah, I love your idea of reinforcing the defence of f2 with a knight.
Yeah, it takes time, but if you can do this, for example, then you defend. And now, I mean, this rook eventually, for example, if black just guards this pawn, then the other rook can come round from behind now and start harassing the black king.
Is the 50-move rule an issue at all? To move a pawn or have an exchange?
Not yet. So the last capture was on move 53. So we've had 4 moves since the last capture. And unless there's another 46 moves without Magnus maybe kind of rounding up this pawn, then the 50-move rule shouldn't be too relevant yet.
So nothing he thinks about right now?
No, but the only plan for white really is to take this pawn, this isolated pawn. So he's got 46 moves to do that. He should be okay. I mean, along the way, maybe the knight will trade off for the bishop, and then the counter resets back to number 1, and the 50-move rule continues. Meanwhile, Jan, he's pausing here. That means he's uncomfortable. And I think that white just has this really simple plan at some point of bringing the rook across, and I don't see how to stop it for black. Suddenly, we talked about coordination again. Suddenly, these rooks connect to each other. They also defend their knight. Everything really stable for white.
So horrible to defend these positions as well. I mean, like... you might lose anyway, but you've got to sit and suffer while just wait is no fun. I mean, I know you enjoy pushing in the positions, but don't say you enjoy defending these positions, because something is wrong with you. If you enjoy defending these positions for like 3 hours, you need to see someone. You really do.
Simon, he saved so many bad positions for the England team.
But you enjoy these. You'd like to be black here.
It's a challenge. It's like being a goalkeeper in football. It's like you can't win anything, you can't gain anything. But if you make a nice save, you feel satisfied, and it's the goalkeeper's glory.
I'll get some numbers for you, David. So,
yeah, I agree with you, Simon. That is a goalkeeper mentality that is very hard to put yourself into.
Not for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a big talent, though.
It's a big talent if you enjoy these things. Yeah.
And it's a skill that Nepomniachtchi will need if he's going to win this match. Nepomniachtchi, he knew at some point he would get outplayed. At some point he would suffer, and he needs to dig deep. And I'm sure he's been training this. It just reminds me of the Grand Swiss. I played this 143 move game, and I think I blundered on move 17 as white, so I was defending for the next 120 something moves. So in a similar situation to Nepomniachtchi, always having to just be accurate, defend, and okay, he's brought his queen across meanwhile, so he's going to be hoping he can save this. But Magnus, it's hard to read his body language right now. He's looked at the clock there, just glanced away at the clock, so Magnus has to make, this is about to be move 58, he's going to make 3 moves in 10 minutes. It's less drastic than it was earlier, at least.
It looks uncomfortable to me. New to chess, you know, the black queen just looking at both of those rooks. Why is it not an issue for Magnus as he makes his move?
At least the rooks will always protect each other, and they'll outnumber the black queen. So the black queen can attack them as much as she wants, but she will get frustrated. She doesn't really have a role to play right now. She's just kind of drifting aimlessly around. And I think the queen, it's sitting there just so that the white rooks are stuck, so they can't swing across to the other side. The white rooks would love to kind of relocate to the H file now, but meanwhile, Magnus just makes a move. He wants to get closer to move 60, and then he'll think a bit later on.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi in the move. His clock is ticking down as well. So the big plan for Magnus is to get one of the rooks over to the H file.
Yes.
And if he does, is that winning?
Potentially. Especially if white can activate the white knight and switch the rooks over to the H file, he'll for sure win black's H pawn, which is isolated and which has been pretty much abandoned. And if he wins that pawn, I think big winning chances.
But how? How is he going to get there with this queen?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah.
And Nepomniachtchi has to try to maintain this bind to keep the white rooks paralyzed. Do you guys see any winning plan for white yet? Or is he just going to make move 60 and then worry about it afterwards?
I think that's, if I've learned anything from sitting next to you, it's to get to move 60.
Take your time.
Exactly. Yeah. And get that extra time on your clock and then take those committal decisions.
Yeah, then we see Nepomniachtchi fiddling with the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if I was white here, I might be thinking like E4 and then put the knight on F5, but there's many sort of things you can do here.
Yeah, so you want to block this check with the pawn?
Maybe, it's a bit committal, so I don't know if I'd want to play that one straight away, but I'd maybe try your plan, put the knight on H3. If that didn't work, I'll go back, put it on F3. I'm learning, you see, I'm learning.
And you do have the luxury in this position of making your opponent suffer and just kind of, you've got all the time in the world.
Exactly.
I think you should be able to push this bishop away, and black's bishop is actually quite a good piece there. I mean, I wouldn't really want to attack it with a pawn, but at the right moment, I kind of like knight F3 and rook A5 as well as a way, something like this. But at some point, I should be able to move that bishop. And if I win the pawn on H5, surely then it's a matter of time.
Yeah, maybe we can just show this on the board. And one thing I should say as well is, you mentioned this move, and maybe it's good, maybe it's not, just to block this check. But I think it would be a huge mistake to play it on move 59.
Yeah.
It's committal, like you say. So if you're sure about it later, when you've got 15 minutes on the clock, then play it. But definitely get to move 60 first, and then spend some time deciding whether to push pawns, because they don't move backwards. Maybe this is the only structure that wins, rather than pushing and maybe allowing a pawn trade later on. So Magnus, I think, will move his king, and as you call, if you can bring this rook across at the right time, maybe later on you push this pawn forward, destabilize the black bishop. Once you've relocated the white knight, of course. If you can kind of bring it, as you mentioned, just kind of park it in front of one of the pawns.
Yeah, I mean, what
would be ideal.
What do you think the end game's like if you go knight F4 and the knight is captured? Is this
so for example, this type of ending?
Yeah, I guess you take with
Jungs, ihr macht mich fertig.
Is this the winning ending?
Looks like it's winning because you
bit similar to before, isn't it?
Exactly, pile up on the f6 pawn.
Yeah, because f4 seems like a pretty decent square for the knight as well.
Krimi,
I think this is just a straightforward when you bring your rook across,
again,
give up
same
the
idea.
rook for a queen and pawn, and you'll have a 3 versus 2 majority if you can get a pawn while trading the rooks for the queen.
And is there any kind of hope in potential trading the queen for the 2 rooks? So you maybe have a situation where
in the current position?
Yeah, you can't, well, not in the current position, but I mean, I'm just kind of trying to visualize ahead and thinking, you know, I kind of see the scenario that the h5 pawn will fall. Maybe there's a queen defending that pawn, and maybe there can be this huge trade.
With a knight and bishop on the board.
Yeah, a knight and bishop on the board. So so it's like 3 pawns.
Let's try to show something similar to this. It will take a while to try and achieve. Let's just say we wait. I know there are some better moves for both sides, but you mentioned this type of scenario.
Yes.
If we see a trade and white winning a pawn in the process, this is tough to call. I think some winning chances for white, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, because there's so few pawns remaining.
I just saw quite a cool tweet there. Someone else mentioned they were at that World Championship match I mentioned with Nigel Short and we can see it here, Nigel Short versus Kasparov in, was it 90? It was 93.
93, yeah.
But they were also saying, so they had to, the arbiter, the poor guy, had to have a silence. So every time they laughed, he had to, silence, you can't laugh.
Okay,
so it is, and it was quite well. I mean, that World Championships is quite phenomenal because you know, Kasparov won quite clearly, but the games it was nearly a win nearly every game. It was really exciting chess as well. So, and Nigel got very good positions, but
he did.
Gary was Gary.
Yeah, and I remember the first game he lost on time.
In a promising position.
Oh, really promising position,
On move 40. Just one move to make. And he lost on time. We nearly saw that today, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so.
Wow.
I don't know. Most exciting World Championships, do you think? Oof.
I'll say that was probably up there.
That was up there, yeah, because it's nice to see a fellow English player, isn't it? So,
it was exciting in that respect, but in terms of the results, it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, agreed.
For me, it must be one of those Kasparov-Karpov matches, you know, when it was even Stevens. Until the end.
And we'll talk about that, I guess, on another day, you know. So, there was, great. And, of course, you had Karpov-Korchnoi, the yogurt instance and the sunglasses instance. I mean, that was bizarre. Yes.
I heard about the sunglasses, but yogurt incident.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yogurts. Well, yeah.
Well, Karpov's team sent over some blueberry yogurt to Karpov, but Karpov hadn't asked for it. So Korchnoi was like, well, what is this? This is a sign. You guys are trying to transmit signs to your player. And there was a whole sorts of incidents and...
Oh, wow.
Maybe blueberry yogurt meant pushing something on the B file.
Exactly, you know.
But then, they had this hypnotist. Well, we'll talk about it another day. But they had a hypnotist.
Wow.
So Karpov apparently got a hypnotist to sit in the front row just to stare at Korchnoi. You know, and Korchnoi got his double, glazed sunglasses out to stop the glaze. And
he also hired 2 thugs that had been released from prison to come and just also stare at the hypnotist and also stare at Karpov. So, I mean...
What a match. And save some of the stories. We will get to those matches in a few days. Going down in history, in World Championship history.
Yeah, it was especially interesting to see Tanya interview the bodyguard earlier. Wow. Meanwhile, okay, a real shock to me, pushing a pawn. I said, don't do this until move 60. It's just conventional wisdom. Just move your king up and down, just wait, get more time, and then make a decision with your pawns. But Magnus has pushed a pawn to block this check, and he's loosened his structure. So now the white knight is not really as free to roam as it earlier would be, because the white knight will be required to defend the pawns in front of the white king. What's the idea behind that one, guys? I'm at a loss to explain it. I guess Magnus just wants to tuck the white king 1 square to the left, just kind of protect everything, and then use his rooks. But
maybe he just wants to go king f2, try to get both rooks to the h file. Is that possible?
That's possible.
Maybe you could get this ending you mentioned then, potentially. I mean, I don't think you'll need to, but...
Is it also to get out of the eye line of the queen with the king?
Exactly. Block the check.
Block the check. Nepomniachtchi made a face as well. Maybe he's surprised by that move. But I mean, I'm not surprised by the move. It's just the timing of the move. To do it on move 59, to commit, it goes against everything we're taught. When
you should have played another 49 moves, David. You'd have done that.
Exactly.
You'd have played another 49 moves.
49 moves, just manoeuvre around, then on move 50, push a pawn, look at your opponent in the eye, and just say, OK, I'm going to torture you even longer.
Sadistic.
So it's been quite calm in this game since move 40. Is it now slowly heating up again?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also we're creeping towards that move 60 time control. And I think we will see another twist or turn. I don't think this is going to be just a very simple draw somehow for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, look at him.
I mean...
Is that surprise on his face, or is that still realisation it's not so cool for him?
What do you think the result's going to be, David?
I'll say a draw just because you said white win earlier. I mean, my heart says white win, but my mind says somehow Nepomniachtchi, he's been so good this far, and he still looks relatively fresh. He doesn't look tired. So I'll say he'll hold it, but...
Mir fehlen die Worte.
Echt. Ivanka.
I'm going to say white win.
Kaya. Ooh. I'll say white win. That's what I bet on today in the prediction challenge. Yeah. And it also feels, you know, from the many games I've followed for Magnus Carlsen, it just feels like a Magnus Carlsen game, you know, the squeezing.
I think he's enjoying himself now. I mean, him and David spend far too much time together. But no, he's enjoying himself. So I'll give you a hard time. But no, it's a really clever style, and it's a really hard style to play. But this is maybe something that Magnus has brought to the chess world. This patience, this way of getting blood from the stone. I mean, you know, I'm very impressed with Jan's play as well. He's played brilliantly, and he just missed a couple of opportunities around the time control. So it would be heartbreaking if he loses such a brilliantly played game, because, you know, up to move 40-ish, he was playing fantastic chess and pushing Magnus with the black pieces. But Magnus is doing Magnus things now, it seems to me. Yeah.
Now, personally, I always take inspiration from tennis when it comes to chess, because it's also a solo sport. And in tennis, some of my favourite players, like Andy Murray, they would always just tire the opponent out. They know they might lose the point, but they'll just force the opponent to take one more shot. Or they love these long sets, these long matches. And often it might be even until the end. And Magnus, just by pushing now, he might gain that kind of psychological edge or that kind of physical edge over the next couple of days in their showdowns. So, okay, Nepomniachtchi about to reply by bringing his queen forward. And I think this is very natural. Also, this does set maybe a small trap. Actually, just thinking about it, I don't think it does set a trap. I was going to say if White's king does step to the side to protect its knight, then the black queen could slide across to the other side of the board. But maybe we can show the evaluation bar slightly going over to White's side for the first time in a while.
Maybe it's knight f4, right? I mean,
you want to bring the knight forward, maybe to attack this pawn. Yeah, this would be the direct way of doing it, attacking this pawn. And once again, this type of trade is not as simple this time because the white king's slightly open, but White is the only one who can win if White can somehow team up the rooks against this pawn. Personally, I think I would prefer to just kind of sit and wait and just hold everything together. Just use the king to protect these everything around it. And once everything's protected, then the rooks are free. Yep. And at first I thought this wasn't possible because the queen could come across, but now the white rook can indeed swing. And no nasty checks, luckily, because the king can protect its rook. And now the black queen is forced away. Although, wait, check and a draw. I did blunder. So actually, maybe this is Jan's plan. He's hoping for the king to come across because now the queen can move. And when the rook swings, there's a nasty bishop sacrifice. And this is a draw because the king always has to protect its rook. It's a check. The king has to protect its rook. Another check. And the position would just repeat itself. So, okay, some tricks. Some tricks.
Nasty tactic, that one.
But can White swing across already? Maybe. Bring the rook over to attack this pawn, to stop the black queen from sneaking round this side.
Yeah, I was just wondering about that. So the king will have to step forward to the g6 square to defend it. No. And one thing is, when the knight does jump in, that bishop, I think, is ready and willing to swap itself off.
You think it's holdable now?
Yeah, because the white king is just not safe anymore.
Open on this line. Yeah, maybe the white pawn now wants to be back where it came from. That's why I was reluctant to commit on the last turn.
Yeah. We've got to come up with a catchphrase about commit.
Why not just move the king? I think this keeps everything nice and safe, and then What rhymes with commit?
Exactly.
Also als ich die Aufnahme gestartet habe, habe ich gedacht, oh, die Jungs sind bald fertig.
He could have just moved into the position, maybe once or twice, got to move 60 and then think, because now he's got less than 2 minutes to make one move, but it's a key move.
Über 6 Stunden am
If he plays this
Spielen.
one, it's a draw instantly.
Fast 7 Stunden, ne?
Key moment. And they get
Die
about
Aufnahme
15
läuft
minutes,
jetzt
right, for the rest of the game.
2 Stunden, 7 Minuten.
Then it goes to increment.
Plus 30 seconds after every move.
Right.
7:30.
So,
Well, it is game 6, and for the first time in the match, we are
2,
reaching
3, 4, 5, 6,
60.
7, 8,
Magnus
6
Carlsen
Stunden
has
spielen die
1.5
schon fast.
minutes now to make his
7, 8.
final move to gain another
Ist das blöd?
15 minutes on the clock, plus
2,
30
3,
seconds
4, 5,
increment.
6, halb 7,
I did see the
halb 8,
arbiter
7 Stunden.
lurk around in the background there. What will the arbiter do when they
7 Stunden haben wir
get to the
gleich.
next time control now?
He should do nothing to disturb the players. Maybe he was just checking the score sheets to see what move they were on, just to confirm that the players were writing down correctly.
So he's not going to gather the score sheets and,
No.
No.
Maybe he's just giving the players a new score sheet. Actually, each score sheet normally goes up to only move 60, so maybe he's just getting the new ones ready. But it will be surprising to see him do that while one player has less than a minute on the clock.
No, that would be very poor form, actually.
I know a lot of arbiters who are very keen to disturb the players. They just
Some arbiters are terrible. I mean, you get arbiters who, this arbiter who seems great, and most arbiters are, but you get the occasional arbiter who's just wants to be seen, and they're like, and they just like, they think they're more important than the players, and they will, they just do things that are really annoying. He's gone F4, he's pushed another pawn. Okay. I mean, I think one of the worst things I saw was in Iceland, and Gwaine Jones was playing for first prize in a tournament. It was arbiter's friend, and he was down to his last 10 seconds. Very tricky ending, and there was a move that drawn which would have given a win of a tournament, and this photographer was there with the biggest flash you've ever seen in the world.
Oh, no.
And he was thinking 10 seconds left, and you thought it was a good time to take a picture. So he took a picture of him, the flash went off.
Oh, no.
And there was no idea what's going on, and he couldn't even see, and he blundered immediately, and that was, I mean, what should, it's not the arbiter's fault then, but what should the arbiter do at that point? I don't know, but I don't know, funny arbiter stories?
Magnus has lost guys.
Many. One of the best ones I've heard was when someone promoted a pawn on the 8th rank, and they forgot to choose the piece. So the arbiter said, and this is great wisdom, that piece will remain a pawn.
Oh, jeez. So
like breaking the rules of chess.
You can't even. I mean, that is just. I don't know what to say about that. Ridiculous. But also, I mean,
there should be the arbiter police.
I would.
There should be an arbiter for the arbiter, and that should be Simon Williams.
Definitely, I tell those arbiters who guards the guards.
Yeah, exactly.
I think is the thing. Yeah.
I definitely think they need to be trained slightly better. I've been at international events where they don't know the threefold repetition rule.
Yeah.
They don't know how to write down the moves.
But I always find the arbiters, they need to say something. So a lot of times there's like, let's say 40 people playing, and everyone's quite quiet. But for some reason, they have to go, quiet! And it's like, what? And all you can hear is the arbiter shouting because they want to say something and be known. So anyway, most arbiters, I'm sure, are great. Just in case you're an arbiter watching, doing a great job.
Yeah. And the arbiter in Dubai is not even in the picture, as both players have now gained an extra 15 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game. Now they only gain an extra 30 seconds per move. And... Magnus initiated this pawn push before move 60. Mm-hmm. Are you optimistic on his behalf now?
I think, I mean, I'm sorry to be harsh to Magnus, but I think Jan is much happier now.
Yeah.
He has a clear plan for the first time in the last 15, 20 moves. Black's bishop now has targets. White's pawn structure has been loosened. And especially if you look at the E3 square, that white pawn in front of the white knight, that is undefended. It's a target, easy target for Black's bishop. Black's bishop can just move next and target that and kind of hit that pawn. So I don't like the fact that the white king is loose and unsafe either. I think that the winning chances are starting to disappear.
I mean, I'd like to change my assessment because, I mean, it's very easy to say, but one of the themes today seems to be that pawn moves make weaknesses. And I think, David, you pointed out this F-pawn is so much safer back on F2 because the white king's also weaker with that pawn being pushed up. The white king can get checked a lot. There's more tactical opportunities. I mean, obviously it's not a draw by any means, but it's and maybe I'm being a bit critical, but it's I'm sure Jan's happier now.
I agree with you both. there's definitely big consequences to these pawn pushes, and for me, it's the king safety issue. It immediately rules out options like, for instance, the knight trading itself with the bishop, which before we were like, yep, this is going to be a win. Now, because of the king safety, not clear at all.
You always say in endgames, and I know that there is one queen here and 2 rooks, but in endgames you want the king to join the attack. Are we not there at all with this black queen and 2 white rooks?
I mean, this is technically an endgame, but when queens exist on the board, kings never feel safe. The opponent's kings never feel safe. So white's king definitely not happy right now, and especially as Jovanka mentioned, the knight for bishop trade. White had that in his pocket earlier on. It always favoured white, but now no longer, because if the white knight disappears, the white king loses its only protection, its only bodyguard. And black now has played a move. He's brought his bishop, look at this, to the same diagonal as the white king, and it's feeling a bit shaky for white.
There's already a threat in the air of the queen stepping to the d3 square, and oops, that pawn on e3 can't be defended. So Magnus now has to find a good answer to that.
Yeah, look at that fantastic dog in the bottom of the
There's some
picture.
really cool pets, I've been looking at some awesome cats popping up on Twitter.
Yeah.
I wonder what the most bizarre animal we can get on Twitter is. So we've had cats and dogs. Everyone's got a cat or a dog. Can we get like a, I don't know, like a parrot or something?
I was thinking about parrot as well, actually.
Great minds or something like that. A parrot would be cool.
I'd like to see a dodo.
A dodo?
A dodo, yeah, that's my favourite bird.
Extinct.
Right.
I know they're extinct.
Quite hard to get one of them on there, Could try. Anyone got a dodo out there?
A stuffed dodo? Probably in a museum, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, Magnus has moved his rook. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I think Nepomniachtchi actually now is on the brink of a draw. It just feels that...
I mean, maybe queen d3 doesn't work now because this got some rook a3, but yeah.
Yeah, Jovanka mentioned this idea of just ganging up against this pawn with the bishop and the queen, and that makes a lot of sense. But I guess Magnus's idea is just to defend this pawn. And the queen can't capture now because the rook indirectly defends this pawn, but if the bishop captures, the white king just moves. And this is, again, a skewer. The queen is attacked, and the bishop behind it will fall next move. So it's not quite winning anything for black, retreating the queen. But then again, black can just wait. Black can just camp out. I don't really see how white is going to win this position or improve the pieces. Also, you always have to be careful of the queen kind of running this way. And now the white king has to be careful from all directions, especially this bishop. I just don't like the fact it sits on the same diagonal as the king.
Yeah. I think if this does end in a draw, people are going to be again saying it's another draw. But this has been incredibly exciting. But I mean, one thing I thought was a really clever idea. I think you might have mentioned it in a previous broadcast. Is something I think it was. I was listening to Maurice Ashley, the famous commentator, and he was saying if they played the playoffs before the actual long play games, so you know who's going to actually win the blitz section. So then they can't have 14 draws. Someone's got to take more risks. To me,
interesting idea.
That sounds like a actually really cool idea, which I think even maybe Peter Doggers, great journalist, also mentioned. But that seems like quite a cool idea. Do it the other way around.
Yeah, I like it.
By the look of Jovanka's not liking that, I see.
No.
No,
she does not approve.
She does not.
Why not, Jovanka?
Why don't I like it? I can't quite put my finger on it. I think it's because I feel that the person who has won the tiebreak can kind of bully the other one by playing in a really boring way. I think we're probably going to get
more drawish.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, yeah.
And I think... it's a world championship. It should first of all be decided in the classical portion, and only then the tie breaks.
At least it would be more fair than the majority of world championship matches, because in the past, the reigning champion had draw odds. Yeah. So if the score was 12-12, the reigning champion maintains and kind of continues sitting on that throne. And this would be similar to that, but actually you have to earn it. What if the challenger wins the tie breaks and then the world champion has to push? It would be so exciting.
For some of the earlier matches as well, they had to win with 2 points, I read.
Yeah. Margin.
That is mean.
It's tough.
And suddenly I'm seeing in my Twitter feed lots of pictures of animals. Thank you for sending them. We have parrots, llamas, hedgehogs.
Hedgehogs.
Awesome.
Did we have a parrot? We had a parrot.
We had a parrot.
Yay.
So
we're going to put together another selfie package then, and we'll see it when we have that ready to see your parrots. Okay, Magnus moves his rook.
Okay, he moves his rook. So he defends his pawn from the front, but this feels loose. I'm sure it's a fine move. I don't think it loses anything. Black's queen can't double attack the 2 rooks because one's on light squares, one's on dark squares. But we talked about coordination countless times today, and that feels to me just instinctively like it could backfire on Magnus if he isn't careful. So
could he lose this game? But is there any chance?
Unless he presses too hard, unless there's a big blunder. And there's not yet. It's an ambitious move. He wants to bring the rook up to the 7th rank, maybe to start going for some pawns, to start going for the black king. But
is there a danger that this rook on the e-line can be attacked for the rest of time?
It will get attacked, I think.
You know,
the queen can step back to attack it.
Exactly, and then the rook will have to move, the queen will attack the rook.
And now they played for exactly 6 hours, these 2 players. In game 6, move 63.
It would be very appropriate for chess if it goes beyond move 64. 64 is like the
yeah, I mean,
mark.
We mentioned Bobby Fischer, didn't we, earlier? And we should have mentioned that he died, obviously, at the age of 64 as well. You know, this a number of squares on the chessboard, yeah. So
like Steinitz as well, did we learn, also died at 64.
That's right, Steinitz, yeah.
And talking of great chess players who passed away, yesterday word was announced of Jonathan Penrose, a 10-time British champion, passing away, and he was one of England's best players. He was, I think, the first English player to defeat a world champion for many, many years.
He beat Tao, didn't he, in the Olympiad, Macau Tao, and he was a 10-time. I think he's won the British more than anyone else, right? 10 times is really impressive. Had his brother, I think someone said, had Nobel Prize.
It was a prize-winning physicist.
Partial winner of the Nobel Prize.
Incredible family, yeah. So,
yeah,
very impressive. So
rest in peace, and I bet a big hero to all of you growing up in England as chess players.
Yeah, you know, it was a name that we read in all the chess books, and
mythical figure.
Yeah, exactly. But because he'd retired from chess, I certainly never met him in person. Did you too?
No, I never met him, but, you know, again, it's just that legacy of, you know, having that and being on the trophy 10 times is impressive, and great chess results as well, so, yeah.
But, so you said record in number of British Championship titles.
Yeah, he's won the British more than anyone else, so, like, something I'm sure David will catch up with one day, but at the moment, yeah, I mean, he was just a fantastic player, so, like, yeah.
Well, Jovanka has that title as well, right? For women?
Sorry,
not quite. Not quite.
How many is it, though? 9?
I've won 9.
Wow.
9 titles, but I think
Rowena
Rowena Bruce has won 14.
Okay.
So huge numbers.
He'll catch you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
When is the next British Championship?
It actually passed. I mean, it was played on...
There was one recently
in October.
Hull. It was during the final Champions Chess Tour event, unfortunately.
Oh, so you guys couldn't play?
That's right.
But congratulations to Nick Pert, the British champion.
Oh.
Okay, meanwhile, this game. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, still some questions to answer, maybe. He would love to continue harassing this white rook that's undefended in the centre. Maybe we can show as well, Jovanka, you mentioned that you thought there might be a repetition of moves or an inescapable attack against this white rook in the centre. I mentioned that maybe the rook could just drop back, but he parked it in the middle of the board. And, OK, what happens if the queen does attack this rook? I guess it has to move. Let's go to the 7th rank, where it's got some targets.
Keep going. Keep the attack alive.
With
Is that possible?
which piece? The bishop, I guess.
Yeah, let's try with the bishop.
Yeah, with the bishop. And how do you keep this white rook on a safe square? Maybe you have to move up the board, and then the queen will attack it.
Yep.
And the queen will continue attacking this rook, and not many safe havens for it. Yeah, white would, again, love to have time to bring his rook across to start targeting weak pawns, but black won't give him that luxury. Black will, I think, just continue the attack, and it's inescapable now. I just don't see any way to keep everything together for Magnus without allowing any risk. So I'm expecting this move, the queen to just park itself in the centre, and Nepomniachtchi, he's done this several times throughout the game, actually. I think he's used this square for the queen at least 3 times that I remember. Just when in doubt, put the queen in the middle of the board. Good endgame wisdom.
Well, so Magnus's rooks are no longer connected. Is that a big problem for him now?
Yeah, that's why when he played this last move, just alarm bells were ringing in my head. I just thought, OK, they're not defended, they're not coordinated. That spells trouble. But that's the key. If you are going to put rooks disconnected, then put one on dark squares, put one on light squares, so the queen can't attack both at the same time.
I didn't know that rule. That's a nice tip there.
It won't happen. It won't work every time, but normally connect your rooks. Just protect each other. But
right.
But if not,
then
different color squares.
Yeah,
definitely different color complexes.
And it's very good with rooks because they're two attackers, and just basic maths. If you have two attackers attacking 1 point, and black in this case only has one defender, well, 2 beats 1. So that is why they can make a very effective form of attack. But here they're not attacking anything. So this is why I don't like disconnected rooks, because it's just one rook attacking a weakness, and one queen can fend off one rook easily.
Yeah, so we're expecting the black queen to move. I'm not sure where. Maybe there's an argument for other squares for that black queen. Either way, I think that black queen's going to attack the white rook. It's just too tempting. Also, the clock situation. You mentioned it earlier, Kaya. Time disappears quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially when, they say time flies when you're having fun. I'm not sure both of them are having fun right now. Maybe Magnus is. But, yeah, I mean, 16 minutes might look like it's a decent amount, but if Nepomniachtchi just has to defend another 10, 15 moves, then we might even see both players down at 30 seconds each, 1 minute each. And then that's when blunders happen. We've seen it on the Champions Chess Tour when it's just purely about speed. And essentially here, we're starting a rapid game. In the Champions Chess Tour, we start with 15 minutes on the clock. Now they're starting that rapid format. And yes, we're in the endgame, but still some traps to avoid. Okay, Nepomniachtchi, maybe a bit nervous. 6.5 minutes is quite a long investment at this stage in terms of time.
Yeah. He only gains 30 seconds per move here. So that does sound a little scary for him, trying to save the draw in this game. And I've been very curious about the score sheets in this game, because they did reach move 60 and they had to shift score sheets. In golf, if you write any mistakes on your scorecard, basically, then you lose, or you're immediately taken out of the competition. If you deliver your scorecard with the wrong number of, even if it's too many strokes, then you're out. What is that like in chess when the players obviously deliver the scorecards after the game?
Yeah, the arbiters, they don't check that the writing's correct sometimes. I mean, I've actually, just a few weeks ago, I played a Grandmaster and he forgot to write 3 or 4 moves, and on my score sheet, it said move 65. On his, it said move 62. And the arbiter never picked it up. I don't think there's any punishment, right?
No, there's no punishment. No. Although I think the game inputters, people who sit there and actually put these games into the computer databases, they would probably love there to be a punishment.
Hard to say what that punishment should be, though. It seems hard to lose the game due to a writing error.
I remember one time I cried after a loss. And I was
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One of many, and it was no, but I was a very small kid, and they had adjournments, and adjournments is where you get to a certain point of the game, and then you pick it up the next day, and you have to seal your move. So you put your move into an envelope, and I sealed my move, and I had a very good position, winning end game. And then the next day I came back to play, and they opened up the envelope, and I had written an illegal move down. So I put my rook, being a bit dyslexic, I put it on the wrong square, and I lost the game. And yeah, I just ran to the toilet and cried.
No.
Little Ginger crying. So I was probably about 8 or 9. So, or maybe like it was actually a couple of years ago. I can't remember now. But no, I was 8 or 9 years old, and yeah, it was heartbreaking.
And it was due
to be cruel.
Yeah, dyslexia as well. So it's hard to write the correct number.
I got the coordinates the wrong way around. So it's
really?
like so it was pretty brutal. But yeah, so be careful what you write. I suppose
that's harsh.
That was pretty harsh, wasn't it? Yeah, pretty harsh way to lose. But
because I wasn't notating properly until I was maybe 14, 15.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to write the moves down properly. Yeah. So.
Okay, so I think we stumbled on Magnus's idea, to be honest. Maybe he was going to go for this as well if the black queen had attacked the white rook. White's rook has come to the top of the board, and it's this idea that we mentioned long time ago, at least 2 and a bit hours ago, of white's rooks both going to the 8th rank and teaming up to start harassing the black king. So next move, I think Magnus, if he gets time, would love to lift his rook from the bottom corner all the way up to the top of the board. And okay, I must admit I underestimated this one. I just wrote it off as being kind of just a random square for white, but Magnus did have an idea in mind. And how does black stop this?
Black maybe can't stop this idea, but the black king is not caged in. I mean, it does have a safe home on the f5 square.
Hat er jetzt?
Well, maybe. It will be if the two rooks are hiding there in the back row.
Simon's very sensitive to king safety. That's one thing I've learned from playing him.
I'm just looking at g4, knight g3s and e4. Yeah, no, it's right.
Yeah, you're right there.
It's I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, let's investigate.
Yeah, what's he going to play? Nepomniachtchi about to play a move.
Here it comes.
Okay, he pushes a pawn. That is committal. I've said that many times about pawn pushers, but this one, he's just trying to create this square for the king to run to. For example, if black had just made a move, a random move with the queen, white's rooks would lift up the board and start checking from behind. Actually, some nasty threats. And as Jovanka mentioned, maybe you can run forward, but it's definitely scary. I mean, you don't want to play this type of move with only 10, 15 minutes on your clock running forward with the king. So instead, he's pushed a pawn, and he's hoping that he can hide on a dark square.
The bar wakes up again.
The bar wakes up, and maybe Magnus will wake up and start realizing, okay, he's got chances, and yeah, I need to wake up as well because I thought the chances were disappearing. But no, Magnus, what do we think? Is he going to bring his rook to the top of the board anyway? Is he going to go for this 8th rank, kind of sneaking in from behind?
Yeah, let's do that, and then maybe we can actually relocate the rook that's sitting on a8 and put it onto the c8 square, just to improve it a little bit.
For example, yep.
Exactly, and just awaken the possibility of checking.
Yeah, and this rook's doing a fantastic job. It's protected, and now also the rooks coordinate once more, and this only weak spot in white's camp is in fact protected. Maybe I was too harsh. I thought that this weakness would tie white down, but maybe the rook is just doing a fantastic multi-purpose job here. And he has indeed gone for this. Look at these two rooks. Yeah. For the first time in the game, they're both active at the same time. Normally, one has been passive, one has been active, one has been the defender, but now both of them might be the attackers. And still, I don't think Nepomniachtchi is in trouble, but some questions to answer.
Yeah, and they have been playing for a long time. Maybe some fatigue could be coming in at this time for either Jan Nepomniachtchi or Magnus Carlsen. We're going to head back down to Dubai. I know Tanya is standing with someone that works in FIDE, but I know him mostly as one of the greatest chess photographers out there.
Kai, you're absolutely right. In fact, when I got to know him as well, he was one of the best chess photographers in the world, but right now he is the head of communications for FIDE. I've got with me David Yada. David, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks to you.
David, this iconic clash, the hype around it, it has broken all records of viewership. That's tremendous success. How does it feel?
It is not completely a surprise. Chess was on the rise even before the pandemic, even before the Queen's Gambit. It was going up, and everything that happened last year just gave us a huge push forward. And we were very satisfied with the numbers that we are getting so far in the official broadcast, in your broadcast, in all the people creating content. They are getting more views than usual and growing the fan base. That is the most important thing for us.
David, now you're with FIDE. We also know you as such a renowned chess photographer, but I also know you as a chess lover and a chess fan. You know Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen personally as well. Do you think their personalities and how they are, their brutal honesty, their style of play, that adds to the charisma of this World Championship match?
I think so, and I like both of them individually, but I also like very much how they interact together. They are friends, they're rivals, and when they talk to each other, some chemistry, they have their own jokes, and yeah, I like that in the championship.
Well, we all do now. This game was just such a big fight, that chaotic time scramble. Any moment could have been the first decisive game of the match so far. What was the feeling in FIDE when this was happening?
Well, everybody was very excited about the possibility of having a decisive game, finally. I was watching from the VIP room, in the backstage when they had this time scramble, and it was very exciting, but I'm afraid it's going to be a draw, and a very long one.
We're in here for a long night now. David, you're such an exceptional photographer, and I think these two make amazing chess photography players because they're so expressive when they play, both Jan and Magnus.
Yeah, they don't hide anything. I mean, you look at them and you can feel what they are feeling. You can see what they are thinking. It is really very interesting to photograph them.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, David. And yes, it's going to be a long night, this one. We're in for a big fight as Magnus is trying to push this position. back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Tanya and David. And yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking now for 3.5 minutes. He only gains 30 seconds per move for the rest of the game. Could he get into trouble?
And definitely. It's all about the safety of the Black King. And even if he thinks the Black King is okay, it's the type of position that does require time. And maybe the clock will play a big factor in this game. It's already played a massive factor, the clock.
Yeah.
And it will continue to do so.
I mean, how long could it potentially last? When they gain, so Magnus has 12 minutes left, Jan has 10 minutes left, 30 seconds for the rest of the game. How long could it potentially last?
Technically, it could last forever, indefinitely, because they do gain those 30 seconds. But probably, I would say, maybe another half hour or so.
Oh, okay.
So the players, they'll spend their time, they'll rely on the increment, the 30 seconds, as they go on. I'm hoping it's longer, you know me, but I do have a feeling either Magnus will push and get frustrated and there's no way through and he'll agree a draw, or we might well see a mistake from one of the two.
Ooh,
Most likely from Nepomniachtchi. It's just difficult to play with Black, despite the computer saying 0.0 still.
I mean, one tactic that a lot of people use in this situation, if you're the one pushing, is you don't necessarily try a lot, but you just try to draw their time down a bit. So, you know, if Magnus, at the moment, Jan has under 10 minutes left, but if you can get Jan to like 2-3 minutes, you don't do anything until you get to that stage, and then you try something, because obviously there's many more chances your opponent go wrong when they're very short time. So, you know, that's one way you'd face this. I mean, what would you do, David? I guess you just play around and just try to improve your pieces, and you have to do something at some point, I guess.
Yeah. No, but I think that's the key strategy. Unless you have to do something, you don't need to rush. And when I'm low on time, which normally I'm the lower, normally I'm playing on the 30 seconds, the thing I hate most is when they change the pace. So like you say, just 10 innocent moves doing nothing, then suddenly they set a trap.
Right.
And you lull them into a false sense of security. And when they're just thinking, okay, I'll just move back and forth, then suddenly you set a trap. And then they might kind of, their alertness might have disappeared. So, it's all about changing gears, changing the pace of the game. Just maybe 1 minute on one move, then suddenly 2 or 3 quick moves, then another 3 minutes on one move, then 2 or 3 quick moves.
And I was just going to ask, do you kind of like visually play across the board? So, for instance, you attack one point, or you make a move on, say, the right side, and then move to the left side, and then maybe in the middle, and then keep randomizing this, and then suddenly trap.
Ideally.
If you can,
Sounds good on paper, I guess this position, it's difficult to kind of switch and switch, just because the queen is the one, I mean, from Magnus's point of view, the queen's probably the most versatile at switching. So Magnus wants to kind of contain the game with his rooks. But
I think there's a lot of chances that Black can go wrong here, though. I mean, many chances, and I don't think Magnus can really go wrong. But, you know, the reason Jan's spending so much time here, there's danger. You put your king on the wrong square, one of your pieces on the wrong square, and you lose. So it's you have to be very, very careful in the Black pieces.
Okay, he looks like he's made a move. He's just retreated the queen 1 square. Mysterious, but
I think he's just trying to keep an eye on the bishop to make sure that's defended. Because again, that's another tip that I've learned from the greats like David and Keith Arkle, where they say, you know, you've got to protect everything so that you're less likely to make blunders. Loose pieces drop off. Very important.
Yeah. I'm just surprised because it does, for one move only, it does release the pressure on the e3 square. So Black's bishop is still attacking this one pawn, but the Black queen no longer attacks it either. So maybe White has the luxury of moving the rooks now, rearranging the White rooks, just before the Black queen goes back to attack that pawn. We'll find out. But how about you guys? Have you had much experience on these types of positions with like queens versus rooks where it's stabilized and...
Just noticed a funny picture come up there. Sorry.
What's that?
Who's that?
You're in our selfie.
I know.
Selfie challenge.
This is my twin.
Doing?
What's that in your hand, Simon?
It's just my twin. My twin does this a lot, you know. So pops out, gets a beer, lets me do all the hard work. So that was quite a cool picture.
Yeah. It would be nice to have a twin to blame all our bad selfies out there on.
True.
All right.
Okay, queen versus 2 rooks, guys. In general, apart from this position, preference?
I think it depends on a lot of factors, obviously. But I've probably had more success with the queen. just in play, because normally when I get that kind of structure, it will come from a tactical sequence, and the queen can be very tricky if you can discoordinate those two rooks. But in general, the rooks are thought to be stronger than the queen, so there's a lot of different factors in play. This situation, I think the fact that you pointed out that Black's bishop has got to this very important square, it has been the key idea that is keeping Black's position together, and the weakness of White's pawn by the king there. So I don't know, in general you go for rooks or queen, or
the older I get, the more I like the queen for some reason, but of course it does depend, as you mentioned, and here of course the rooks are slightly superior. So but yeah, I just noticed, like I mean, I took a break from chess during the pandemic, but when I came back recently, I seem to end up, every position was going for queen versus rooks, and I had it in the Grand Swiss twice against Pragnananda and against Vincent Keimer, these two young guys, and one time I had the queen, one time I had the two rooks, and it was just, it's so hard to evaluate every turn. It's topsy-turvy, the evaluation can change. I made one slip against Pragnananda and I went from a dominant position to a defensive position, and against Vincent Keimer, I thought I had the queen, I thought, I'm going to overpower the two rooks, but no, two rooks are so sturdy and fast.
So no doubt we have the best expert commentating on this game with two rooks and a queen on the board. Magnus Carlsen is in the move. We did ask you to send in your animal selfies, and now it's time to take a look at them.
Coole Bilder.
That is the cutest picture I've seen. Both the young girl and that monkey and all the parrots and the birds and everything. Wow! You guys have a lot of cool pets at home. And Magnus has made his move.
Magnus has made his move. I think Nepomniachtchi is the only one with pets. I was just thinking about these two players. Magnus doesn't have any, but Nepomniachtchi does.
He does. I'd like to say, because I don't follow Jan on Instagram, but I follow his pets, so which is quite bad. Sorry, Jan, but he's got a really cool cat, which is like this quite posh cat, and he's got a dog called Snowy, I think.
Snow, is it?
Snow, yeah.
And the cat's Richie.
Richie, that's it. Richie the cat, and he's like a Bengal. That's it, a Bengal cat.
Yeah.
Mitch Breed. So I know loads about his animals, but not a lot about. Yeah. He's got very cool animals. Yeah, definitely. So.
Okay, so he's in the move right now, Jan. And what do you think of this last move? A bishop move, threatening to bring the black queen down to check the white king.
Yeah, that has quite a powerful threat, you know, because if the king moves, the knight is in danger of getting lost. So, well, I'm thinking about, okay, Magnus has responded. I was thinking about moving the knight, but this one keeps the position a lot more solid, because now the queen can't come in and give check, and the rooks can kind of do like some pincer movement, and the rook can relocate itself to the h1 square and attack the h5 pawn.
Yeah, maybe we can show some of the ideas on the board. But okay, the moves are starting to arrive much quicker now because the players are so low on time. The black bishop and queen tried to sneak in. White covered this square with the rook, and now the bishop has just dropped back. And okay, Magnus is going after these pawns. It looks like he's just going back and forth, but there has been some ideas behind every rook move.
He's drawn a couple of minutes out of Jan's time. I mean, this is important, you know. I mean, you're not doing anything, but every couple of minutes makes it harder. We saw this time scramble before move 40, which was just crazy. And if you can get Jan into that position, it keeps those chances alive. So it's certainly not over, I feel, this game. More twists and turn. It's been very dramatic. I wouldn't be surprised if there was more to come.
Yeah, I agree. More twists and turns in store, and that's why we shouldn't trust the computers. The computer probably says black has 5 moves to be fine, but you still have to avoid some serious threats, some serious traps. This pawn is hanging right now. It's hard to defend it. If you defend it with the king, then there might be a nasty check to kick you back, kick you away, and maybe the best way at some point will be to counterattack against this weak spot.
Yeah, I was thinking black can be a little bit sneaky and also play the move f6, try and trap the rook.
Yeah,
right. But okay, it's a pawn move. Pawns. It is risky, so I don't really want to be doing that.
Okay, so this not the king move, but instead the queen has come down, tying down White's rook to this pawn. Will we see Magnus now maybe lift his rook up the board just to defend, or will he switch his attentions across the board to maybe a different pawn? Black does have these weak, doubled and isolated pawns. Actually, here's a question for you guys I once asked Kramnik. Do these count as isolated pawns, or are they one pawn island together?
They're isolated pawns.
Yeah, they're isolated because they can't defend each other, right?
They're 3 individual pawn islands.
I thought they were called double pawns.
Yes, that's right.
Can't they be anything? Double, isolated, weak.
Could be anything.
Yeah.
But these pawns, are they 1 pawn island or 2?
1.
Okay.
Well, they're 2.
2.
They're 2.
Because they don't defend each other, so they're weak. But
maybe 2.
On the same line, yeah. Kramnik thought it was. Kramnik thought it was 1. I thought it was 2.
I thought it was 2.
So I'm Team Kramnik. You guys are Team Dave.
Team H.
Team okay, H. I'll take Kramnik.
So okay, it's all about the isolated pawns right now. Either way, the doubled pawns. These guys are weak, and this guy is weak.
Do you think there's any danger that Magnus might push too much and take a really big risk? Because he clearly is going to try everything to win, but at some point, you know, he's going to realise, OK, I'm not... Will he maybe... You know, rook h1 seems to be that kind of move which you could start taking a bit of a risk too far by discoordinating your pieces. I'm just thinking there's a slight risk that Magnus might push a bit too much.
True.
Slight risk.
You're right, actually.
On the wrong squares, then Jovanka's idea might come in
exactly.
action. Black can kick away White's central rook.
Yeah,
the defence of the pawn on e3.
Yeah, so you have to. You still, you know, if you lose a game like this, it's one of the most depressing things in the world. Again, I just recall another story where I lost to Dave because I got so many of them. There's at least 100. But I remember playing at the British Chess Championships, and I think I played quite a nice game. Got a lovely position. We're the last 2 people in the hall, so you're in your element. I was like, oh God, and then and I just threw away the game, and it's so depressing when you play a nice game, you end up losing, but you were so resilient in that game. Maybe Torquay British Championships and
Grunfeld.
Yeah, you won. Yeah, but it was
suffering the whole game, and then
you just kept you were in your element though. You're resilient. You kept there, and but they're the kind of games which are most painful. I think losing a game where you're being outplayed it is not as bad because you're sort of okay. You learn a lesson, and it's like you're always feeling bad. But losing a game where you think you're doing well all the way through, I think is more painful. And another question in chess, which I've always find interesting for us who've played professionally and in tournaments, it's like, and still do, it's like, if you lose a game, okay, and you win a great game. So you lose a game, you win a great game. They're totally different feelings. So you win a great game, yeah, it feels great, you know, great. But then you lose a horrible game. I've always found that feeling of losing is so much more powerful than feeling of winning a powerful game. So I often wonder, why the hell am I doing this, you know? Yeah. Why am I doing this to myself? But do you get the same thing? Like, you can go on for days that you're, oh, God. But you win a game, it's like, yeah, it's nice, but the next day you're back to work again.
Yeah, you have to balance out those dopamine rushes, and you have to make sure that when you do win a game, you enjoy the victory, even if the win is scrappy as anything. Yeah. You just have to keep on reminding yourself, this is why you play chess. So, because otherwise, there's, like you say, there's no reward at all for playing. You're just going to feel the hurts of the losses a lot more.
The worst thing is losing a final round. You've played a great tournament, won many games. If you lose the last game, that's all you remember.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of time when I was playing, you'd play a tournament and you'd play for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and you have to win the last game to even pay your rent or to like get some prize money to
on the table.
And it's, you know, there's so much tension. You end up losing, so okay, back to sleeping in the car we go. No, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but
I want you to write your memoirs, Simon. I want to hear all these, read all these stories.
Too many that might get me in trouble.
Meanwhile, not too much has changed in the position. White did bring the rook back to the top of the board to a safe square, and Black's queen has centralised. The Black queen as well, cutting off White's access to the h1 square, to the corner. So
Jan is now down on the clock, and he is the one sort of playing for the draws, fighting for the draw. I don't know how much of a fight it is, but
for sure.
Is that an issue for him?
Possibly, although both these players are incredibly good at short time controls, both great blitz players. I think even if this is a draw, we will learn a lot about potential tie breaks, who will be the favourite. Imagine if we end 7-7 and we head to tie breaks. Whoever handles the time scrambles better throughout the match will be the more confident. So if Magnus now plays great and wins a game, then if it does go down to tie breaks, he'll be feeling he's the favourite. But then again, Jan, if he defends this, if he even strikes and somehow counterattacks, then he will think he's the favourite if we ever go down to those speed tie breaks.
And there's a big threat in the position, actually, that the rook on c8 will actually relocate itself to the e8 square. So I'm just thinking White will play rook to g8 check, and then move the other rook to a square, and then start looking at the pawn on f5.
Could have done this several moves ago, though. Okay. I was waiting for that to happen, actually. You make a good point, just to show this quickly. We're waiting for Nepomniachtchi to move. He's under 5 minutes now, so he has to move. He's going to move this queen. He actually jumps. Does he jump into the position? He does. But if he hadn't, then if he just made a random move, Jovanka mentioned, check, and the other rook kind of swinging across, and this black king is trapped. And at some point, the white rooks would maybe step back and target the pawn in front of this king.
It's an interesting move, though, that's just been played. There's this queen h1, and I really like this move because I think the best way to defend, even if you've been really struggling most of the game, is you should always try to go as actively as you can. And this is one of those moves I mentioned before, that if Magnus pushes too hard, there's a little bit of danger, you know, a little bit of danger to his king. Maybe h4 can come, the white king opens up. So it's not completely one-way traffic, and I just like active defence. I think if you've got a choice, go active. Queen h1, good move.
And why is Magnus studying his score sheet? It's his move. He needs to move quickly. He's about to tick under 5 minutes, but now they have increment. He has to continue writing his moves. He needs to focus on the board. And you're right, Simon, how do you stop this pawn pushing forward, and how do you stop, maybe more pertinently, the checks?
Yeah.
Where are you going to run away to?
Yeah, I mean, there's just the threat of getting a perpetual check here, I feel. You know, it looks like it's getting close. So, I mean, this is a good move.
Yeah. So we might see a check from white. We should examine what happens here. Where does black put the king? That is the question. You have to be a bit careful, I think. Maybe, do you have to put the king on this square? Because if you go this way, then there might... OK, there's no check. I missed this. You can't check the black king because the queen in the corner is still holding this square. So, OK, so he is safe, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He can run towards the centre. And is this something Magnus missed, potentially?
Who have you been more impressed with so far today? Because they've both shown some very impressive elements. I mean, I thought Jan, incredibly impressive early on. Magnus fighting, doing brilliant things. But then you got to this position where I thought Jan would lose. Jan's fighting back. It's you know, there's been a lot of up and downs in this game. But has either player impressed you? I mean, they've both impressed me a lot so far. But
I'm going to use the cliche. Chess has been the winner today. So.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, my words.
Beautiful.
So,
chess has been the winner. Just shoot me now.
A wink and a smile.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Chess has been the winner. We should have a cliche competition, shouldn't we? It's a game of two halves here.
We should do cliche bingo for the viewers. They should have
we'll just take it a move at a time, shall we?
Weak pawns drop off.
Yeah, let's actually launch that. We should have a
cliche challenge. How many can we get in the next minute?
Maybe some of our viewers can design one of those bingo sheets for us.
Yeah, please do. If you are sitting at home and you have a possibility to design a bingo sheet, then we can launch that for the next few games as well.
Yeah. And life is like a game of chess. Sorry, I'm just going through them now.
Start with 32 pieces at the end.
I like that quote. It was like a game of chess, only without the dice.
Yeah. I mean, when you watch football, like on English TV, they're all saying, "Oh, it's a game of two halves, just like a game of chess." And you're like, "What are you talking about?"
It's always when it's 0-0, though.
When it's 0-0, yeah, they're taking their time, just like they're playing chess. And
the best one though is life is like a game of chess. I don't know how to play chess.
So, that's a nice one.
Anyway, meanwhile, a couple of moves. Black's queen did try and sneak in from behind. White's rook did drop back, though, and kick away that queen. The black queen, if it had checked the white king, I think might have risked getting trapped. So Black's queen did go back to the centre, and now Magnus is trying a different avenue of attack. He's now harassing the black bishop with his rook. Will Jan move his bishop? Will he defend it? Either way, he needs to move fast. Both players under 5 minutes now.
Clever idea there, because I mean, if you can kick the black bishop off this powerful diagonal, that's a major gain for white. So, for example, if Jan now moves the bishop to another diagonal, c7, you've suddenly got an extra tempo to do something.
Yeah.
Clever idea, actually. I mean, like allowing the queen in, but then rerouting, and this is and he's getting Jan again. Jan's lost a little bit more time, so he's being very patient and very crafty here. The way he's keeping the pressure up against Black's position.
Yeah, we should also mention a moment ago, Magnus repeated the position twice, actually. He brought his rook was on the bottom of the board, he brought it up, then brought it back, he repeated the position, and then he played a different move. So he's just trying to assert his dominance psychologically. Okay, the bishop does retreat, still on the same diagonal as the white king.
So what about rook e7 and rook b7? Yeah?
Rook e7, double on the 7th line.
Yeah, is this anything?
I guess the black bishop will hit that rook if it does, the white rook at the top of the board if it steps back one square.
But then rook e5.
But now you can,
yeah, maybe then the queen will come and hit the white rook at the bottom of the board. Some tactics, lots of loose
Schatz,
pieces, both white rooks undefended.
You agree with the bar at this point?
No.
It's going back and forth.
I feel like it might be going in Magnus's
it looks like this bishop of Black's is looking a lot looser now. It was a lot more secure before. And Jovanka pointed out the black queen was defending that bishop. But when you start having loose pieces, they can drop off, that famous cliche, funnily enough. Loose pieces drop off. Anything else? Yes. But and when you get shorter time, they can certainly drop off. So I don't know. This is, I mean, rook e7 is playable, at least, you know.
He's going to play it. I think he's going for that rook at the top of the board, and he does retreat it just one square, hitting that black bishop, as you mentioned, and now it's hanging together by a thread for black. You guys mentioned if the queen just goes and defends that bishop, for example, the white rook at the bottom of the board can go up, and both of them on the 7th rank, those rooks, this will be deadly.
Yeah, so it's critical position again now for Black. Maybe Black has to play your move, David, move the bishop to attack the rook. But things are slowly changing, and Jan only has 4 minutes left, like Magnus, but he's the side defending, so it's could go wrong.
It's literally just blitz chess now. Both sides they'll never have more than 5 minutes, most likely. They'll be relying on that 30 seconds later on, and we've seen throughout the Champions Chess Tour, rapid chess, blitz chess, Magnus tends to be the guy. Napoleon actually knocked him out once, I think, from the Champions Chess Tour, but in general, Magnus, he's very comfortable in these situations, and the black bishop does move to attack the white rook, and it might be, we might have predicted it all, Simon. White's rook is going to step back 2 squares, attacking the black queen.
So, and then you have to attack, like you said. Okay, but still so tense.
Just notice how Magnus almost instinctively went to move the rook, and then he kind of restrained himself a little bit. But I think this is good situation because, good technique, because often when you play quick moves, instinctive moves, they might not be the best moves. They might be blunders.
Well, I mean, unless you're Magnus and you have the best instincts out there in the world.
Then they might just be the best moves as a kid. I mean, some of these little catchphrases they say in chess, it's like if you see a good move, look for a better move. That's one, isn't it? And it's like Steinitz. Yeah, I mean, some of these just sound completely stupid to me. You know, if you see a good move, you're short time, just play it. don't worry about finding a better move. And
if you have 2 hours on your clock, you can look for a better one, but not when you have 5 minutes like these guys.
Has he played it? He must have played it. Yeah, rook. Okay, the rook's come to attack.
The black queen has to be really careful where it steps to now.
This is so exciting now. They're both under 4 minutes, Dave and Jovanka. I mean, this is going to be, again, very exciting finish here. Extremely exciting.
One time scramble around move 40. Now we're nearly move 80, but we're going to have another time scramble. And it's the same situation. All three results possible. Most likely, white is the one.
Yeah, I mean, he can now bring his rook down to the 7th rank, start attacking that pawn. Black is under more pressure than he has been for a while, so he's timed it again very well, I think. Magnus, though, has a minute less. He's got to be the one who quickens his speed up now, I feel, here. You don't want to get down to 1 minute in this situation, no matter if you're the best player in the world. Certainly not.
Fully agreed. And Magnus, his rook at the bottom of the board, attacked. He has to move it, like you say, the most tempting. Bring it to the 7th rank.
Yeah.
That looks super scary for black, I must admit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just gang up.
It is just one rook when we're kind of
Black bishop is attacked. Black queen is maybe overstretched, overworked, defending everything.
That's true.
There are some pins I see as well in the position. I think Magnus, strong chances for a win if he does bring his rook up to the 7th rank.
Yeah, I think he's feeling now again the time. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the time on your computer because my eyesight seems to be failing at this time of day. Looking over there.
It's been a long day.
So, but okay, but I think he's got to change pace a little bit, Magnus, here.
2.5 minutes.
He can't keep at this pace. He needs to do a change.
Okay, he's about to move the rook, but it doesn't look like he's going to bring it up the board. Just by his hand movement, it looks like he's going to bring it across the board.
Keeping it quite safe.
You think he's going to move the rook to the h1 square, attack the pawn?
That feels wrong somehow.
It does, doesn't it?
Coordination. The white rook needs to be as close as possible to its counterpart, and it wants to be on light squares while the other rook's on dark squares.
Yeah. And remember, black does have bishop d6. He can also discoordinate white's pieces in these positions. It's not just one-way traffic.
Exactly.
And, I, as you say, I still think Magnus could lose this game if he gets shorter time and he tries to push a little bit too much when he's only got a minute. You can blunder. He's only got a minute and 45 seconds. It's not much.
You can sense the nerves in the air as well. He's not trusting himself. That type of thing. When my opponents do it, when they put their hand forward and kind of keep changing their mind, that's when the opponent gets confident. So,
wow, and I can definitely sense on you guys that this is heating up again. And imagine, you guys, if this is a win for either Magnus or maybe even Jan Nepomniachtchi, what a decisive moment that could be in the match. And if you want to collect decisive moments from Magnus Carlsen's amazing chess career, then you can head over to chesschamps.io and start collecting NFTs, so basically digital collectibles from his career. There's even one launch now from when he became world champion. You remember the picture from the pool? Yeah, that is a moment that you can now collect on chesschamps.io.
He's under a minute. He's under a minute. What's he doing? He's got to move. He's
frozen. He's frozen.
He's got 50. This is crazy. I mean,
what's he even thinking
I'm
about?
actually worried for Magnus now because you can't draw this position easily, I feel. You've got to move.
Yeah.
I'm not worried for Magnus because he's very used to playing under such intense scrutiny and pressure. But it's now drawing to under 30 seconds.
I'm worried. If he's got 25 seconds.
He can make some random moves with his rook. So the rook finally comes to the 7th row.
But he spent most of his time there, and then he played the most natural move. That would have been his first instinct.
Yeah.
Probably he wants to play that within 5 seconds. He could do with the extra few minutes on his clock. Okay, meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi has to deal with a threat against the black bishop. The black bishop, remember, still attacked by white's rook in the centre. Now the black queen will struggle to counterattack against anything, so the black bishop might well just have to move.
Yeah. I think if you go like bishop d6, maybe the rook comes to the a file. Is Magnus's idea to try to get into a7?
Interesting. So the black bishop could maybe get pinned by the white rook,
the other rook as well.
So it's really shaky for black.
Are we back to chaos on the board?
It's
heading that direction.
Serious trouble for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
And okay,
I think the black
could the bishop go all the way back to its
probably safest,
square?
I'm trying. Maybe a perfect ending for Magnus if he could take on f7, force black to recapture the queen. Okay, queen c2, keep it active.
Okay, so defending the bishop with the queen, and we should mention the white rook on the 7th rank cannot just sidestep and pin the black bishop to the queen because the bishop would jump out the way with a check and the white rooks would be lost. So Magnus wants to keep everything defended. Instead, he attacks the bishop with his rook in this direction.
Is he going to win a pawn?
Yeah.
Can he win a pawn?
That is a skewer.
If he can win a pawn, well,
that's the first step.
That's step one, definitely.
Oh, so the black bishop attacked by 2 rooks, overwhelmed, it has to move, and then white's simply going to pick up the black pawn on f5. The pawn next to the white rook. It's guaranteed, yeah?
Yeah. There's an amazing line here I'm seeing where, okay, you take...
Oh, and Jan looks at Magnus as he makes his move.
Okay, Yeah, Magnus not taking that that black pawn yet. He's just trying to gain time. He's going to keep harassing this black bishop. He's going to repeat the position once, gain 30 seconds, then another 30 seconds, and then he'll make a decision of whether white can get greedy and grab a pawn. Simon, you mentioned there's an oppressive line.
There was... OK, this is quite clever, I think, the way he's doing it, because if you take the pawn, there's queen d3, and both your rooks, bishop e3 is a problem.
Okay. You have to show this, actually. This is super sneaky by Nepomniachtchi. It looks like white's about to win a pawn, but if Magnus grabs it now, it's the wrong moment because of this nasty move, and this is easy to miss.
And guess what the best move here is, David? It's incredible. In this position, if you try to defend the e-pawn, it's hard, but there's a crazy move there.
For white.
Rook f7, I think.
Wow, rook takes pawn check.
Yeah.
We're heading in this direction. OK, Magnus has grabbed this pawn. He might be about to sacrifice a rook. So we're expecting black's queen to go back. And this is the best move, giving up this white rook.
Yeah.
Because if you try and defend your pawn, for example, this way, black can take it anyway with a check. And the reason is that this rook would be hanging at the end. And black would actually be in charge here, but maybe even winning chances for black. So
but he's got to find rook f7.
Will he find it?
He's got to find it with 2 minutes left. I mean, I think if he doesn't find it, he could be worse.
We've got to explain why. You have to give up the rook now, and after king takes rook, you go and check and double attack against the king and bishop, and we're going to end up in this type of position. Rook takes bishop, it's rook, knight, and 2 pawns for a queen. White is actually up on material, but
crazy.
This one, if this happens, this is going to go on another 50 moves at least.
This is a key position. Queen d3. If he defends the pawn, he could be worse, I feel, here. I mean, and the natural move is to defend the pawn. You've got a minute and a half left. Rook f7 is such a weird move to find. I only found it because the computer is shouting that move at me. He's played it. He's played it. Brilliant move.
Magnus, he's given up his queen already for some pieces. He tried to give up his rook earlier. Now he's given up his rook for sure. And Nepomniachtchi, you see on his face, he's kind of half smiling. He knows this game is going to go on forever now. This is a check. And once the black king moves, it's going to move forward most likely. Then the bishop drops. And what do we think? Good winning chances for white. This is a rook and knight. They coordinate well, and the pawns are eventually going to move forward. This is the type of position where you just play forever.
Surely good winning chances, I'd have thought here. I mean,
I don't know. The black king is really active.
You think the black king might even try and sneak into the white pawn?
That's the first move I would be thinking about doing.
Have to be fair. I mean, you might get mated actually with some knight g1, rook g5, and knight g1 stuff is quite funny.
You've got to go down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, you certainly will be here. Knight g1 and rook h5 is checkmate. I mean, that'd be an incredible way to finish. But this
Could you imagine? We have been talking about checkmates. Not in 92 years have we had a checkmate at the World Championship match.
Yeah, we'll suddenly get one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this position, next move, Magnus will take this... Oh, sorry, me and my arrows. He'll take this bishop for sure. And then, yeah.
Is this winning? Is this ending winning? I mean...
The white king is so safe that I think you have very good chances. Despite what the computer says, the computer not impressed at all.
No.
But we are here in the studio.
Yeah.
And the king has indeed moved. So we're not expecting this move. Black might run into some checkmating ideas if the king is too brave.
I wonder what Sese is saying about this. Do you think Sese as well is like stockfish? Not overexcited?
No, it's not.
Plus for white, but nothing significant.
Wow. I find that really hard to believe.
But, you know, the great thing about chess is that we have two humans playing with all the emotions and with the clock troubles. And Nepomniachtchi, he's off.
It's really bad when you're short time and you need to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've all... It depends how far the toilet is away. I've had this situation where the toilet's 4 minutes away. I've got 5 minutes left.
Well, should Magnus make a quick move now, though?
Well, I mean, you could do, but you want to make a good move, don't you? Maybe.
He can, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he can just retreat the white rook anywhere and just put the clock back on Nepomniachtchi. And, there will be questions about the sportsmanship.
He
needs to make a move anyway.
But Jan was the one that left the board. I mean, it's not...
Sorry, I was just thinking knight d4 is very tempting as well. Put the knight on f3. I mean, I don't understand why the computers think this is so equal.
They don't understand the practical value.
No.
I can understand the queen. The queen's powerful, though. Maybe
queen is
the
good.
queen's enough to draw. But
So for the players who obviously are not seeing the bar, Magnus makes his move.
He will think he has good winning chances.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Especially in a practical game with not no time, but little time for either side. And he gives a check. Nepomniachtchi back at the board.
Yeah.
Now, can you come up the board? I mean, this is the key thing. I mean, you'd love to move the king up to the square on f5. Can you do that?
I don't think you can get away with moving that king forward.
Well, the computer says yes.
The computer says no.
It says yes.
Sorry,
4 minutes on the clock. Running into danger, running into no man's land with the black king.
Nerves of steel. If you play the king up the board here, you are the coolest cucumber in Cucumber Town. It looks so scary, doesn't it? I mean, like, yeah.
But then, but the human mind might be thinking this might be the only chance in which I get to activate the king.
Yeah.
If I step backwards, maybe white is simply going to have an easy game, push forward.
I love that tweet, by the way, by Grandmaster Nicholas Huschenbeth, who does mention that now we're likely to see a game over 100 moves, and the longest in World Championship history is 124.
Oh, wow.
So we could be seeing a new world record.
Well, it's only 124. I'm amazed that it's not longer, actually. They need to get you in the World Championship. Smash it on day one. Double it. 200 moves. Lovely. Play a little pawn move. 200. Yeah, so keep going. So,
okay.
But, yeah.
So we should mention as well, the black king did go back and white's retreated with the rook, stopping the black queen from sneaking into the bottom right corner into the h1 square. And so the last capture, I'm just trying to count now, the last capture was on move 82. So if white doesn't push a pawn or make a capture by move 132, then the game will be a draw. But I think Magnus, he'll try and push a pawn eventually. He'll try and push a pawn over the next 20 moves or so. It's not going to be easy. Black's queen covers all the squares, all the potential pawn pushes for white. Okay, first though, Magnus installs his knight back in the middle of the board.
Yep.
Good strategy.
Looks sensible. I mean, so white's winning strategy is basically to coordinate the knight and rook as best you can. You want them kind of working together because you can lose that rook if you leave it loose. Get those coordinated, and then just slowly try to push your passed pawns. And you've got 2 of them. So you slowly try to move the pawn in the middle, the other pawn, try to get a pawn to the other end of the board, get a queen, go and celebrate, have a nice meal, get ready for tomorrow, maybe a little game of football in the morning, happy days. So that's the plan, right?
Easy.
Life's so easy.
Simple, isn't it?
Exactly.
Simple.
There's 2 ways to win this as well. Firstly, you could, as you mentioned, just push the white pawns forward step by step, just 1 step forward, then maneuver 20 moves, then another step forward, maneuver 20 moves. The other strategy is to go after black's remaining pawn. And maybe if Magnus can arrange that, he would love to go for the second kind of less committal strategy.
But where would you hide the white king?
This is the issue, where to put the white king. Black's queen is now threatening to come down to the 2nd rank, deliver a check. And as Simon mentioned, the white rook is a bit loose, so I think he'll move the rook.
Rookie one, maybe just get that rook somewhere safe, get the knight to f3. Just do it very patiently. Don't keep your pieces loose. The one way you can lose this position is to keep your rook a long way away from your king. And, OK, he's gone for another way, but I guess... Same idea, yeah. Okay.
He's covering the 2nd rank, and if the black queen does dive into the position, dive the whole way into that bottom corner, h1, then the white knight will just step back. It's the f3 square. And
so tense now.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, look at the time as well. They're both keeping quite well in a good position on the clock here with the increment, but, there's going to be some critical moments coming up, yeah?
Wow.
Another interesting tweet there by our friend Grandmaster Huschenbeth. He's saying that Magnus was actually bluffing earlier, allowing the black king forward. And maybe that opportunity is passed for Nepomniachtchi.
Yep.
He does jump in with the black queen.
Yep.
We will now see the white knight retreat.
Lovely square for the knight f3, it feels. Really nice square.
OK, first, white flicks in a check, and next move, I think we'll see the white knight retreat.
Yeah.
OK. Really tense.
Great winning chances, I feel. This is one of the best winning chances surely white will get. I mean, the engine does not think so, but you have plenty of time. You can slowly move forwards here.
Just endless suffering for black.
Yeah, yeah.
But why can't Magnus push his f-pawn forwards?
I think he wants to, and he can, but he just has to maybe prevent the black queen giving lots of checks first. You need to keep your king nice and safe, and that means having a knight next to it. So I think Magnus's plan, once the black king retreats, it's forced back, is to bring the white knight back to the f3 square in front of the white king, avoid any checks, and then the f-pawn will start running. So I think it's just a combination of plans, putting them all together and avoiding any checks or counterplay. The last thing you want with 3 minutes is the white king out in the open getting checked forever.
So. Sorry, Ivanka.
No, I was just going to say, just note how it's always the knight that's defending the king.
Yep.
And, we kind of coined this expression, well, David did, a knight is a king's best friend, but it's so good.
Night Stable, I believe, is in the chess and fishing book that is out there somewhere in the mist of the world.
There we go, though. Look at that knight. It is the king's best friend because no checks are available to black now. The white king looks open, the black king the black queen looks like it's penetrated, but where's it going? No more checks. And the white knight can also spring forward at any moment to attack the black king.
You often find in these positions, though, if white has to start pushing his pawns to win this position, then you give black more checks, because those pawns are stopping your king being checked. You move them forward, you give your opponent checks.
Is it possible to start the pawn advance now?
I would get the rook to d6 first.
Very good, very good.
Just get the rook somewhere where it's safe. It can't be lost. Don't. At least the rook can come back to guard your second rank now. And then put the pawn on e5. Get the pawn up 2 squares is very easy way to play, I think.
Most likely the e-pawn will push forward before the f-pawn, right? Because the e-pawn, at the moment, if the f-pawn pushes forward for white, it would be disconnected from either of its 2 remaining pawns. So you want to kind of connect them together step by step.
Yeah. Keep
and so the next move you're predicting here is just drop the rook back to the d4 square.
I think so. Yeah. Maybe
you have you can hide the king on h3.
Maybe keep the king there. Maybe go like I want to get my pawn to e4, so I either go rook e2 or knight g5 at the right moment. Get the pawn to 2 squares forwards, and then I just try to queen my Eddie the Eagle, the e-pawn. You must know Eddie the Eagle in Norway.
Of course.
What a hero. He came to Norway and he conquered the ski jump.
The ski jumping miracle, Eddie the Eagle. Of course I know him.
Legend.
There's a movie made about him recently.
It's a great movie, actually. Really good movie, really fun.
Okay, so white stepped back with the rook, attacking a pawn. Black gave a check, and now the rook is forced to block. So white's rook and knight teaming up. Look at Nepomniachtchi, he's not enjoying this at all. He knows
Do you think he now is going to lose? Does he think he's going to lose?
Yeah, I think he's very confident, and he's just probably trying to stop thinking like that. He's got to just play the best moves.
I think he knows he's in for a long night. He knows he's going to miss dinner. He knows his sleeping pattern is going to be messed up tonight. The adrenaline will be pumping long after this game is finished.
And it's in these type of moments when you start to think of what happened before, and he will remember that he had a good position before, that it was unnecessary of him to get himself into this situation.
You've got to get rid of those faults, haven't you? Got to get rid of those faults.
Absolutely, but it's so difficult to stop that little voice.
He is 10 moves closer, though, to that 1-3-2, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a nice little idea here. Queen e4, you go knight g5, and then maybe we can show this, because you need to get the pawn moving.
You need to get... This is a threat, right?
So
white's pawn marching forward.
So let's say you try to stop the pawn moving. You move your queen in front of the pawn in this position.
Just give me 1 second. The analysis board has frozen, unfortunately. Great timing. It's struggling to keep up. Okay, so at this moment, there's a big threat, the pawn marching forward, and, black's queen, if it blocked.
Well, I thought knight g5, the queen comes to h1, and then you move the knight back, and you've really misplaced that queen then. This is just quite funny position.
Geometry.
The queen is suddenly out of the game, and you push the pawn in the middle.
You forced it to trap itself, right? And now it has to go the long way round again, and you've gained a move in the process. Now it's the same position, but with white to play, not black to play.
So you can push the pawn.
And it seems Magnus's pieces are in a huddle, like American football. Huddle, you guys.
And that's what you need.
Team talk.
That's what you need to slowly advance up the board. And, Okay,
so black has pinned this pawn, so it's impossible to move it at the moment.
That's a sneaky idea.
Really
very sneaky, very
because
clever.
The whole idea is that if you sidestep with your king, well, there are consequences to that, and now you can start attacking the rook.
Maybe the rook will be loose, and if you move the knight, then again, you've kind of destabilized your own pieces, and black still prevents this white pawn from marching forward because the white pawn is required to defend its knight.
And I think we saw Magnus there looking at his score sheet to have an idea of when the 50 move rule comes up, because he has to move a pawn before that stage of the game, otherwise it's going to be playing the draw.
Unfassbar,
Queen b6,
meine Freunde.
Black is just trying to make it as difficult as possible for Magnus to move his pawns and get a queen in the position. So
there we saw Magnus just doing a bit of counting, also maybe trying to avoid a 3-fold repetition. Remember, it's not if the moves repeat themselves, if the position repeats itself 3 times by accident, then the game will be a draw. So Magnus has to keep putting his rook on different squares. He doesn't want to allow the position to repeat. And meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi smiling. He is extremely good at these types of positions. I think white has great winning chances still, but remember, Magnus himself mentioned Nepomniachtchi. When queens are on the board in endgames, he's one of the best in the world.
Wow. All right, he's going to need that now, I guess, because it's been 7 hours at the board. They must be starting to feel tired.
Luckily, we have all the energy in the world.
So keep each other going, Simon. We can do this.
That's it. And okay, well, again, it's great defence still, it seems. Keeping active.
The knight goes back to the middle to defend its rook.
It seems they're still writing on the score sheet. I thought they didn't have to.
No, they have to because they get an extra 30 seconds
okay, so
per
it's only
move.
when there's no increment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now a threat on the board. Queen h2 threatened, and do you think you'll see your move, knight going back to f3?
Yeah, maybe. I think the knight has just come from there.
Just
even?
come from there. That would be a second repetition.
Yeah. You don't want to really. You want to avoid the repetition if you can. So
maybe a check first, and then the knight drops back.
But you have to be very careful. You don't fall into a repetition in these kind of positions.
Incredibly easy to do.
Unless your opponent misses it as well. So it's okay. So the rook does come down.
Okay.
Very tense.
Will the black king march forward? Yep. No danger for it there.
Yep.
And now, what are we expecting? The knight to drop back?
I think so.
Maybe another check with the white rook first.
And I think Magnus has just got to try to work a way to get this pawn forwards to keep winning chances alive here. So I guess the knight will come back, but then the queen stops the pawn again. They're doing this dance at the moment.
No progress yet for the world champion. Okay, he needs to come up with a plan. He's still got 3 minutes. He's moved around a lot, but nothing has changed in the last...
No progress.
I like your idea of just giving the king one more check, nudge it to a square, and then retreat the knight. Because, you know, if the king is in the wrong square, maybe there are some tactical points to pushing the pawn up.
You need to trick Napoleon actually to put the black king on the bad square, so there are some knight jumps, Okay, there we go. It's a check. The rook defended by a knight, so the black queen can't take it.
For example, if you go king f7, then I think that's a bad square for the king, because you can play maybe knight f3 and e4 next move, whatever black plays. So it's.
But you're allowing some checks, right?
There's a choice of 3 squares. Where's black going to go? Let's guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know actually. So maybe g7. I like keeping the king tucked away in the corner if I can.
Not too out in the open.
Get it in the corner.
Oh, he's dropped back to the square. You said maybe was a bit suspicious.
Well, I wasn't so sure because I thought the knight can now come round and e4 will come probably here.
It needs to be the king's best friend, that knight again. Needs to drop back, right?
Yeah. So for example, if you did play knight f3, queen b1, I don't know if it's worth showing it, e4 is an idea. Just to...
They've had a position very similar to this, actually.
So... Yeah, already this has nearly repeated itself, the position. The white knight has to drop back just to cover any checks, just to cover any annoyances, and it does so. Magnus has played this, and if the black queen comes across, you're expecting maybe this...
Well, I don't know about this because it is a check, but it's just an idea that's very playable because you can't take that pawn because now the black king is in a bad square. So it's potentially an idea.
A fork, whoops. A fork, and the black queen would drop off. So this is what Magnus is trying to achieve, and this is the current position. If he pushes this pawn forward, it is a trap. The black queen can't take it because of this fork, this check, but suddenly the white king has no shelter. White would love this position actually with on this square, and then
brilliant.
I mean, if white could somehow put the rook on this square and meet a check with the white rook blocking somehow, then that would be ideal, and he would have got his pawn 1 square further forward. But right now, it's not quite working for Magnus. Maybe he needs to remaneuver, go back to basics, go back to square one, and try and achieve the same position, but with the white rook on this square.
And Magnus makes his move. If we are getting very close now to move 100.
He's gone for a check with the knight, so I'm kind of... Seems a little bit odd, because his knight and rook are discoordinated, and the way you play against the queen, as we've mentioned, is keep your minor pieces defending each other, and they've gone the other way here. So what is the idea, Hal?
Maybe the idea is actually to push the pawn forward and tuck the king into the corner.
Yeah. Put it on h3, maybe.
Yeah.
That would be very, very brave if the white king can run over to the one side, hide behind its own pawns.
We've talked about Jan being very good with the queen. I mean, another thing, Magnus, when I've seen him playing the Champions Tour, is exceptional with the queen moves. I mean, you have to be... So he realises if he's going to push the pawn, I'm pretty sure he's going to be very safe there, you know, or know that his rook's going to be safe.
Yeah, it always takes courage, though, with 2 minutes on the clock to allow lots of checks.
Yeah, but maybe you just have to play it at some point. I mean, you have to push that pawn.
Yeah.
It's not an ideal scenario to push it, though.
The safe move would be giving a check with the white knight, then planting it back on the d4 square with them in the middle of the board. But that would just repeat the position and not make any progress.
Yeah.
What happens if Magnus now soon is able to move a pawn? Is it over for Jan? Or will it be hard for Magnus to get the pawn all the way over to the other side.
It'll be a moral victory for Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, he might push a pawn and then have to go round in circles again for 20 moves before pushing it once more. But Jan, we'll see lots of facial expressions from Jan if White's able to safely push a pawn.
Just the joy in your voice, David.
Sorry.
You said, like, push it one square, another 40 moves, one more square. They are definitely going for the world record, yeah? So
98 moves so far. I wonder who predicted that they would last for 100 moves today.
Wow.
Yeah.
You should get bonus points for over 100.
They should.
Definitely. And the world record, in a world championship match was 124. Magnus has made his move 100.
Okay.
We've reached a move 100.
He's trying to get everything, isn't he, Magnus? He's trying to keep the coordination whilst he pushes the pawns, but so far Jan has done a fantastic job of stopping that pawn going.
And Jan's playing quickly as well.
Yeah.
He's trying to apply that pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
Now the white knight has to drop back. Now,
drop in the centre, but and it's still the same idea. The queen tucks itself in the corner. The white knight will come back to its square. But how many times have they repeated that position?
That's why I'm wondering. You have to be careful. It's free
second time, I think, if black puts the queen in the corner.
And what move is it actually going to be a draw? This is the other thing.
32. So they've still got time. They've got 32 moves.
Okay.
Magnus, look at him. He's counting on his score sheet right now.
Yeah. And he's probably looking at the free fold as well.
It's difficult, to be honest, as well, when you have several score sheets to keep track of the number of moves. Because often, I don't know in this World Championship, but often each score sheet starts from 1. So you have to do a bit of maths. You have to think, okay, 60 plus another 38 plus another, so on. Okay, second time we've seen this position. Magnus has to be really careful now not to allow an immediate draw.
So I think we are now at move 100, right? You said. So
that's right.
Move 100 on the dot.
Move 101 now from Magnus. He gives a check.
And actually, Askill down in Dubai just made us aware of a tweet. So it is the 124 move that is the longest game, but it ended in a draw. The longest one ending up with a victory was Kasparov-Karpov in 1990, 102 moves. And look where we're at.
Yep. If Magnus wins this one, then he'll be breaking several records, most likely.
Yep.
Definitely.
Okay. So I think, Jan as well, just looking at the score sheet there, then looking confused for a second. I'm wondering, let me go back and count. I'm wondering whether this position's been repeated as well.
Because it's so hard to claim a draw. I mean, if you're in Jan's position, the way you claim a free-fold draw is one of the most ridiculously tricky rules in chess. You don't make your move, you have to stop the clock, you have to call the arbiter over it. It's not easy to do. And
your opponent gets more time if you're wrong as well.
Yeah, which is difficult.
It's a factor at this point.
I remember in the old days that if you played an illegal move, your opponent gets more time. And I remember there was one guy playing blitz chess, and he would do this on purpose. He'd play an illegal move, but whilst the arbiter came over and gave his opponent more time, it'd give him an extra 30 seconds to think about the position he was in. And he kept doing it. And yeah, a bit cheeky. But
of course, nowadays in blitz chess, I think the second illegal move loses the game.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe it's even the first illegal move loses the game. Yeah. So in FIDE World Championships,
but they've got to be careful now of this free fold. Surely, this position must be very close to being a free fold, no?
They're both studying the score sheet. I don't think White's rook has landed on this square before, if I remember correctly. It's been on d6, it's been on d2, it's been on d5, but not d7.
Yeah.
So
is the arbiter now getting involved? You know,
they're lurking, the arbiters now.
Yeah, they're like, right, I've got to make myself important there, just so they know I'm ready for the free fold.
Well, it seems that Magnus needs to just keep a bunch of focuses in his head, so it's keeping the knight close to the king so the king can't be checked, and it's keeping the rook off squares it's been on before, and it's also trying to push a pawn.
Yep.
And avoid the free fold, avoid the 50 move rule.
Keeping the rook safe.
Yes, there's a lot to think of, yeah. And that's when it gets hard, because you're used to thinking of the chess, but when you're worried about slipping into a draw and you've got to multitask a lot. Yeah, you're right.
But I have to say, Nepomniachtchi maybe made it a little bit of an... No, because he has had almost had this position, but the queen was on the A2 square. So, and also the king was a different place, so they're fine when it comes to threefold repetition.
Magnus is not certain. He was studying the score sheet for a while. Eventually he realises, first time we've seen this position, and he retreats the rook. So it has to be the same position with the same player to move.
Geht wieder dahin.
And actually, even the top players, they struggle sometimes with the threefold repetitions. Fabiano Caruana once claimed against me that he repeated the position 3 times, and it was 3 times, but the third time was with a different player to move. Right. So you've got to be really careful.
It's nice to have him begging for a draw against you, David.
Yeah.
So
he got the draw, don't worry. He got the draw eventually.
Well, at least you made him beg for a little bit, yeah? So only the ex-world champion, you know, very impressive.
So now could it be a good idea to set some tricks? Like, for instance, give a check to the king and then come back? Well, no, but then they're not doing anything.
No, you've got to be very careful what moves you waste now, because you waste another move, you're just giving more chances of having that draw free fold. So I think you've got to really use each move now. I don't know how he gets his e-pawn moving. I thought it was easy, but it's not, right?
It's really not.
It's really tricky to move that one.
Credit to Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. He's put the black queen on the right circuit. He's going with this triangle all along.
Sorry, I see an awesome trick. If you go knight g5...
Okay, we have to show this.
And then you go queen b6 to stop it moving.
Okay.
Then rook d6 check, is that right?
Oh, wow, Simon.
That's a nasty trick. Knight g5 to try and go e4, and Jan defended with queen b6 before. And if he plays it here, you go rook d6 check. I think this is one of those tricks which is incredibly naughty.
But 24 seconds left for Magnus Carlsen on the clock.
Yeah. The problem is that the queen will just slide over to the h1 square.
Yep, that's a nasty tactic, Simon.
Lovely.
Meanwhile, we have seen an interesting move, a new try by Magnus Carlsen. So instead of playing for this trick, I think he maybe could have tried it once, setting this nasty trap for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Instead of this, Magnus has gone the other direction. Maybe Jovanka was right. If the knight had come this way, the black queen would simply go back to the corner. And notice how the queen is staying in kind of this kind of triangle zone. It's just using all the light squares, stopping the white pawn moving forward and harassing the white king from behind. That is why Magnus retreated his knight this way, to stop the black queen's access to the corner square. And maybe now, next move, Magnus will just shift the rook across one square and start motoring forward with these pawns. At least he's offered a new idea, and at least he's got Nepomniachtchi thinking. But Magnus, low on the clock. I'm not sure that clock time is right, but he's low on time for sure.
Yeah.
And he has a plan, at least. He has a plan to push this pawn forward.
Yeah.
Is there something wrong with the clock time for Magnus?
Well, it has to be, because you can't have 18.8 seconds.
So probably he didn't gain the 30 seconds that he should have gained.
According to mine, he has
jetzt hat er wenigstens dahin mal zugemacht, genau.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's correct. We'll try and update as soon as possible.
And perhaps we could also get an image of the chess clock. There we are.
He has 46 seconds.
Wow.
46 seconds.
That's not a lot of time, is it?
Especially when you're facing threats like this one. Black's queen attacking the white rook now.
Defending so well. So impressive.
But now it could be a little bit tricky, because you move the rook.
Okay, he's moved it back.
Okay.
He's covered the first rank. Maybe this is Magnus's plan. So he's going to put the knight back where it came from to cover the second rank. The white rook will cover the first rank, and then the white rook will slide the whole way across to try and target Black's high-flatted pawn.
Wow.
Dinky, but it's still
sophisticated. But what does it achieve? That's the question.
Yeah,
he's running out of moves.
Yeah, he's running out of moves. Great defense from Jan so far. He's playing brilliantly to not blunder, to not allow Magnus to do the moves he wants to play.
Okay, so the rook will probably slide over to... No, I was expecting the rook to go to the e1 square.
Okay, Magnus, he's gone... I mean, he's really risking here. Because he's putting the rook back on a square it's been on before.
Yeah.
I guess the white knight, it's been on the f3 square before. It wants to go to the e2 square, so maybe slightly different. But yeah, he's got to keep all those positions in his mind for the last, 25 moves now. He's got to remember where the rook was, where the knight was, so he doesn't repeat. And only 25 moves before he has to push a pawn or win a pawn.
Yeah.
25, that's the magic number.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, what a game, you guys. What a game. Jan Nepomniachtchi is, he has more time on the clock at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But 5 minutes, they could disappear very quickly if he runs into a trick or two. If he has some problems to solve. And already he's deciding where to put the king. Is he considering going active with the black king again? Jovanka's shaking her head.
I mean, if he goes to f5, I mean, that is... should get an award for bravery. If he plays that move. I mean, Medal of Courage King.
Why is that so dangerous? Just because it's closer to Magnus's pieces?
The black king might get trapped if it marches forward, and Yeah, if it came down the board, then the white knight would spring forward and try to trap the black.
There's just no way he's going to do that because he hasn't done that in previous moves when it was okay. And it is okay. I'm just looking at the computer assessment.
Yeah.
But
high risk,
exactly.
reward.
Why disturb the whole balance?
Unless he suddenly tries to decide he wants to try and win, which would be a little bit too much, I feel.
What's Magnus going to do with his rook now? He's going to retreat it 2 squares. He wants this pawn to march forward. He has a setup in mind. He wants to put the white knight on the e2 square next to the white king.
Very
and
nice.
Then finally push that pawn forward.
It's incredible how he's found some way to do something here. I mean,
he's like a contortionist. He's like popped out his arm, just one direction. Then he's kind of switched everything around. Now he's trying a different way.
Is this where you need to be a creative chess player to constantly find new ideas?
Yeah. I mean, you can't just be direct. There's no direct path to victory. So.
But the thing is, though, it is a little bit smokes and mirrors because I don't actually see this whole plan working so well because the whole thing is that the black queen can transition to the h1 square. If she gets there, then the knight is not well placed on e2.
But there's only one check, though, isn't there?
Well, she's going to put herself on b1.
And then white pushes the pawn forward.
And and then I had something up my sleeve, which was to give a check. I know. Well, that wasn't.
White knight is going to block any checks on the second rank.
Yeah, that wasn't my plan.
Knight on e2 is really good at stopping checks, isn't it? Actually, I mean, even if you get to h2, it's so. I mean,
I think black has to try and eliminate his remaining isolated pawn for one of the white pawns. He has to try and prepare pushing that pawn forward once the white knight goes in the wrong direction. I'm not sure how you do that with black. How does Nepomniachtchi actually trade off his remaining pawn for one of white's pawns?
The time situation, well, they're still roughly around the same time unit, but you can tell this is where the fitness really comes into it. And this is, I think, why chess is one of the hardest games in the world. It's not because of the amount of combinations, it's not because of the amount of preparation you do, it's actually because you cannot make a little slip up. I mean, you mentioned chess and tennis. In tennis, you can lose a point, you can still win. In golf, you can play a bad shot, you can still win. There's, snooker the same. I'm just thinking of any other sport or game out there, well, maybe other games, but there's not many other sports where you can afford, in chess, you can't afford to make a mistake, even if it's a small mistake. And
you have to be alert for 7.5 hours or however long the players have been going. Okay, he does move the queen. That's a check, forcing the white knight to block. And then I think he's going to go for your plan, Jovanka. He's going to bring the queen to the first rank. And you mentioned tennis again. I remember this one game at Wimbledon, this one match. I think it lasted, 10.5 hours? One tennis game.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
10.5 hours?
Yeah, it went to like 68, 66 in the final set in terms of...
and no one stepped in and said...
Oh, yeah, have a break.
The rules, you have to play until one guy wins 2 games more than the other. So.
Wow, yeah, it's incredible.
Or someone dies by the same time.
Or that. All right, 110 moves in game 6, you guys. Magnus Carlsen, 1.5 minutes left on his clock. Just desperately looking for a way to win this game.
And Jan making it as difficult as possible for the Norwegian.
Impressive stuff by Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? We have to credit him so much.
Both players, I think, just to match each other for this long. And despite, just before move 40 in the middle game, both sides had their chances. Despite that, it's been an incredibly high level, high quality match as well.
Why is he not pushing the pawn here? This is just what I'm wondering. Is it because of queen h1 and h4? I mean, just it seems like white's whole plan is to push the pawn, and you need to. I'm just wondering why he's thinking about it here.
Is this the moment? Is the move counter going to reset? So the 50 move rule will be obliterated if Magnus pushes his pawn, and he's done it.
Okay,
we have a pawn move.
So reset those counters.
Back to another 50 moves, boys.
And 60 is our target.
Does anyone know what place they do late dinner in Oslo? Maybe a midnight dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, good. It is Friday. But I love your idea, David, of black and Jovanka, your idea, getting the queen in the corner and swapping off the H pawn for the G pawn. Because one thing Jan's been doing at the moment is really only being able to use the queen from one side to check. But if he can get rid of one of those white pawns via an exchange, he can start harassing the king from both sides. So this is what he's going for. Then try to push Harry, that H pawn, down, get more checks.
Yeah, that's guaranteed to happen, I think. Black's remaining pawn will march forward on the next turn and offer some trades.
Can Magnus go wrong here and lose the game? I mean...
Not really, as long as he keeps his rook protected, as long as he keeps the white knight near the white king. because the white knight will just protect everything. It will guard, shield the white king.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Simon mentioned, though, the more angles that the black queen can check from, the better for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
So Magnus, okay, he gives a check. He's just teasing us. I was expecting another pawn mush. Pawn mush?
I love
it's
that.
That time of day.
Mush it, mate.
It's that time of day now.
Pawn mush.
I was expecting another pawn push, but no, he gives a check first. So he's just toying with Nepomniachtchi, delaying as long as possible before pushing one of those two white pawns in the middle.
Yeah.
Either the E or F pawns. I'm not sure which one will step forward first later.
Critical question. Is the black king going to go up the board, down the board? I mean, where is it safest?
I think that's why Magnus played this move. He's asking Jan that question. It's not easy, right? If the black king now comes down the board to the 6th rank, then maybe it's in some danger. It goes back. Nepomniachtchi, I think that shows he's slightly worried of the black king's safety.
Yeah, apparently it was okay to go on the 6th row, but this is computer chess, and
maybe the margins would have been for error would have been smaller there. What do we think? Is Magnus going to push move his king now? Is he going to bring his king forward to protect his central pawn, or is he just going to push that pawn? Or mush that pawn, should I say?
Mush it.
Mush it.
Mush it, son.
I think has he gone for the push?
No, he's retreated his rook back where it came from.
Okay, so he's taking his time. There's no point rushing, is there now? I mean, that pawn's going to move every 43rd move. Have they made the record yet? They're going to break the world record, aren't they?
For sure, 100%.
12 more moves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has he played h4?
Okay, he's given a check first, forcing the white king even further forward.
And now h4.
Yeah.
Swap off those pawns.
All I can think of is that I'm so happy this game didn't happen the day after my birthday.
Imagine.
That would have been a real struggle.
On your birthday.
One of them would be passing out somewhere.
But it would have been Magnus's birthday as well.
Would have been, yeah. See.
This is the gift he gave himself, 120 move game. But okay, white king is safe. This is why knights are so good at protecting kings. There's no checks. And what is Nepomniachtchi pausing? What is he thinking about? Because there's no plan for black other than trading off his pawn for one of the white pawns.
Yeah, he's got to play this move.
He's got to play.
Oh, was ist denn jetzt los? Wieso ist das Video zu Ende? Seid ihr verrückt oder was? Hä? Ey, was ist denn jetzt los? Einen Moment. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Moment.
I just woke up.
Ja, keine Ahnung, was da jetzt los war, wie gesagt. Er war gerade einfach weg. So, jetzt haben wir da halt andere, die das... keine Ahnung. War auf einmal zu Ende.
To be honest, you have to say that this is just incredible fighting spirit by both.
Einen Moment.
Ja.
Oh, meine Freunde, ich bin wieder da. Also ich weiß gerade nicht, was los war. Auf einmal war die Übertragung weg. Ich bin jetzt auf YouTube ausgewichen. Ja, damit wir das noch zu Ende sehen können.
Ja, gut, irgendwas hat er jetzt schon im Sinn. Also er will
irgendwas ist doch gerade hier fürchterlich in Argen.
König E7.
So.
Spring E4.
So, läuft.
Ja.
Ja, keine Ahnung, was das jetzt sollte gerade. So echt auf einmal war die Übertragung weg.
Spring G3.
Unfassbar, ey. Echt so ein...
Ja, eines Tages wird der einzige Züge machen müssen, ja, und...
Vermutlich, Springer G3. Carlsen lässt sich Zeit mit dem Vorziehen der Bauern.
Ja, lass ich das jetzt halt laufen, ne, Freunde?
Alles feinsäuberlich vor.
Ich krieg gerade schon hier Herzattacke hier, ey.
Die du nicht wolltest mit Schwarz, weißt du noch?
Ja,
unfassbar, ey.
Das ist ein gutes Setup. Gut, jetzt ist der Turm nicht so aktiv, aber der Springer auf G3, der schirmt wirklich sehr gut vor Schachgeboten ab. Und es wird gefühlt immer knapper.
Gefühlt immer knapper. Turm E2, wahrscheinlich Dame D3, König G4 und dann Dame D7, F5 oder Spring F5.
Dame B3 hat er gespielt. Ah, er will König G4, Dame G8 machen. Schlau. Das ist schlau, weil so kommt Weiß jetzt dann nicht direkt weiter. Macht König G2.
Macht König G2, aber jetzt ist er bereit, weiter F5 zu spielen. Also die Frage ist, wer zuerst umkippt, wir oder Nepo?
Dame B7. Dame, da hat kurz geblitzt, hat's hier. Kurz geblitzt bei der Table Base. Das weiß, irgendwie Vorteil hätte, aber nein, dann wieder 0-0-0. Aber also aus menschlicher Sicht, bei der Chess24 Engine wird schon ein klarer Vorteil angezeigt. Und wir sehen es ja auch aus menschlicher Sicht, hat sich hier einiges verbessert für Weiß in den letzten Zügen, oder?
Ja, wie du sagtest, es wird immer knapper.
Den Rekord haben wir jetzt übrigens eingestellt von der längsten Weltmeisterschaftspartie, die jemals gespielt wurde. 124 Züge waren das zwischen Karpov und Kortschnoi. Und jetzt sind wir bei 125. Und
125 Züge, ey.
Wird das der Titel nachher der Analysepartie, die längste WM-Partie aller Zeiten?
Ja, ich weiß nicht. Es wird auf jeden Fall ein langes Analysevideo, das ist jetzt schon mal klar.
Ja, das wird also noch später.
Das steht mir doch bevor, jetzt gleich nach der Partie. Aber ich freue mich drüber. Ne? Also lieber so, als hätten wir jetzt ein weiteres 3 Stunden Remis gesehen mit wenig Inhalt. Da lieber mal so eine richtig epische
fette Schlacht.
Partie. Ich glaube, episch trifft es wirklich gut. Dame B3?
Fette Schlacht, ey. Ja, echt.
Ja, wirklich sehr großer Kampf heute. Also ich glaube, beide zeigen wirklich, also Nepo eine unglaubliche auch Verteidigungskraft und Ausdauer, ne?
Ja.
Und ja, wie Rustam sagte, er sagt schon seit 5 Stunden eigentlich, ja, die Stellung ist pleite. Und wir sitzen immer noch hier, aber ja, das muss man halt auch erstmal schaffen, gegen die Weltmeister noch so lange zu spielen. Und
ja,
auf jeden Fall. Also er hat sich wirklich gut verteidigt. Und es ist nach wie vor Remis, aber es war schon mal einfacher, sag ich mal so. Es war schon mal einfacher.
Ja, ich hatte das Gefühl auch, ja, es war schon mal besser. Ja.
Es war schon mal besser Remis. Ja, es war schon mal leichter zu halten. Also als wir noch dieses 3 gegen 3 hatten, da war es ja kurz davor, dass Carlsen, so kam es mir zumindest vor, die Ideen ausgegangen sind. Und dann ein unbedachter Läuferzug, Läufer nach A7. Und das hat überhaupt diese Transformation zugelassen und dieses Endspiel mit Springer-Turm mit den 2 Bauern. Und ab da ist es klar, dass wir einfach noch 50 oder 100 weitere Züge sehen, so ungefähr. Gut, Carlsen, 2 Minuten auf der Uhr, Nepo immer noch ein bisschen mehr Zeit. Dame B3, wie geht's weiter für Weiß? König H3. König H3 sieht doch logisch aus, oder kommt dann Dame E6 Schach? Kommt Dame E6 Schach vielleicht?
Dame E6, aber hier springe F5.
Ein Trickzug.
Ja, mit letzter Kraft habe ich hier noch einen Trick gefunden.
Ja. König F7, Springer D6. Turm D5 gespielt. Ja, das sieht natürlich auch sehr logisch aus. Soll jetzt König H3 vorbereiten, nehme ich mal an. Aber König H3 läuft auch immer in Dame F3 rein. Ich weiß nicht, wie lästig das ist.
Da kannst du einen Turm F5 Schach geben und dann E5 laufen?
Ja, klar. Ja, ich meinte jetzt noch einen Zug vorher. Jetzt könnte das die Idee sein. Dann Turm F5 und E5 und dann Turm F6 und langsam aber sicher. Und Schwarz kriegt einfach keinen Dauerschach gebacken, solange der weiße Springer beim König steht. Und
Schwarz muss sich gedulden, ja? So König E7 oder so. Turm F5.
Macht er auch direkt.
König E7 gespielt. Wie hoch siehst du die Chancen für einen Sieg von Magnus Russland?
90%.
90%.
Ich habe einfach das Gefühl, dass Weiß immer weiter spielen kann. Irgendwann mal ist menschliche Kraft am Ende.
Das kann sein, ja. Turm 5 Schach jetzt erstmal will, dass der König nach F7 zieht wahrscheinlich. Oder auf die F-Linie. Man muss halt immer wieder Fragen beantworten, immer wieder Entscheidungen treffen und man kommt nicht raus aus der Geschichte.
Ja, auch dieser Aufbau ist so unangenehm. Ja, zum Beispiel König D7, Turm G5 und dann einfach mit dem König nach vorne, ja?
Ja.
So. Weil wenn er es schafft, den nach G6 oder so zu bringen, ja, dann ist irgendwann mal zu viel, oder?
Irgendwann könnte der Punkt überschritten sein. König F7 gespielt, Turm F5 Schach. Was für eine Folter hier für Nepo. Und natürlich ein Knackpunkt für die ganze WM. Wenn er die Partie hält, dann ist das einfach unglaublich wichtig. Und wenn er sie verliert,
dann ist es auch unglaublich wichtig. Ja.
Für Carlsen, ja.
Das ist doch dann auch richtig deprimierend, oder? Also so lange durchgehalten, dann wirklich, du bist ja morgen auch sehr erschöpft. Also
ja, natürlich. Also morgen ist die nächste Partie direkt. So oder so werden beide Spieler erschöpft sein, das ist vollkommen klar.
Ja. Morgen geht es gleich weiter.
Und ja, schlimmer könnte es dann nicht laufen, als die Partie nach 7,5 oder 8 Stunden zu verlieren. Aber da sind wir auch nicht. Nach wie vor ist die Stellung ausgeglichen. König E8 und E5. Endlich haben wir einen weiteren Bauernzug und jetzt können wir wieder. Hat doch länger gedauert, als du dachtest, Florian, oder?
Ja.
Wir hatten ja noch G schlägt H4 zwischendurch, aber E5 erst jetzt.
Ja, ich dachte wirklich, der kommt ein bisschen früher, aber Magnus natürlich das wieder mit einer chirurgischen Präzision vorbereitet.
Genau.
Aber jetzt wird es, glaube ich, deutlich schneller gehen.
Das ist sehr schwierig, hier für Schwarz Schach zu geben, ne?
Ja.
Ich glaube, jetzt er weiß, was er will. Er hat seinen Aufbau gewählt. Sein Aufbau ist gefährlich und sicher zugleich.
Na gut. Wenn jetzt Schwarz einfach so stehen bleibt, irgendwie abwartet und dann sagt, wenn du König G4 machst, komme ich mit Dame G8 und irgendwie von da muss ich die Schachgebote geben, glaube ich. Also ich finde den König auf der E-Linie behalten, der gibt Sinn. Und dann
nach H4 erstmal.
Okay. Ja, aber trotzdem muss ich irgendwie auf die G- und H-Linie kommen. Behaupte ich mal. Dame A2 Schach, okay.
Auch das Springe zum Beispiel hier, Dame E6, König H4, sagen wir. Ist wahrscheinlich schon gewonnen für Weiß. Also Springe H5, sowas.
Unser Balken schlägt auch immer mehr aus.
Ja.
Ja, ist auch wahrscheinlich auch da einfach nicht wirklich zu halten.
König H3, Dame E6. Moment! Es ist matt! Es ist matt in 60! Es ist matt in 60.
Hab ich doch gesagt.
Table Base sagt matt in 60 hier mit Weiß. Okay, das heißt, der Fehler ist gerade irgendwo passiert, ne? Aber so unscheinbar. So unscheinbar.
Matt?
Was war jetzt? Okay, ja gut. Es war einfach. Also. Es war einfach nicht. Vielleicht war Dame E6 jetzt gerade der Fehler, das kann sein, aber ich meine, in der praktischen Partie, ja, verliert das doch Schwarz fast immer tatsächlich. König H4, laut Tablebase matt in 60. Ja, eine matt in 47 haben wir jetzt schon nach Dame H6.
Ja. Ja, ich habe das Gefühl, es wird immer schlimmer und die weiße Stellung lässt sich immer leichter spielen.
Ja gut, jetzt ist es ja auch offiziell gewonnen. Aber ja, wir haben es schon quasi kommen sehen. Ne? Du hast ja auch gesagt, 90% für Magnus.
Ja.
Ist einfach für die Maschine kein Problem, aber für den Menschen so gut wie unmöglich zu verteidigen.
Ich habe auch das Gefühl, ja, dass hier auch nicht mehr so schwierig ist. Ja? Vielleicht kommt der Turm auch nach G7 und
ja, für für Magnus sind die Züge leicht, für Nepo hingegen sehr, sehr schwer. Wow. Sehen wir wirklich die erste entschiedene Partie hier und das nach phänomenalem Kampf. Über 132 Züge bereits gespielt. Dame H7 jetzt.
Jetzt König G5 und einfach nach vorne, oder?
Einfach immer weiter die Dame einhängen. Oh, ist das fies. Dame, Springer, Turm harmonieren gut.
Das ist auch die erste entschiedene WM-Partie in 17 Partien? 18? 18.
Deutlich mehr als das, oder?
12 Caruana, hier 6 und die 10. 2016 war die letzte. Also 20, ja. Dame H7, der Turm hängt noch nicht mal. Man kann deshalb auch E6 spielen, wenn man lustig ist.
Also das ist auch interessant, ja, E6 und Turm F7. Dieser Aufbau wird auch nicht zu knacken sein.
Carlsen weiß es jetzt auch. Er weiß, er ist so nah dran.
Aber das ist auch fossil gewonnen jetzt, ja?
Es ist gewonnen, ja. Und,
also die Dame, egal wohin du ziehst, dann spiele ich Turm F7 und dann springe G7. Ja, das ist halt jetzt... das ist das gewesen.
Gut, E6. Könnte es durchaus gewesen sein. Dame E7 ändert ja nichts. Turm F6 einfach, ja, oder?
Ja.
Muss ja, ja.
Also Weiß erreicht dann irgendwann mal Turm F7, F5 und
ja.
Und das war's, ja.
Einfach kein Dauerschach. So, sehen wir E6 von Magnus Carlsen. Wir sehen ihn hier im Bild. Macht er jetzt E6 und das wäre ein Gewinnzug. Ich meine, es gibt natürlich auch andere Gewinnzüge hier.
Ja, macht er, ja.
Hat er gemacht?
Glaube schon.
E6 gezogen. Saustark.
Saustark, ja, unglaubliche Partie. Unglaubliche Partie.
Naja, Nepo wird so gebrochen sein nach der Partie. Das weiß ich nur zu gut aus meiner eigenen Erfahrung.
Ja, natürlich. Ich meine, natürlich. Er hatte ja sogar Chancen, besser zu stehen. Und ja, er hat sich so gut verteidigt, lange verteidigt, aber er konnte nie die Sache komplett klären. Und so ging die Partie immer weiter bis zu einem Zeitpunkt, wo es aus menschlicher Sicht nicht mehr zu verteidigen ist. Und da kann er sich jetzt auch, glaube ich, keine großen Vorwürfe machen, dass er dieses Endspiel jetzt hier nicht hält, was wir jetzt ganz am Ende gesehen haben. Das wird ihn nicht ärgern, aber die Chancen davor, die da waren, Läufer schlägt B4 zweimal, wo er niemals verlieren sollte danach. Auch davor viele Züge. Läufer B2 hätte er zweimal spielen können, statt, ich weiß nicht, was er gemacht hat, H5 oder, also, ja. Er wird natürlich sich sehr ärgern. Und das ist jetzt wirklich die Frage, wie er damit umgehen wird, mit dieser Niederlage. Das ist die große Frage, ob er jetzt zusammenbrechen wird oder ob er sich sammelt und weiterspielt wie bisher, denn er spielt gutes Schach hier und hat sich als absolut ebenbürtiger Gegner bewiesen und in dieser Partie, klar, das braucht er jetzt schon einen Magnus Carlsen-Grind in über 130 Zügen, um hier den ersten Punkt zu landen. Und das zeigt es ja auch, was für ein guter Gegner hier in die Pommersche ist.
Was glaubt ihr für morgen? Wie wird die Herangehensweise sein?
Ja, das ist die gute Frage. Es ist eine Weißpartie. Man möchte natürlich auch keine Weißpartie jetzt einfach so abgeben. Aber andererseits wird natürlich Nepo nervlich und auch körperlich ziemlich erschöpft sein von heute. Das ist vollkommen klar.
Aber seine Mannschaft wird ihm wahrscheinlich sagen, lass uns versuchen, ein ruhiges Remis zu spielen, mit Schwarz zu halten und dann halt neu anfangen. Ja,
Es ist noch genügend Zeit.
Es ist noch Zeit.
Es ist noch nicht mal die Hälfte der Partien gespielt. Insofern muss man jetzt nicht irgendwie durchdrehen. Und
Auch das jetzt stark, ne? Zu sehen, Dame schlägt E6, Springer G7 Schach, also das Endspiel, noch zu sehen, das das Bauern-Endspiel, dass das gewonnen ist.
Ja, genau gewonnen. Ja. König G5.
Das ist noch gewonnen und damit ist auch dieser Aufbau unschlagbar, ja?
Damit ist der Aufbau unschlagbar, so ist es. Warte 19 mittlerweile. Aber so lange wird die Partie nicht mehr gehen. Ich meine, was macht man denn jetzt noch gegen Springer F6?
Hier gibt es wirklich nichts mehr zu machen. Ne?
König D8 kann man noch machen, ja?
Ja, man muss sich auch mal vorstellen, wie kaputt die beiden sein müssen. Ne? Ich meine, wir sind schon kaputt alleine vom Zuschauen und analysieren so nebenbei und die beiden denken seit fast 8 Stunden einfach nur dauerhaft nach über diese Partie. Das muss so kräftezehrend sein, das ist unglaublich.
F5. Warum nicht?
Werden wir eine kleine Reaktion von Magnus sehen? Vielleicht, ja.
Wir werden das Jubeln sehen, ja.
Du weißt, wir werden die Faust sehen. F5.
Er ist auch fertig.
Dame G1. Ja, und jetzt Springer G7. Und er versteckt sich auf G8. Er versteckt sich mit seinem König auf G8. Schwarz kann viele Racheschachs jetzt noch geben, aber E7 ist dann nicht mehr zu stoppen und das war's. Die Aufgabe wird jetzt jeden Moment kommen von Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Wir sehen die Erleichterung auch bei Magnus. Gerade hat jetzt realisiert, das ist es jetzt.
Ja, meine Güte, er sieht fertig aus. Er sieht richtig fertig aus.
Ja, was für eine Partie.
Heftig.
Historisches, was hier heute passiert.
Absolut.
Liebe Leute.
Ja.
Die längste Schachpartie einer WM. Magnus wird hier gewinnen und mit 3,5-2,5 in Führung gehen.
Endlich ist der Bann gebrochen, oder? Atmen, vor allem die FIDE-Funktionäre.
Das war's.
Ja, da ist die Aufgabe. Magnus Carlsen gewinnt die erste Partie hier im Weltmeisterschaftskampf 2021 und geht in Führung. Was für eine Partie.
Wahnsinn.
Meine Güte. Wow.
Wahnsinn.
Das ist ein Neuland für uns. Magnus Carlsen hatte in den letzten 3 Matches keine Führung. Er hat nie gegen Karjakin geführt, im klassischen Schach, nie gegen Caruana geführt. Das ist was Neues für uns.
Ja, es ist 7 Jahre her, dass er in Führung war, das letzte Mal gegen Vichy Anand 2014. Ja. Und er wird auch sehr erleichtert sein, dass er endlich mal wieder auch eine klassische Partie im WM-Kampf gewinnt. Wow.
Das wird die Dynamik natürlich in Zukunft für die weiteren Partien auch deutlich ändern. Die Entscheidung heute. Nepo muss ja irgendwann zurückschlagen. Also von daher mal gucken, wie das Ganze weitergeht. Beide diskutieren auch tatsächlich noch über die Partie und sprechen noch darüber. Ja.
Ja. Wow. Wer hätte das gedacht nach der Eröffnung? Ich dachte wirklich, das wird ein weiteres 3-Stunden-Revier. Unglaublich.
Ja, wer hätte das gedacht, dass du heute Zeit hast, zweimal zu unserer Übertragung
das
zu kommen?
Das hat, glaube ich, auch niemand gedacht. Aber ich bin sehr froh, dass ich nochmal reingekommen bin. Ich meine, bei so einem Moment hier, gut, ich wusste nicht, dass es
machen wir mal den
wird,
Ton
aber einfach eine epische Partie.
Runter.
Ich freue mich sehr, hier dabei gewesen zu sein.
So, meine lieben Freunde. Ja, ich würde sagen, ich bin raus. Ich habe Hunger. Und ich wünsche euch viel Spaß damit. Falls ihr es nicht gesehen habt und euch anguckt, ist
die Pressekonferenz wird gleich
geiler Krimi. Also mir fällt dazu nicht ein.
Bei Chess24 vorbeischauen.
Mega geil. Ich weiß zwar nicht, was da zum Ende los war, wieso auf einmal die Übertragung weg war und ich halt hier umswitchen musste, aber lässt sich nicht ändern, egal. Und 4 Stunden habe ich jetzt aufgezeichnet.
Vielen Dank,
mega.
Vielen Dank,
ich lade das jetzt hoch
dass
und
ihr das Ganze hier
super.
kommentiert habt.
Echt.
Nutzt noch
Wahnsinn.
einmal die
Tut's auch
Chance.
schon der Hintern weh, aber
Mit dem Code Magnus
klasse. In diesem Sinne wünsche ich euch was. Schaut es euch an oder nicht. Wie gesagt, wenn ihr Schachfans seid,
und ja, falls euch das Ganze gefallen hat, ne,
ist das auf jeden Fall was
abonniert
für
uns
euch.
auf
Deswegen
YouTube, schaut
macht
auch
das
bei
gut
Niklas vorbei.
Und wir sehen uns. Bis dahin.
Auch er
Ciao, ciao.
mit seinem YouTube-Kanal und Twitch-Kanal. Und ansonsten